Well, thank you very much, Jeff, for joining us. It's a pleasure to have you. Welcome to Race
Macro auto sector, right? So that's the first thing. The
teams for Formula E.
I would love to be sitting here in
A conversation I certainly want to be having as well. Jeff, thank you very much for joining us at Race Industry Week. It's always a pleasure to talk to you.
My pleasure.
Really appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dom. Yeah, my pleasure. Thanks, Dom. Thanks, everyone.
It's the 2025 season kickoff.
To business platform for the performance and racing industry. We connect buyers and suppliers 24/7 worldwide. Racing never stops, neither do we. Discover cutting-edge products and services from around the globe. Gaining insights from our live platform, daily newsletters, weekly webinar series, and our highly anticipated annual Race Industry Week. EPARTRADE.com. The racing industry, every minute, every day.
Have we got racing today? All of them.
I got nothing to lose.
As you can see, we've had another beautiful day on the Isle of Man.
We'll do some racing this weekend. It's going to be a blast.
The ultimate fasteners for whatever you build. To get the best performance, always follow ARP's installation instructions included with the product. For the latest torque specs, go to arpinstructions.com.
When it comes to pushing the limits of performance, the pros know there's no room for compromise. At Crowder Cams, we don't just engineer camshafts and valve train components, we redefine what power means. Since 1955, Crowder Cams has been the name trusted by racers, engine builders, and gearheads around the globe. Whether you're building a street machine, a dragster, or a track car, Crowder Cams provides the muscle you need to dominate. And with Crowder, victory is within your reach.
Not all trailer cabinets are built for the long road ahead. Aluminum Econo trailer cabinets from C-Tech Manufacturing are engineered to last and ready to ship today. Each Econo cabinet is packed with exclusive features like motion latch drawers and gasket lock countertops, all made under one roof in our Wisconsin headquarters. Shop Econo online today.
If you're watching this video, you might be wondering, what is WPC? WPC is a surface treatment designed to reduce friction and increase the strength of metal parts. As much as it might seem like a coating, WPC is actually a surface treatment. Think of it like shot painting, but the media is much finer, like talc. So what you're left with is a super hard, smooth surface that actually has some proprietary dry lubricants embedded within it. For more information, visit WPCtreatment.com.
Scott Lewis and Associates, the sales, marketing, and branding specialist for the automotive performance industry since 1988. We get our manufacturers on track by opening an extensive distribution network, providing product training to sales staff, creating fully integrated sales and marketing strategies, building successful industry partnerships, attending trade shows, events, and races, offering first-class support to customers. SLAI delivers solutions that win you sales. To get in touch with an SLAI representative, call 516-378-6100. Go to scottlewisinc.com or email info@scottlewisinc.com.
With roots in the Midwest that date back well before the Model T, Fifth Third Bank has a long history of serving the needs of automotive companies. While much has changed over the years, our passion for helping businesses put cars on the road and on the track has not. Today, we are more committed than ever as a member of SEMA, a founding member of PRI, and a sponsor of multiple race teams across several racing series.
For over a decade, Fifth Third Bank has been a staunch supporter of our industry and a great partner for many companies in the motorsports field.
Our business has been growing extremely fast, and really we could not be where we are today without Fifth Third. They provided amazing strategic advice, the capital we need to support our phases of growth.
They are true partners for me now, and what they do with their involvement in motorsports is untouched in this community.
Where can we take your business? Fifth Third Bank.
Your whole day rides on your diesel truck. Don't let anything slow it down. Keep life and drive with America's #1 DEF brand. Only Blue DEF products are triple filtered and guaranteed pure. And Blue DEF Platinum helps prevent deposits before they create problems. So nothing stands between you and the day, wherever it takes you. Count on Blue DEF and Blue DEF Platinum. Guaranteed for what drives you.
In racing, every second counts. This is EPARTRADE, the premier business-to-business platform for the performance and racing industry. We connect buyers and suppliers 24/7 worldwide. Racing never stops, neither do we. Discover cutting-edge products and services from around the globe, gaining insights from our live platform, daily newsletters, weekly webinar series, and our highly anticipated annual Race Industry Week. EPARTRADE.com. The racing industry, every minute, every day.
Let's go, boys.
How many kings have we got racing today? All of them.
I got nothing to lose.
As you can see, we've had another beautiful day on the Isle of Man.
We'll do some racing this weekend. It's going to be a blast.
The ultimate fasteners for whatever you build. To get the best performance, always follow ARP's installation instructions included with the product. For the latest torque specs, go to ARPinstructions.com.
When it comes to pushing the limits of performance, the pros know there's no room for compromise. At Crowder Cams, we don't just engineer camshafts and valve train components, we redefine what power means. Since 1955, Crowder Cams has been the name trusted by racers, engine builders, and gearheads around the globe. Whether you're building a street machine, a dragster, or a track car, Crowder Cams provides the muscle you need to dominate. And with Crowder, victory is within your reach.
Not all trailer cabinets are built for the long road ahead. Aluminum Econo trailer cabinets from C-Tech Manufacturing are engineered to last and ready to ship today. Each Econo cabinet is packed with exclusive features like motion latch drawers and gasket lock countertops, all made under one roof in our Wisconsin headquarters. Shop Econo online today.
If you're watching this video, you might be wondering, what is WPC? WPC is a surface treatment designed to reduce friction and increase the strength of metal parts. As much as it might seem like a coating, WPC is actually a surface treatment. Think of it like shot painting, but the media is much finer, like talc. So what you're left with is a super hard, smooth surface that actually has some proprietary dry lubricants embedded within it. For more information, visit WPCtreatment.com.
Scott Lewis & Associates, the sales, marketing, and branding specialist for the automotive performance industry since 1988. We get our manufacturers on track by opening an extensive distribution network, providing product training to sales staff, creating fully integrated sales and marketing strategies, building successful industry partnerships, attending trade shows, events, and races, offering first-class support to customers. SLAI delivers solutions that win you sales. To get in touch with an SLAI representative, call 516-378-6100. Go to scottlewisinc.com or email info@scottlewisinc.com.
With roots in the Midwest that date back well before the Model T, Fifth Third Bank has a long history of serving the needs of automotive companies. While much has changed over the years, our passion for helping businesses put cars on the road and on the track has not. Today, we are more committed than ever as a member of SEMA, a founding member of PRI, and a sponsor of multiple race teams across several racing series.
For over a decade, Fifth Third Bank has been a staunch supporter of our industry and a great partner for many companies in the motorsports field.
Our business has been growing extremely fast, and really we could not be where we are today without Fifth Third. They provided amazing strategic advice, the capital we need to support our phases of growth.
They are true partners for me now, and what they do with their involvement in motorsports is untouched in this community.
Where can we take your business? Fifth Third Bank.
Your whole day rides on your diesel truck. Don't let anything slow it down. Keep life and drive with America's #1 DEF brand. Only Blue DEF products are triple filtered and guaranteed pure. And Blue DEF Platinum helps prevent deposits before they create problems. So nothing stands between you and the day, wherever it takes you. Count on Blue DEF and Blue DEF Platinum. Guaranteed for what drives you.
Good morning and welcome to Race Industry Week 2025, brought to you by EPARTRADE and RACER. I am Francisque Savignan, the founder and CEO of EPARTRADE, the racing industry, every minute, every day. Race Industry Week is presented to you by ETS Racing Fuel, Penske Racing Shocks, Peak, Fifth Third Bank Motorsport, Scott Lewis Associate, and Crower, and sponsored by ARP and CTEC Manufacturing. This is day 4 and the final day of this year's Industry Week. If you want to see the lineup of speakers or the schedule, please visit epartrade.com for more details. We have an amazing lineup of speakers today. So with me this morning are Judy Keane, the co-founder of EPARTRADE, Mark Carter, the Senior Vice President Partnership of Racer Network, and the one and only Mr. David Malcher-Lopez from Racer. Judy?
Thank you, Francisque, and thank you everyone for joining today. As Francisque said, we've had an amazing week. You could not find anywhere a gathering of the brightest minds as we have. And we've had 3 strong days. We're on to another 4th day, starting off with Mike Hall from Chip Ganassi Racing. I mean, you can't start stronger than that. And a special thank you to our sponsors because they believe in how we're connecting this industry and supporting this week and the platform that we've created. On to you, Mark.
Great. Yeah, this has been an incredible week of insights, innovation, and conversations that continue to push not only our sport, but just our businesses forward. And I'm excited for this last day. I only have 3 things to add. One is thanks for being here, everyone out there. Thanks for investing in the community, and let's make this final day our best one yet.
David, I think you have a guest coming in that did pretty good this year, his race team, right?
Yes, yeah. Mike's a bit of a legend himself, but yeah, it's the people he manages that have stolen all the headlines in the NTT IndyCar series this year, and yeah, no, he's helped to rewrite what we thought we knew about IndyCar, and yeah, he's also Indy 500 winners. So yeah, no, that's a remarkable tally of success this year. Unbelievable, actually. So let's find out, yeah, how the hell they did it, because right now we don't know, but people like Penske and McLaren would love to know.
Maybe they're watching, who knows?
Yeah,
but Mike will be with us in about 2 minutes. Excellent. So I wanted to thank our very good friends and partner at Racer for helping us putting this beautiful event together. And by the way, we are obviously live on Zoom here, but we're also streaming on racer.com, on Racer Network. If you have not downloaded the app, the Racer Plus, go and download the app. It's free and you can watch this on the app as well. And we're, of course, live on YouTube, on Facebook, on LinkedIn. So if you're watching us, you're enjoying the last 3 days and you're with us this morning, please share the links with your friends, your industry colleagues. This is the racing world. This is the racing community, people watching us from around the world. And we do that for you, for the industry. So thank you again very much for being with us. Mark, this is the first time for you on the program. So any thoughts before we dive into our first interview?
Not really. I mean, I'm looking forward to, yet another PRI show next week. So it's, everyone's getting ready, cramming everything in, getting ready. And this is a great lead into it every year. So I appreciate you having me on. Thanks, Francisque.
Of course. And talking about PRI, we are doing something very special this year. We're going to bring the last session of the day. We're going to bring Mike Good, the president of PRI. And the idea is to close Race Industry Week with our good friends at PRI. And Mike will invite all of us to join them next week in Indy. And both Judy and I have a very long history with PRI. We're actually part of that organization for about 20 years before EPARTRADE. So we're delighted. It is 7 a.m. Pacific here. It is time to bring our very special guest, Mr. Mike Hall. So stay with us and we will be right back with Mike. Mike is with us and we'll wait for him to start his camera, and then David, you'll take over.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. I'm seeing Mike coming on stage. We'll ask him to start his video. There we go.
There's the legend.
Excellent. Good morning, sir. Good afternoon.
Yeah.
Maybe.
You just have to unmute yourself and then you're good.
I've done it. I think I've done everything in this space age Zoom program here.
You are good. Thanks for joining us.
You're welcome.
How you doing, Mike?
Hi, good morning.
Good to see you.
It is for you guys. You're at Pacific time.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
We've already been to Starbucks and we're heading somewhere else next.
Right, exactly. Welcome to this week. It's magnificent to have you on kind of like at the start of the final day, because you have become a legend, and you're the man that's always quoted if there isn't an Alex Palou around. And you've got a lot to talk about this year, because the success is, I wouldn't say it's unprecedented, but it's shocking in this era of spec cars in the NTT INDYCAR series that anyone could score 8 wins in one season. It's absurd. So let's start off with, how did you do it?
Well, we had 9 wins because we had Scott Dixon win one of those races for us this year. But I think how we did it is what we've done since I've started to work for Chip, and that is that we really emphasize togetherness. The definition of teamwork is everybody is unselfish, and then we allow free-spirited talent to take full advantage of the resource. And the resource, a lot of people, when you use that word, think that means the commercial variety of resource, and it certainly is contributes. If it weren't for that, we wouldn't do what we do, and we wouldn't have won 9 races. But it's about the people resource. It's about everybody understanding that if they give 100% every day, and they start every day anew, what you wish for can become reality, and that's what we do at Ganassi.
Do you think that, certainly speaking to Penske people last year, they, as in 2024 for sure, they felt that they had lost the championship as much as you guys had won it? This year, there's no question that you guys were simply in another league. How does that happen when the chassis is, so far down the developmental path that, we're talking very fine margins? It's extraordinary to have a difference maker that renders one team so incredibly dominant. I have vast respect for, Chris Simmons and Barry Wanzer and all the guys that help make this happen, including yourself. But even so, there's extraordinarily talented people in the other teams as well. And yet here you are sitting on 9 wins, 8 of them going to one team, which is incredible.
Well, first of all, I can't speak for Mr. Penske's team or any other team. I can only speak for Chip Ganassi Racing. And to race, it's interesting. To race in the same race versus race against people like Penske or Andretti or McLaren or Rahal, you name them all. To race against all of those, they're all quality teams, they're quality people. There's no question about it. And if you look at IndyCar racing from AAA forward, you've seen that the teams that win races finish at the front to win championships have the sole purpose is to take care of every detail and accept the reality that their teammates are doing the same thing. So they're not overshadowing each other. They're just working hard together. And you combine that then with, in this day and age now, David, the difference maker today is teammates, the people that work on the car, but more importantly to that, the drivers that help each other. Because it is very finite now compared to how it once was.
Yeah.
And they have to be unselfish with each other because they have to realize that, and they do, I think, on this team, that they accept the reality that their teammate can actually beat them. And if they share, they can beat each other. It's called racecraft today. And if you study open wheel racing from its very start, racecraft has always won the big races and won the big championships. And I don't think we're really doing anything differently than anybody ever has. When Penske dominated this series for a long time, I believe they were operating the same way that we're operating today.
Yeah.
We marveled at what they did and we studied what they did, but we realized that our footprint had to be ours.
Right.
And I think that's the separator.
Okay. Do you think that there has been any benefit from Ganassi purely focusing on open wheel now? You have that high concentration of talent, and it is a considerable talent. All gearing towards glory in IndyCar and now in Indy Next as well.
I think, I don't know if that's a coincidence or not, to be honest about it, because we find value in representing different types of racing at the same time from the same building. There's a lot of not necessarily cross-flow of technology information, but just how you can do things better across the board. We unfortunately don't have a sports car team presently, not for a lack of trying, frankly. It just hasn't happened yet, but it'll happen for the right reason when it does.
Right.
And
Yeah.
we'll be able to take that racecraft back to sports car racing like we once had it, where it was very, very successful.
Yeah.
And that was, if you look back at us, that was people like myself that were open wheel racing that didn't understand how to race more than 2 or 3 hours successfully. And we did figure it out. So I think it's never detracted from us. We've always been successful doing it. But I think you have to measure what you're doing every day with the people that work on the product, manage the product, and drive the product.
Right. And since the reduction to 3 entries in IndyCar, has that made your life easier as as a manager, or is there an extra layer of complication because you're actually having to also sift through the details that are coming from your partners, Meyer Shank Racing?
The Meyer-Shank relationship, first of all, has been very, very positive. I'm not gonna give you a PR statement. I'm gonna tell you the reality of where we are with that. It's a two-way stream, and it isn't just trading technical information. It creates free thinking, because what happens when you have a partnership with somebody? The partnership should be two-way, not one way.
Absolutely.
And what it should do is enlighten you as a group of people about what you're doing every day. Because you're now not your mind is not closed. It's more open to listening to what other people do and how they process things. And so that in itself has been very rewarding, I believe, for both sides on an equalized basis. Here's the reality of IndyCar racing to me, and maybe I shouldn't say this, but I will. IndyCar, the sanctioning body at IndyCar, is trying to save us from ourselves financially. And the reason is very simple. It's been very, very hard with the reality of attendance numbers and television numbers up to this point. And it's making very positive progress now, which is terrific. But it's been very, very hard to find the kind of commercial money that we want to have to be proper race teams. So what IndyCar did, the one thing that they have done is they've reduced our testing time, our time to test.
Yeah.
And so the race weekends are really test weekends, and then a race breaks out. Having the ability, the charter system has reduced that ability because we can't run additional cars. So every moment that we run now becomes more and more important, and we have to redirect ourselves to understand what we're actually doing.
Right.
The charter system in itself slowed our progress down in that regard. Having a relationship with another race team does help in that regard, because you have more teams testing on a race weekend, if that makes sense to everybody.
Yeah.
I don't know if it actually does, from the inside, talking to the outside world here. So that's really helped us, but it's what you compile and how you look at that and how structured you are going forward that makes the difference.
Right. Yeah. I know you're obviously a team, but let's talk about the specialness of Mr. Palou. Can you define for me the difference between the Alex Palou that we see at the tail end of 25 compared with how he was when he arrived with you in 2021? Because I do recall Dale Coyne, with whom he spent his rookie year, telling me he's already a pretty complete driver. So once he gets into a Ganassi car, he's going to be formidable. I don't think anyone expected him to be racking up 4 championships in 5 years, but that's the reality of today. Can you compare him then to now?
Sure. First of all, I would say that people probably really didn't understand who Alex Zanardi was. They probably didn't understand who Jimmy Vasser was. They didn't understand who Juan Montoya was. They didn't understand who Scott Dixon was. They didn't understand who Alex Palou was or now has become. When he came to us, what separated him immediately was the fact that he has such a positive attitude, and an attitude that racing is about recovery on the next lap. That's what racing is about. How the athlete immediately erases in their mind what just happened, whether it's good or bad, because they have to do the next lap, they have to do the next corner, they have to do the next pit stop. If it's a test day, you have to fully continue on down the road and not think about what you just did. If it's qualifying, if you were blocked by somebody, everybody talks about these days, and they try to sanction themselves. They try to sanction us from being within 2 seconds of a car and all that. It's none of that. It's immediately mentally being able to be re-upped.
Yes.
And that's who Alex Palou is. Now you combine that with his instincts and his ability, and you match that up then with a team that operates in the same hemisphere, then you see what Alex Palou can do.
Yeah.
And he represents all of us. That's how we work at Chip Ganassi Racing, and he represents all the people that came before him that drove race cars at Chip Ganassi Racing. And I would hope that kids that are currently in karting, that are 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 years old, understand that if they do all of those things in a formative age, they can be where he is today.
Yes, it is extraordinary how mature he is for his age as a driver. And do you think that you foresaw? I know Ricky Davis did. He said this kid's just getting started. I think he said that after his first championship. And I thought, yeah, everyone says that. And now we've seen exactly what he can do. But do you think now that he's got his first oval wins out of the way, do you feel he is now at the complete driver, as we like to say?
I think Rick Davis, when he was on the front end of Alex Zanardi's car, probably said the same thing about Alex Zanardi. So he's seen it, so he understands it, and I think that's a really good revelation by somebody that has worked his entire career to understand the question that you're asking. Yes, I think he's at the front end of something extraordinary. And as Chip says, if a meteor doesn't fall out of the sky and hits him, that can happen. Everything, though, has to continue to line up, and the most important thing for all of us, the most important thing for Alex Palou is to work on today. And not worry about going back and polishing all those trophies, but worry about the space for the next one.
Right.
That's really the key to success for any athlete, for any successful business, for all of us in our personal lives, really. And as long as he does that and we do our job, the sky's the limit.
That's what I'm saying. Yes. Speaking to Scott Dixon towards the end of this year, he was explaining how the hybrid system has particularly punished his driving style to where he does saturate the rear tires. Do you, from not an insider, but kind of like studying both Alex and Scott, would you concur that Alex's driving style, his smoother inputs, have helped separate himself from Scott, and that Scott now has to relearn?
Well, let me say what I've seen with Scott Dixon, because I've been with him. I've been on his timing stand for a long, long time, as you know.
Yeah.
First of all, to answer your question, he'll figure it out. He will. And when he does, I don't care what you say about his maturity. he can beat Alex drum he can beat Alex like a drum if he wants to once he gets to that point, and vice versa. There's no question. But when Dan Weldon turned up at Chip Ganassi Racing, showed up for us to race, I had never, I don't know how to compare him to anybody else as an oval racer. I only know what I saw in him when he showed up. He had such a frictionless drive style. And you looked at the steering traces, you thought he didn't even turn the steering wheel. Extraordinary. On a flat track like Indianapolis, it was unbelievable. Scott Dixon watched that. It drove him nuts. He went crazy trying to figure it out. In about 6 months' time, and that was an all-oval series at the time, really, Scott Dixon became a better Dan Weldon than Dan Weldon was.
Right.
When Dario Franchitti showed up at Chip Ganassi Racing, I'd never seen anybody, and we'd had some pretty good street racers. I'd never seen anybody take a street course apart like Dario Franchitti did at that time. It drove Scott Dixon crazy. It took him a while, but he figured it out. And that's because of the share basis that we have at Chip Ganassi Racing. Open wheel drivers grow up from a very young age being so carnivorous and selfish that they don't listen to their teammates. And we work really in the opposite direction here. So I think that Scott Dixon will learn from his teammate and he'll figure it out. I don't necessarily think that he will change his drive style, but it will make him, by studying what Alex does, a much better race driver. We have a third driver in Kiffin Simpson.
Yep.
Whose drive style now is very close to Alex Pallot's.
Oh, interesting.
So I find that very, very interesting because he's found the measure of that. And he's still learning to be a race driver.
Yes.
But I think on the inside, you see that. On the outside, you question what's going on.
Yeah. I mean, there's no better tutors to have, really, than Alex Pallot and Scott Dixon. They're the best possible teachers. But yes, one has to be open to absorbing that and not just striding out in your own direction. As far as I see a couple of people chiming in, asking you to explain what the charter system is. Can you
I'm not sure this week is the week we want to talk about that, David.
Yeah, well, quite. But can you explain what it is without? Yeah, let's just do that in an apolitical way.
Well, I don't know. Based on what I've seen this week, I'm not sure I should say anything because I've unfortunately been involved in some court cases recently where I didn't really, I really wasn't too excited about that either. The charter system, it has great benefit for us as a race team because it provides value going forward. And I think what it actually does is it provides an avenue for either potential promoters or promoters to realize that they have a very, very strong field to promote on race weekends. It's allowed us an opportunity to have Fox Sports more involved in our program.
Yeah.
If 2 or 3 years ago, you would have said that you would have a major television network put us back on network and then go to the effort they've gone to promote our brand, which they have done, and then buy into the series itself. They would have said you were from Mars.
Yeah.
So I think that is the tip of the iceberg of where this thing is going because of the charter system. Mr. Penske doesn't look at short term. He looks at long term. That's why he's become successful away from racing. That's why he's been successful in racing because he's brought that across the board to INDYCAR racing once again. If you recall, he was one of the architects of the kart program which had a franchise system. The reason they had the franchise system is for exactly the same reasons we have the charter system today. So I believe in it. We certainly support it. And our people do, our partners do. I think it's just starting. It's just starting. I think if we're together again 3 or 4 years again, we could talk about that progress.
Right, right. I wanted to ask on the, because you mentioned Roger, I wondered if there is a particular benefit to the fact that while Roger has 10 zillion other business commitment, your team is run by someone for whom running the team is his job. Yeah, I mean, Chip's a special guy, but he's utterly dedicated and doesn't really focus on anything, except winning. Do you think there is a notable benefit for that? And why aren't there more people that do that? People have lots of other distractions. Some of your rivals have lots of other distractions while also trying to lead a group. Chip's just racing. Do you think that's when results like this is an example of that outlook paying off?
I think I understand the question. I'm trying to understand how to answer it. Well, first of all, Chip Ganassi is a sole proprietor. If you think about it like that.
Yeah.
He doesn't have different businesses that he manages or has people manage for him. He has one business.
Yeah.
So yes, he's all in. He's all in. He's passionate, energetic, and one of the strongest things that he has going for us at Chip Ganassi Racing is he is a great forecaster. He sees things coming well before they do happen, and we're more prepared perhaps than other sole proprietor businesses because of it.
Okay.
I would be willing to bet that if he ran a sole proprietor business in another industry, it would be very successful.
Right.
And Roger Penske started out probably in a very similar manner. He chose industrial networking to expand that footprint, that business. I think that Mr. Penske, if he just ran a race team, you'd see the same results.
Right.
So I think they're very different in what they want to achieve for themselves. And they've both been very successful at what they've done.
Hugely successful. I mean, the span of success, from Chip getting the assets of Patrick Racing and then, basically accumulating all these championships in such a narrow space of time comparative to Penske is, I think, to a lot of people shocking. I think you're right, absolutely, about how forward-thinking Ganassi is in terms of he does seem to make the right moves at the right time. I don't think for example, the Reynard Honda Firestone combo, I don't think anyone else saw that was going to be so kick-ass good in the late 90s, and yet he did and fully exploited that dominance. Do you think that there's an attitude within your staff that there's also there's never a sense of panic I don't get with Ganassi? I've always felt that you are the kings of the turnaround. Like if you guys start off free practice, in kind of like 8th and 9th, and maybe only qualify 6th and 7th, I still feel there's an air of inevitability that at some point there's going to be a Ganassi car at the front of the field. Like it feels like no one's safe, and it's not to do with it's not to do with being strategically lucky with yellows. It's because that car by Sunday or Saturday night is absolutely at the peak of its ability, and there just seems to be a calm, kind of unruffled look to Ganassi that I don't think any other team emulates. Is that how it is?
That is, yeah. In one sentence, you've said it. I think there might have been an and in there. I think what makes Chip Ganassi believes that you should never give up.
Mm-hmm.
Number one. That permeates who we are. If we qualify 7th, we can race in 7th place.
Yeah.
Some people would be very satisfied with that. We're not. We try to find a way to win. When we were at Laguna Seca a few years ago and we were penalized, we could discuss the penalty. It doesn't really matter at this point. We were penalized in a first or second lap incident or on a restart at the beginning of the race.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, we with Scott Dixon. I'm riding with him there. I thought it was unfair, but that's beside the point. We were put to the back of the pack at the beginning of the race.
Yes.
On a racetrack at the time where the tires probably couldn't stay under you for more than 4 or 5 laps. And Scott said to me on the radio right before the restart, "What do you think?" I said, "We can win a race." And he said, "I know we can." And I think that's the attitude that we have at Chip Ganassi Racing throughout the entire group of people that work, the people that work in the building that never travel, the people that work in the building that travel, and all the partners that turn up for the race weekend or watch us on television. That's how we've always raced cars. So qualifying 7th is not the end of the world.
Your system.
Mike, fascinating interview. I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm the timekeeper here.
Okay, good.
And we could have listened to you for another 6 hours easily. And
okay.
I mean, your wisdom, your expertise, is fascinating. So thank you so much for being with us today. David, great interview as well. So we're going to dive directly into our next sessions because it's already, the 31 minutes here. So stay with us. We're going to be talking motorcycle. Next, we're going to bring Brad Gilly, or, very special host with us any second. And then we are going to bring Moto America with us. Good morning, Brad. How are you?
I'm awesome. How are you doing this morning, Francis?
Good. Excellent. So we're running just a minute behind. We're going to bring Chuck Axland with us any second. Chuck is the president of Moto America. And we are going to start the interview with a video. So I'm going to ask our producer to run the video directly, and then we'll dive into the interview.
It's the 2025 season kickoff. Straightaway comes the number 6 Cameron Beaubier. He takes his Tyler Cycle BMW to a win, the maiden win in 2025.
Trying to make this fast.
So there goes Cameron Beaubier, and you can hear
doing that. That's just giving guys hope, and you see Bobby Vaughn.
5 wins in a row for Bobby Vaughn.
Championship, and he gets it done with a win.
Well, Chuck, I would say that was a pretty exciting reel of all the great things happening in Moto America right now. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great, Brad. Yeah, it looks fun, doesn't it?
It looks like a lot of fun. And hey, we appreciate you coming back on with us again this year as well. For those who don't know, Chuck Axland is the COO of Moto America. A lot of exciting racing happening with events sanctioned by the AMA and the FIM as well. 7 different classes and a lot of really cool things that you guys have had going on, and really what Moto America has built and expanded upon over the past several years as well.
Yeah, it's we just finished up our 11th season, I believe, and heading into our 12th. We took the series over in 2015, and every year it gets a little bit better. We're getting fans back at the racetrack. Our TV footprint's growing. Our social media really is off the charts. We have over, we're getting close to 5 million followers across all the different forms of social media. I have one of those silver, 100,000 follower YouTube plaques that our social media team gave us, and we're getting close to getting the gold one for 1 million. So everything's working well. This year we had the largest ever attended motorcycle race at Road America, which a lot of people could speculate about, hey, when are you guys going to be as good as the heyday of motorcycle superbike racing? And for drawing audiences like that, I could vouch that we're pretty much there again. So everything's working well.
Yeah, I would say so. You bring up a lot of really cool things, and by the way, congratulations on especially those social media honors and those numbers you hit. That is a big thing, and it's great to see when things really start going up, how much more vertical that starts to get, and how quickly. So you guys have done an amazing job. You mentioned Road America. You had the New Jersey Superbike finale, a lot of different things as well. Any other highlights stand out for you from the 2025 season?
No, just in any series, you hope the championship comes down to the final round, and you mentioned New Jersey. We had a triple header at our final race at New Jersey Motorsports Park, and we had 3 riders in contention for the final. There was a lot of drama, a lot of good racing, a lot of close competition, and Cameron Beaubier ended up as a 6-time champion. So it was kind of a dream season in that aspect, and it really is building a lot of momentum for 2026. We have a lot of interest in the superbike class in particular. Graham Rahal already announced that he's going to run PJ Jacobsen on a superbike next year. We have the Strack Racing team that's elevating Matthew Skoltz to the superbike program. Orange Cat, the Stock 1000 champions are coming on board. So next year is really going to be an excellent season for us.
Yeah, I do want to talk about Cameron Beaubier as a BMW rider myself. I think it's kind of cool to see him, get another title. But seeing, someone you mentioned 6 times, and I always think of, okay, what can elevate athletes to more superstar status? We have a lot of people who are highly competitive, and then what happens when you elevate an athlete enough to where they start to get recognition really outside of the walls of your sport? We look at the NASCAR side, we look at the INDYCAR side, and a lot of different things. The more and more titles someone wins, good thing or a bad thing? How do you look at something like that, dominance?
I think it just depends on the season. If in my past life, I ran Kenny Roberts' MotoGP team, and we were there when Mick Doohan won 14 races in the season, and everybody thought, wow, that's the way he dominated races was pretty boring. But then you look back on it, and you have a lot of respect for the work that he put in and the way he rode. But I think what was interesting this year, it wasn't a walk for anybody really. Bobby Fong won a lot of races. We had a lot of different winners. We have 5 manufacturers that are all in the hunt, week in and week out. So, what to me, one of the most impressive things about a guy like Cameron is, how do you motivate yourself to go for 7 and to pick yourself up and do the work in the wintertime and get prepared. To me, that's one of the most impressive things that champions like that, put forth.
Yeah, and the qualities that we see in champions and a lot of similarities in the work that they put in and the dedication is always incredible. Let's talk about, look, moving forward, obviously we can talk about the end of the season and we'll talk about some of the great things as well, but also looking ahead to a season next year. What are we seeing so far from ticket sales to camping and all of that when you guys are ready to kick off in March at Daytona?
Yeah, well, we actually just got our camping renewals out, and the response has been really spectacular. Our days are truly 3-day events, and the campers arrive there on Thursday. So I would give some advice to anybody that's planning on camping at one of the events. They should get their tickets early to make sure you got a spot, because few places they will sell out this year. Our overall GA tickets and VIP tickets and so forth, I believe they go on sale this Friday. And yeah, so we're looking forward to next year.
Mm-hmm. And that's another important thing. I don't know how much we've necessarily talked about it when it comes to promoting events and ticket sales and a lot of different things. And depending on what you're doing, your world may depend a lot upon pre-sale. Your world may depend a lot upon the weather and what the gate is. But how do you decide, Chuck, of, when to put them on sale, what you're looking at? You mentioned camping just goes on sale. What are some key factors for you guys to make sure that that they hit things on target?
Well, it's just first building consistency in our calendar is a key thing. And again, we've been doing this for over 10 years, and so we have great relationships with all the tracks that we work with. And once we get our agreements done, it helps obviously to get tickets on sale as soon as we can. So having that consistency, having the consistent dates. Now we got families and friends that plan their vacations to go to our event. So they're chomping at the bit this time of year, asking us, hey, when's the renewals going out, and when can we get signed up? So yeah, it's just a lot of planning, preparation, working with good partners, and getting things lined up, and then you pull the plug and away you go.
Yeah, for sure. All right. Well, the 2026 season does kick off in Daytona, as I mentioned, March 5th through 7th. Let's talk about the Daytona 200 and how things are shaping up.
Yeah, Daytona 200. This will be, I believe, our fourth turn at taking over the event. We decided for 2026 to turn it back into a national championship points paying round. Up until 2014, that was the norm, I guess. So we're working with Frank Kelleher and the fine folks at the Speedway to help bring back the kind of prestige of the 200. We have a few things that are probably going to be announced here pretty soon. Some added incentives for the teams, for the racers. We have a lot of international interest coming back. Looks like the World Endurance Championship team's going to come out with a couple entries. There's inquiries from Australia, the UK, and so really it's turning into what we hope, a big preseason kickoff in a similar manner that Daytona 500 is to NASCAR. It's a big international gathering, first of the year. It's going to be our best against the world's best, and yeah, we're really looking forward to it.
Yeah, well, I like the fact that you talk about really bringing back the prestige. Not that it was never prestigious, but the point is, when you think about Daytona Bike Week, you think really a lot about what's actually going on there on the racetrack as well. And it seems like now the tide is sort of shifting back to that, hey, this is more than just, a lot of different things happening around the beach and all of that stuff. What's happening actually at Daytona International Speedway is sort of like the hub of all of this.
No, 100%. And the Daytona 200 is kind of the linchpin of the race weekend, but we also have the King of the Baggers, the Twins Cup, and the Super Hooligans that participate, and the Hooligans class is building year on year. And last year we had an entry from the Arch Motorcycle Gang, which is owned by Keanu Reeves, so he's turning up at our events. They're actually filmed a docu-series that should be released pretty soon on his adventures in Moto America, so to speak. And Daytona last year was their first round, and I think when people tune in and see what actually happened to them and where they progressed from race one to the end of the season, it's a really good story. So it's great to see more manufacturers getting involved. It gives them a different platform in that class. And like I said, there's also nothing like watching the King of the Baggers 3 abreast on the banks doing about 190 miles an hour. So that event is it's a lot of fun. Fingers crossed the weather holds out. We've been blessed the last few years with good weather, so it's a great spot to start our year.
Yeah, and look, I love the King of the Baggers. I love the fact you mentioned Keanu Reeves and Arch Motorcycles. What Keanu and Gard Hollinger have been able to build there,
Yeah.
with really started out as a I almost hate to use the word custom, more like boutique, bespoke motorcycle company. But now for them to bring it into the racing world, this really seems to be just such a great next step in the evolution of that brand.
No, for sure. Guard and Kiana, they have experience obviously building the bikes for customers, but as anybody knows that's watching these programs throughout the week, once you decide to, enter in competition, the whole story changes. And like I said, their first event last year had a lot of drama, and at the end, I think they had a top, 5 or 6 result. And it's funny because, through every practice session, every qualifying, the first race, second race, you could see the results getting better and building up. And I think the very first practice session, they didn't even make a lap. They had an issue, and which led to the rider falling down. But I mentioned to Keanu, it's racing's a little bit like golf. You don't play very well for 17 holes, you birdie the 18th, and then you have to go back, right? So he's yeah, they're a good presence in the paddock, and that kind of project, it's fun to watch the evolution of it for sure.
Yeah, well, and speaking of evolution, you also mentioned the King of the Baggers, and I know we talked about it last year, and I'm so fascinated by this series. I think it's really cool to see people's attitude go from you can't take these and go race them to they're not race bikes to wow, these are really nice race bikes, and these are six-figure race bikes to
Yeah.
even Harley putting out a special production, limited production of things like that, and different things you can go. Where are we with the evolution right now and its continuing popularity?
No, it's definitely a unique sport. It's something that you look at and it probably doesn't look like it should be on a racetrack, but the way that those bikes have evolved, over the last 4 or 5 years, the factories have put a lot of effort into it. It's a true Harley Davidson versus Indian war. And it's funny because the championships flip-flop year in, year out. One year Harley will win, next year Indian will win. Harley is the champion from this year, so Indian's gone through some changes. They just recently announced Terry Vance has taken over their program with 3 riders, and Terry's got a great reputation for building some quality bikes and winning not only in drag racing but in motorcycle road racing in the past. So those bikes will continue to evolve. If anything, we would like to slow them down a little bit, but it's hard to keep those engineers, you know, held back. And but they're putting on a great show, and we look forward to more this year.
Yeah, for sure. Hey, look, one of the best things about racing, Chuck, is the cat and mouse game between
Exactly.
engineering and sometimes putting things in check, right?
Yep, definitely. But like Mike Cole said earlier, sometimes you gotta protect the teams from themselves a little bit, because especially a bike like that, the cost could get out of control. And it's Teague Dane, our technical director, has done a good job on balancing them and trying to contain some costs where they can, just to keep the affordability there, which it's borderline. Those bikes are very expensive. They're beautiful machines. If anybody gets a chance when they come out to our race, take a look at them. There's a lot of cool looking parts on them. So it's a great addition to our program, and it's 5 years ago, you told us we'd be seeing as many baggers as we do out the racetrack, we would have laughed at you. But it's a great addition. Our parade laps now are 95% baggers going out and taking a lap with a few sport bikes. But so it's fun to have them out there, and I think the bagger community is also discovering superbike racing along the way too. So it's introducing our sport to a whole nother crowd.
Yeah, that's really cool. So, Chuck, last year, the introduction of the Talent Cup class. Can you talk about that program and its connection to the MotoGP World Championship as well?
Yeah, for sure. It's from the onset, one of our goals, myself, Richard Varner, Terry Cargus, Wayne Rainey, obviously, was to. I mean, the inception of Moto America came along because Richard asked Wayne the question, "Where's the next American World Champion going to come from?" So one thing led to another, and we ended up taking over the series AMA Superbike class and rebranding it Moto America. Since that time, we've tried to find the right platform to help young riders, give them opportunity to progress. And And last season we started the Talent Cup. It's more of a Grand Prix type motorcycle built by a German manufacturer called Kramer. It's got a 350 KTM engine. It's about the closest thing you can get to a Moto 3 type bike. The age for riders to compete in that starts at 14 years old. And basically, we've worked out a deal with Dorna that we could send up to 5 competitors from that category over to the Red Bull Rookies tryouts. And, if our riders are lucky enough to get through the Red Bull Rookies, then, that could lead to better opportunities for the future. So we sent a group, I think it was a group of 4 kids over this year, and none of them quite made it to the Red Bull Rookies, final, but they learned a lot with that experience, and I think they're going to come back, and they've seen what the Spanish are doing and what kind of needs to be done to move further. But again, it's we have in place that opportunity for these young kids, and it is an official Road to MotoGP program. So we're expecting good things. The importance of that is pretty significant. With Liberty Media, buying Dorna essentially. I know part of their mission as well is to get more Americans on the World Championship scene. We have Yamaha supporting a team in this Talent Cup, Honda supporting 2 riders, Ducati's involved, and we got my old boss Kenny Roberts back in the paddock, and he ran Cody Kopp last year, and I know he's looking forward to next year as well. So we're looking forward to seeing what comes out of it down the road. We saw this year couple young talents that have already, progressed to different places within the Moto America series. So it's proven a good stepping stone.
That really is awesome. And you mentioned a couple of names like, Caden Roberts and Wayne Rainey. We have another 3-time world champion coming up a little bit later on today in Freddie Spencer.
Yeah.
And, he's had some great things to say about you too, Chuck, by the way, in conversations we've had. So it's great when you see an American presence on that world stage as well.
No, for sure, and we want to get more in there, and I think it's important to this country, and to have more American presence over there, and one time with Wayne, Kenny, their area, Freddie, obviously, we were dominant in that World Championship arena. I spent 20 years in that paddock as well, and I was, I lived through part of that, and it'd be great to get back to at least, seeing that national anthem or hearing that national anthem, sing out again on the top step of the MotoGP podium.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Let's continue to talk about young riders. There are a lot of them on the grid right now, Chuck. And who are you most interested to watch challenge the Super Sport and Superbike championships this year?
Cameron Bobier's teammate on the Ducati is going to be Ben Smith. Ben really came up through our system with our Junior Cup program, the KTM RC 390 Cup, when we started back in 2015-16. I think he was one of our early champions, and he's really getting a good shot on great equipment. I think he's only 25 years old, although he seems like he's been around forever. But I'm excited to see what he could do with some top level equipment. Sean Dillon Kelly, he's progressed well since he came back from Moto 2. I think I think what he's going to be riding will be announced probably next week or so. But you got that. Those 2 guys are relatively young, and then if you move down to the super sport class, you got some great young riders coming up. Blake Davis, Kayla Yakov on the Rahal team is a good one to watch. She's a go-getter. I expect some a few more podiums and fighting for the championship next year from her. And Alexandro Di Mario, he was our Talent Cup champion last year. He's also got a ride on the Rahal Ducati team, and he's a huge talent. So I expect to see him in the mix in that class too.
Yeah, that's going to be that's going to be pretty neat. Going back to the schedule, when you guys start in March at Daytona, you're racing at least once a month, and the schedule spans from Daytona to Washington, to Texas, to the Midwest. You mentioned Road America, Barber, so many different venues where we can watch Moto America. What can you tell us about building that schedule and being able to hit so many parts of the country?
Well, I think it's important to be, in various regions of the country and expose as many people as you can to the sport. Also, we're able to, like I mentioned earlier, we have some great track partners. we're at all the major tracks across the states, Circuit of the Americas, Laguna Seca, Road America, Mid-Ohio. So we're all, that plus obviously Daytona, a few others. So we're at key places. We returned to VIR last year, or this year, I must say. We're right on the edge of this year, next year, last year, I guess. So, and we actually, our attendance at VIR was probably 30% up than when we left 3 or 4 years ago. So it's great to tap into all these different regions across the states. Makes us a more national series, really. And we take a lot of effort in the planning to try and not crisscross the country due to the expense of doing that, obviously. And I think we got a nice layout for the schedule. So.
How has the manufacturer support been? I know we've mentioned a lot of different brands already from, the baggers. You talk about Ducati and a lot of different things going on from that side of things. What does the paddock look like in terms of whether it be OEM or suppliers?
Yeah, I think we were pretty surprised this year when we started the season, because when our first race back in 2015, I think we had probably 4 tractor trailer rigs in the paddock. And when we took a look at it there this year at Road Atlanta, I think there's over 20, and I know there's going to be more this year. So a lot of that is a bit from manufacturer support. The manufacturers are interested. The Superbike class, like I mentioned, there's 5 manufacturers that support teams, Ducatis, Yamaha, Suzuki. We got Honda back in the paddock. They got two riders on 2 separate teams. That's going to continue into next year. BMW's obviously the defending champion, so they were well supported. But then you get in the Harley and Indian and the Hooligans class, with Arch, and we got a few other surprises coming into that. Not only gas, but we got electric manufacturer that's coming in with, tied to the Orange Cat team. So, yeah, what we've really become with the different classes, really, everything from non-fairing race bikes to baggers, Freddie's Build Train Race program with Royal Enfield. It's really our weekends are turning into more of motorcycle happenings than just a super bike race, which is it's bringing all genres of motorcyclists to one meeting point, and I think that's something that's been very attractive to the manufacturers, and hopefully we'll see their continued growth for the future.
Yeah, speaking of growth, what advice would you give, or maybe what experiences can you share about growth? Because you talk about starting, we had 15 haulers coming in, and that's great. And all of a sudden, maybe the next time you get 25, and there comes a point where it's like, okay, this has gone from fun to, all right, now we got to make some decisions and move some things around and change our logistics to really manage it. So what would you tell someone about that?
Overall, it's just hard work, actually, to help achieve that growth. But yeah, we're at the breaking point now where, we're looking at the number of classes we run on a weekend, because we've outgrown, a couple of the paddocks, even though that we have these, we're at the first rate, world-class facilities, we've outgrown their paddocks. So we're looking at different ways of how to manage the show, how to present the best look, but also giving all the classes an opportunity to race at different places across the country. So sometimes that ends up splitting the schedule up, having one class run 5 times and another class running 5 times at different locations. So it's a challenge, but it's a good challenge. And actually it's the same with the spectators. This year at New Jersey Motorsports Park for our season finale, we had about a 30% increase in number of spectators. And unfortunately they had, the parking was full in the infield and in the surrounding areas, and we had people having to walk in about, a mile. We were trying to, scurry for shuttles and all kinds of stuff. So that caught us a little bit is a bit of surprise for us, but we'll be more prepared for it coming into next year. And it's a good surprise, when we got that many fans wanting to come out and see our events. It's, the hard work is paying off. So.
Well, Chuck, thank you for joining us again this year. And as a motorcyclist, thank you for the hard work that you and your team have put into not only having very well organized events, but also well promoted events and the growth of motorcycling here in America. You guys have a lot to do with it, so it's appreciated.
Well, I appreciate that, Brad, the kind words, and come on out. We'll put you on the back of a super bike. Got to get you out soon.
I'll join you with Brad. I'll be there.
All right. Yeah, you guys are all welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. A great interview. Stay with us. We'll run a short video from our sponsors and we'll be right back with you.
When it comes to pushing the limits of performance, the pros know there's no room for compromise. At Crowder Cams, we don't just engineer camshafts and valve train components, we redefine what power means. Since 1955, Crowder Cams has been the name trusted by racers, engine builders, and gearheads around the globe. Whether you're building a street machine, a dragster, or a track car, Crowder Cams provides the muscle you need to dominate. And with Crowder, victory is within your reach.
Not all trailer cabinets are built for the long road ahead. Aluminum Econo trailer cabinets from C-Tech Manufacturing are engineered to last and ready to ship today. Each Econo cabinet is packed with exclusive features like motion latch drawers and gasket lock countertops, all made under one roof in our Wisconsin headquarters. Shop Econo online today.
If you're watching this video, you might be wondering, what is WPC? WPC is a surface treatment designed to reduce friction and increase the strength of metal parts. As much as it might seem like a coating, WPC is actually a surface treatment. Think of it like shot painting, but the media is much finer, like talc. So what you're left with is a super hard, smooth surface that actually has some proprietary dry lubricants embedded within it. For more information, visit WPCtreatment.com.
Thank you and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2025. This is day 4. Taro Koki is with us.
Good morning.
We're going to travel to France for the next session. I'm delighted to bring two great guys from France who put together an amazing event. And I'm not going to say more about it. We're going to let Taro tell us a bit more about this great organization. So I see Alexandre and Antoine.
Hi, everyone.
Good afternoon to you.
Hey, guys.
We have a video to start the interview, so we'll run the video and then Taro, you'll be in charge.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Je pense à toi. Est-ce que tu penses à nous? Ça fait un mois, une fois que j'écris l'histoire, un book. Et quand je pense à toi, est-ce que tu penses je pense à toi. Est-ce que tu penses à nous? Ça fait un mois, une fois que j'écris l'histoire, un book. Et quand je pense à toi, est-ce que tu penses je pense à toi. Est-ce que tu penses à nous? Ça fait un mois, une fois que j'écris l'histoire, un book. Et quand je pense à toi, est-ce que tu penses pense à nous, ça fait au moins 1000 fois que j'écris l'histoire en boucle. Et quand je pense à toi, est-ce que tu penses à nous? Ça fait au moins 1000 fois que j'écris l'histoire en boucle. Et quand je pense à toi, est-ce que tu penses à nous? Ça fait au moins 1000 fois que j'écris l'histoire en boucle. Et quand je pense à toi, est-ce que tu penses à nous? Ça fait au moins 1000 fois que j'écris l'histoire en boucle. Et quand je pense à toi, est-ce que tu penses à nous? Ça fait au moins 1000 fois que j'écris l'histoire en boucle. Et quand je pense à toi, est-ce que tu penses à nous? Ça fait
Well, thank you for that. What a great
You're welcome.
clip. If you
It's
just
always lots of emotion when we see it again, because it's not so long ago. We finished the GP was on the 5th of October, so it's a bit
okay.
2 months, so not too far.
Yeah. If you just look at the opening cuts, you wonder if this is if I'm watching the crowd from Le Mans or something. It's such a huge crowd. But we know I've done a little bit of research, and I've been really looking forward to speaking with you guys because if it's about creators and motorsports, I'm all about that. So.
Tara, thank you for having us anyway, participating in the event. It's an honor for us to be part of this because we are from the entertainment world, we're not from the motorsport world. So it's great that you guys consider us participating to this webinar.
Oh, of course. So let's start. You want to briefly introduce yourselves?
Yeah, of course. I'm Alex. I'm part of Bump. Bump is the influence agency that's behind the GP Explorer, and I'm in charge of all the international aspects of GP Explorer or Bump.
And I'm Antoine. Nice to meet you, sales director of the GP Explorer, in charge of the brand partnership, as we had more than 50 brand partners on this event.
Excellent.
As Alex said, thank you very much. We're delighted to be here.
Yeah, great.
It's not perfect. Well, I'm very happy to be here.
It's a very good English. He speaks very well English. He's too shy.
Well, so GP Explorer is this massive influencer-led motorsport event, right, in France.
Yes.
It's created by YouTuber, correct?
Yes,
originally, right?
That who's the most important YouTuber in France.
Mm-hmm. And it basically brings together top French content creators. They train for it and they compete in this final event, right? Tell me about GP Explorer. Like, how did it come about, and how did this event go?
Yeah, that's a very good question, Tara. Thank you. So basically, what happened is in 2022, it was post-COVID, so COVID was finished. Squeezy watched Drive to Survive on Netflix, and he wasn't into motorsport at that time, but he started being interested in motorsport. So at that time, he said, "Oh, it would be great to do an event of Formula 2, 4. We didn't have or karting event with friends, and to invite people coming and watch it." So it was just an idea that was set, and the idea was transformed one day where we had the chance of partnering with the ACO, which is the French organization, the FFSA. FFSA is a training is training for from the French Motorsport Federation. There's pilots like Pierre Gasly who went there.
Yes.
And there's another one also.
It was Gasly
and I think the one that's now I don't remember his name. He just signed at Red Bull.
Ajar, no.
No, Ajar wasn't there.
No, he
anyway,
wasn't there.
Well, Pierre Gasly. So they had the motivation also to touch a younger audience. So that was their goal, and so they saw an opportunity in partnering with us in creating the first event, which was in 2022, and it was in Le Mans. So
great, and so you've had a couple events since then as well.
We had that's the third. We had 3 editions. So I don't know if you want to say a few words, Antoine, on the first.
Yeah, sure. Actually, as Alex said, he started after COVID, but the first edition, we wanted to maybe show some real example and results. We had for the first edition, we had 40,000 people on site. We were pretty happy about it because it was such. I mean, we sold everything, like all the tickets in a few minutes. So it was such a surprise for us. And the result was also a big surprise because we made 1 million live viewer on Twitch. Which was top 5 worldwide at that time. So yeah, we were pretty happy about it.
I can also add on the first edition that we weren't really prepared to be that successful. Basically, we knew it was when we put the tickets online, everything was sold out. But the atmosphere that was around this first edition was incredible. Even the organizer of Le Mans, that they used to do big events, 24-hour Le Mans, they said that they've rarely seen such an engaged audience. Didn't have any troublemaker, everything was fine. So it led to this second edition.
But yeah, the important thing to say actually, because we're talking about the people on site and all the attendees, and we actually made the 20,000 more of so 60,000 in total for the second edition. So but the interesting thing when we look at it, that most of the people who actually went there were actually not so aware of the motorsport. They didn't know anything about it. I mean, the trend on Netflix with Drive to Survive was actually helping us, of course, but mostly they came to support their content creators. The content creators they are actually following every day. That's something new. We managed to bring all these people on the 20. To the Circuit Bugatti, the 25 hours of Le Mans. But most of them actually were not in Formula 4, not at all. That's something also the ACO, so the people actually managing all the our partner, as Alex said earlier, were actually quite surprised, and that's also their main objective, and that's why we began this partnership, because they were also trying to get a younger audience.
So we created really a kind of festival basically on the second edition, and the third edition, which was the final edition, because it's the last. That's what we called it, the last race, because it's the last edition in this format. We can talk a bit afterwards about what is going to come next. But this third edition, we did it in 3 days. It was really on the same trend as what we do with Formula One, with qualification, etc. And we had 200,000 tickets sold for the 3 days, and we had a massive impact with more than 1.2 million people on French national TV. For the first time, it was broadcasted on French national TV. We also partners with US creators, and also Latin American speaking creators. So it was the first one that it went really international. So we had US creators participating on the event and casting on Twitch, and same for Spanish Latam creators that were casting on Twitch and were participating to the events.
Yeah, that's a challenge that you guys just mentioned, is how to bring in a new audience,
Yes.
a non-motorsport audience, right, into motorsports, and a younger audience, right? That's really the drive to survive. Was obviously, I think we've probably during these race industry week, every session has mentioned drive to survive, but it's sort of a template. But you guys, I think you were able to merge the creator culture with real motorsports.
Yes.
What did you learn the most though? Like how did you think after doing 3 events? Like what is your main learning from this?
That's a very good question. Basically, I want to add that all the creators that participate for each edition, they are not pilots, so they are amateur. So they had to go through a full training session, a real training session. So what?
Some of them didn't even have their
driving
license.
That's true. Some of them had to have the driving license and then have to.
Actually, that's something.
Yeah, what we learn and what we try to show to the audience is that it's a very technical sport. It's you need to train. You need also how to say the mechanical, all the mechanical aspects is very important, because there's an example in the third race, the last race, one of the pilots crashed the engine. And so normally in normal rules he wouldn't be able to go back, but we are here for entertainment. So basically they stopped the race, they went back, and the mechanics managed to repair the car in 30 minutes. So it was really, we were very happy to highlight some probably jobs that people don't know about, and I think that I was really impressed. I didn't know a lot about motorsport and everything before starting this amazing experience, but I learned a lot, and I think that Antoine too, and I think that many people learned a lot about what is the motorsport world, and I guess this is really what came out of it.
Yeah, and maybe we could also add something, because actually we were talking about how proud we were to actually manage to get a partnership with the national French TV, but actually we were like 1.2 million for the, on the Sunday, so on the day of the main race, but actually it is higher. This audience was actually higher numbers than the Singapore F1 GP was actually happening in the same weekend. So it was quite also a nice surprise for us, and because maybe in the US you have the different metrics and results. So it was I think it was interesting also to add this comparison.
Yeah, but I also think to add what Antoine was saying, that the warmness of the motorsport industry, they welcome us. I mean, we had even I remember Formula One pilots that watched the event that was saying that's awesome what you guys are doing. So it was really it was really welcome, I would say. So we were really happy to be in just a little bit for just 3 events. We were a bit part of the motorsport world, and we were very happy about it.
Yeah, actually, this final edition, because actually this third edition was named the GP Explorers, the last race, and discuss about the reason of this final race later. But actually, what we really wanted to do was to make it like a real Formula One Grand Prix. I mean, at least we wanted to try. So of course we had some practice, we had some qualifying, of course the main race, but we also had 2 concerts, and we were actually pretty proud, because we managed to get actually it was 90,000 people at the concert. So it is pretty amazing because this is actually a record for us in France for a concert actually outside like a festival. Also, and it was inside on the circuit also. So it was also, and that's also why for us it was really something important to merge the entertainment aspects with and we said it earlier with the with also like all the competitive aspects also and the technical aspects of this Formula 4
that's
race.
true, because it was entertainment, but there was still some competition behind, so people wanted to win.
Oh yes,
but in a nice way.
There's an event called Grid Life here in the United States where they combine a music festival with grassroots motorsport event, and it's wildly popular here, and they attract young audiences just like you guys. Do you think this format or your type of event would be successful here in the United States?
I definitely think it would, because you guys have the entertainment culture, right? I mean, you've done so many awesome events, and you have so many. I mean, you have NBA, NFL, NHRA, everything. So I mean, you're used to it. So I guess something like that could work. I don't know when. Probably somebody's going to do it. We have nothing to announce today.
Okay.
But actually the most important is also to find a real team of content creators, because that's actually the key. We are pretty proud here in France to be able to realize that we have most of the biggest content creators here in France are all together. They are friends together. I mean, this is
they were really hyped about the event. So, and we started to do an little international event, because we had, people from the US attending. They started talking about it. So I know that many creators in the US talked about this event. And they said it was awesome, that they didn't believe it was done by content creators on the French market. But it was us. So we managed to do it. But I definitely think that that something equivalent can surely be done in the US without any doubt.
Yeah, I mean, collaboration is really key in this new creator economy. So I think creators are very open to collaborating and challenging new things with their peers. So I think you guys have sort of built this new category where we can call it creator-driven motorsport. But where do you see? So what's next for you guys, and where do you see this entire category expanding or evolving over the next few years?
Yeah, actually, the GP Explorer brand will actually evolve. Like for this, we said it, but for this third edition, it was also the last. It was not like we had to reach. I don't know. We have reached everything we wanted within this original format. So it was, we think it was the right moment to conclude it. And the next steps are quite exciting, because after closing this trilogy, we can say it like this. We wanted to build something with deeper impact. And when I say we, I should say Squeezie, because actually this is this event and also this brand and these three big events come from only one person. I mean, Squeezie, Luca Ochar, for his real name, actually is behind everything. This is his idea, his vision also. So we are here to follow his vision, and so he made a few interviews in like the past few months, and also like we are actually working on it. It's we definitely want to create a league, a real like the GP Explorer League. And it actually starts from a reality. I think everyone in motorsport knows it's extremely difficult for young people to access a professional career. Actually, this in those categories, and both in terms of visibility and financial resources. So this league aims, I mean, humbly, we'll actually try to do it, but that's our ambition. Try changing that by focusing on talent discovery and support from our content creators, because they would be actually president. They would become president of all teams. And that's the key, the main idea, the main ambition.
If you want, I can jump. I can add
of course.
a few things on that. The Explorer League. This is how we tend to call it, and we hope we call it that way when we're going to officially announce it, because it's just in the pipe. But it's really to detect new talents and to offer the chance to people that don't have the financial resources to be able to have a seat on a professional racing, if it's Formula 4, Formula 2, or whatever. So the goal is really to give this chance. What Anton was saying is that how we envision it is that there's going to be a selected number of teams. We haven't defined how many teams there will be. Each team is going to be owned by a content creator or celebrity, and he's going to with somebody from the motorsport world, right?
Yes, actually, we're actually working on that question, because it could definitely be also the other option would be the only content creators. That's also on the table.
So and each of them are going to have a team, and there's going to be a draft that's going to be put in place. I think the draft is planned to be online, right?
Yes, and would like to also. I think what you do in the NBA was also on Squeezy's mind, and he really want a big event. You know, when all the content creators, so the president of each team would actually choose their own rookies, and then support them for the following months. Yes.
Sail GP is kind of like, I think that's where they have celebrity owners and team owners, right? So it's kind of like that, where you have creators teaming up with traditional teams. I guess. How did you guys, by the way, manage all of the technical aspects, meaning the cars and the team and the crew and all that kind of stuff? Because you have creators that are jumping in without any knowledge.
Okay, you mean for the League Explorer? It's still under construction. So, you mean for the GP3? Because for GP3 we were partner with the FFSA and the
French
Federation and the ACO. So it was on Formula 4 that they owned back then. So everything, all the mechanics and the training session were handled by them, because they are professional. And for the League Explorer, we are still working on how we're going to manage, with which partner we're going to be, because of course we need to be with professional that can train those new pilots, because we always look at the safety of everybody. It's still a motorsport, so that it can be dangerous if it's not be done properly. So we're really into all the security measures that we're taking in place. So this is still under discussion with the French Federation and many other people that are involved in this project.
I see. Well, I'm happy to learn that you guys didn't officially announce it, but you mentioned it on this session. So how do fans and audience learn more and follow the Explorer League from here on?
Yeah, from here on, I think that's Squeezy. So as I said, the man behind all this is going to announce it when we are ready to announce. For now, it's just discussion. So I hope it's going to be done.
Yeah, I mean, we're quite confident to make it happen next year. We're working on it. Maybe September next year.
But no worries, we'll keep you posted, Taron, Francisque, as soon as we have more information. And see what it looks like, and if we have more info to share with you guys.
Great. So you guys were originally a creator agency. Is that how you
Yes,
guys
yes,
started?
exactly. Yeah. Basically, just to give you a bit of background on that. So Bump is the agency that was founded by Squeezy, actually. And we represent 60 content creators on exclusivity. And what we tend to do at Bump is to help all our creators to go to do their events. And this is one of the events that we do. We do many other events, but this is one of them. It's the biggest, to be honest. We don't do a lot of big GP Explorer with 200,000 people, but we did the boxing event, for example. We did all this kind of stuff. So we do many events.
I see.
But we really tend to help our creators to go out to do their dream, if it's doable financially, of course. So that's Bump, and now we expanded with a real team for GP Explorer, because it's really that's why Antoine is a part of the GP Explorer team, and we also try to do more international events in the future. So we'll see.
Oh, great! Your mission of helping creators expand on their dreams is something that we really resonate here with at the Racer Creator Network as well. Our first thing that we did was doing this Racer Creator Awards, giving out awards and acknowledging the great work that they're all doing. So I get that. What are the so I'm curious from that standpoint, like what are the biggest challenges that creators in France are facing, and how do you help them?
The biggest challenges they're facing, well, in the end, I think that most of them, we tend to try to go to do whatever big ideas they have, but sometimes you can't because of financial aspect of, because in the end you need to partner with people to be able to go and do what they have in mind. But to be honest, we're very lucky in France because we have most of our creators are really entertainers. I think that they've grown watching American movies, and they were in this culture, so they really like to entertain. They have crazy ideas all the time, and I would say that we don't have many challenges apart of managing to find the budgets and the financial aspect to be able to create what they have in their mind. But I would say no, I didn't see any.
No. Actually,
there's technical challenges. Of course, sometimes things are not possible because we're not there yet with the.
That's what I wanted to say. That maybe the budget part, because actually this is not only. The relation we have with brands, actually, it's not only like sponsoring, like standards, like classic sponsoring package. It's also influence activation. So actually, our pilots also provide some visibility to the main sponsors, and also they're actually the team sponsors. So that's also that's another job to do, actually. Because, that's so it's a bit it's hybrid, actually.
It's a role and a responsibility, and managing budget is probably not something that they really want to do.
No, that's why we're doing it.
That's where you guys come in.
Exactly.
Right? So
exactly. But I wouldn't say it's I wouldn't say that's actually a problem. That's our everyday job.
That's your role. That's but you're solving a problem that they had, because if you guys weren't there, they would have to do that. So so I think we're coming down on time. I just want to congratulate you guys. Thanks so much for being on our session and doing these groundbreaking things. I love hearing your story. Keep on doing what you guys are doing. I hope you big success in the future, and good luck.
We'll keep you posted. Thank you very much for having us. Thank you, Francis, for the invitation. It's a pleasure. Of course. And we'll keep in touch anyway, and we'll give you some news as soon as we have something to share with you guys.
Absolutely, and if I can add, I mean, it's a really big deal. They're very very modest, but they created a really big deal. I think it's the second or third biggest event in Le Mans after the 24 hours and Le Mans Classic, which when you know the size of those events, fascinating. I think the people in the grandstand are probably under 25 years old, right? Most of them, and that's even more fascinating for our industry. And I would say two more things. I heard about them here in California from a friend of mine that read something in the equivalent of the New York Times, the French Le Monde, and said, "Have you heard about that?" I was like, "Wow!" So they were like mainstream, like live television. I mean, it's like on CBS or ABC here in America. So it's a really big deal. And so I was very excited to bring them on because part of Industry Week is to celebrate, the big series, the NASCAR, the INDYCAR, Formula One, but also bring, new talent to the equation. And you mentioned Great Life, and the first thing when I spoke with them, I told them, years ago we heard about Great Life and what it has become, and grassroots is at the foundation of motorsport. So thank you so much for being with us today, Antoine and Alexandre. Great to have you on. Wishing you the absolute very best. Stay with us. We are going to run a short video from our sponsors, and we will be right back with you.
Scott Lewis and Associates, the sales, marketing, and branding specialist for the automotive performance industry since 1988. We get our manufacturers on track by opening an extensive distribution network, providing product training to sales staff, creating fully integrated sales and marketing strategies, building successful industry partnerships, attending trade shows, events, and races, offering first-class support to customers. SLAI delivers solutions that win you sales. To get in touch with an SLAI representative, call 516-378-6100. Go to scottlewisinc.com or email info@scottlewisinc.com.
With roots in the Midwest that date back well before the Model T, Fifth Third Bank has a long history of serving the needs of automotive companies. While much has changed over the years, our passion for helping businesses put cars on the road and on the track has not. Today, we are more committed than ever as a member of SEMA, a founding member of PRI, and a sponsor of multiple race teams across several racing series.
For over a decade, Fifth Third Bank has been a staunch supporter of our industry and a great partner for many companies in the motorsports field.
Our business has been growing extremely fast, and really we could not be where we are today without Fifth Third. They provided amazing strategic advice, the capital we need to support our phases of growth.
They are true partners for me now, and what they do with their involvement in motorsports is untouched in this community.
Where can we take your business? Fifth Third Bank.
Your whole day rides on your diesel truck. Don't let anything slow it down. Keep life and drive with America's #1 DEF brand. Only Blue DEF products are triple filtered and guaranteed pure. And Blue DEF Platinum helps prevent deposits before they create problems. So nothing stands between you and the day, wherever it takes you. Count on Blue DEF and Blue DEF Platinum. Guaranteed for what drives you.
Thank you and welcome back to day 4 of Race Industry Week 2025. So our next session with Formula E, Jeff Dodds, the CEO of Formula E, is actually in a plane between Japan and Brazil because they have the opening session, race of the season coming up. So we had to pre-record the interview over the weekend with Dominic Wilde. So here is Jeff Dodds.
Well, thank you very much, Jeff, for joining us. It's a pleasure to have you. Welcome to Race Industry Week. Formula E is about to enter its 12th season. It's the final year of Gen 3 and the Evo homologation cycle. And based on last season, it looks like it's probably going to be the most competitive season to date. Would you agree?
So first of all, hey, Dom, thanks for having me. Hello to everyone who's listening. Greetings from very, very cold London today. Yeah, look, it's the last year of a 4-year cycle, Dom. So, I think as you get towards the end of a regulatory cycle, the teams have been iterating the cars and looking for every possible advantage. And you start a reg cycle with somebody that's done a better job through the off season or prepared better, but by the end they all seem to have broadly caught up with each other. So based on the testing we saw in Valencia, few surprises in that testing, but I think it's going to be super competitive. And I think last year, Dom, and you'll know exactly what this was, but I think last year there was like 60 or 70% of the races had different winners. So it's very competitive at this point. So yeah, it's all to play for.
And the recent reveal of Porsche's Cayenne Electric kind of legitimizes Formula E as somewhere that manufacturers can develop technology and use it as a proving ground. And that's always been the case. But do you think now that Porsche have made a big deal out of that, do you think it's going to be somewhere that manufacturers are going to become interested in going forward again?
Yeah, look, I think those stories of kind of racetrack to road have been around since the very beginning of Formula E. And, you know, I stand on stage and I can tell wonderful stories about Jaguar and their I-Pace. I can tell stories about Nissan and the Leaf. And, you know, you've got Mahindra, you've got Lola just coming in, looking at transfer of technologies. The Stellantis organization does that very successfully. But I think Porsche obviously are a massive brand in automotive, a massive brand in motorsports. And yeah, what they've done with the Cayenne is they've used a transfer from the 99X, which is their Formula E platform, and they've used it around engine management. They've used it around recuperation, about software. So I took that car out on track at our Valencia test. They didn't let me drive it, by the way. Apparently they wanted to preserve it. So I was taken out by Bruno, the test driver, official test driver, safety car driver for the FIA with Formula E. He absolutely scared the living daylights out of me because that is a large vehicle that was traveling at incredible speed around there. But, you know, 600 kilowatts of regen, the same as the 99X Formula E car now embedded into that Cayenne all electric. It's probably one of the most, you know, advanced race cars or road cars developed on a race car in the world. And by gosh, you know it when you get in that car, Dom.
Bruno does that, doesn't he? I like to think of him as my alarm clock when I'm at races.
I love to race cars round tracks, but sitting in a passenger seat, I'll be honest, I'm not very good at. And sitting in a passenger seat with Bruno is even worse.
Now, along those lines, Formula E is probably the most relevant motorsport series in the world if we're talking about technology transfer.
Yeah.
But we're seeing some doubts about electric cars from consumers. As the boss of Formula E, as the guy running the show, does that ever concern you?
Well, look, I like to. Maybe I'd be lying a little bit if I said, you know, I don't get frustrated when I read some of those headlines. On the other hand, I do try and focus my energy on the things that I'm in control of and I can influence. And you know, kind of the macro auto sector, and within that, the different technologies is something. Well, maybe I don't have direct influence, although a successful Formula E platform is good for the energy transition, for moving people through the cycle from internal combustion to electric vehicle. What I would say, though, Dom, is look, when we founded Formula E, which was 11 years ago, there were 300,000 electric vehicles sold in the world that year. This year, there'll be somewhere between 15 and 20 million electric vehicles sold around the world. And if you fast forward to 2030 and you look at some of the reports and some of the forecasts coming out of people like Bloomberg, they would estimate a doubling of that to around the kind of 30 to 40 million mark. So whilst I would say there's kind of global political reasons, whether it's to do with subsidies or whether it's to do with political regulation or legal decisions, whilst there's many things that influence exactly how big that number will or won't be, I think the direction of travel, the general trend away from internal combustion, which, let's be honest, 130-year-old technology, towards state-of-the-art battery electric vehicle technology or hybrid technology, I think it's inevitable. And that's not because of, you know, it's not because that's not a religious view or an emotional view. It's a view that's grounded in physics. You know, these cars are just significantly more efficient, instant torque. We're now seeing battery ranges that are in the region of kind of 400 to 500 mile battery range on new cars, and we're not yet even in solid state batteries. So I just think the physics is a more compelling proposition for road cars.
And away from the cars, obviously that's the first thing that comes to people's mind when it comes to Formula E. But What is Formula E doing aside from the race cars to minimize its impact and be good for the planet?
Yeah, so when we were founded, look, I've been around 3 years, so when I keep saying when we were founded, it might sound like I was around. I wasn't. I inherited this great platform. But when we were founded, three main principles, right? One was create a great racing series. So can we create a racing series that in time could rival Formula One? The second was to accelerate the energy transition. So how do we encourage people to move from internal combustion, this kind of historic technology that's been iterated to within an inch of its life, towards state-of-the-art battery electric vehicle technology? And the third was, if we're going to start sport from scratch in this age, where we're all fully aware of the impact of climate and the environmental concerns, how do we start a sport that has sustainability at its core? So they were the three different pillars. And I think, I'm sure we'll talk a lot about racing, and you know, that's a really exciting bit of the product for me. But also, when you turn up at a Formula E race, you'll see everything's been designed around sustainability. So we're the #1 ESG sport in the world. We're the most sustainable sport in the world. Under the old definition, we've been net zero from day zero. You know, the races are powered by often by hydrogenated vegetable oil. So no single-use plastics at any of the races. So everything is designed around this. And I think we run our entire global racing series producing around 35,000 tons of carbon. And we transport the entire racing series only using 2 aeroplanes, amongst other forms of transport. So everything has been designed with this in mind. So when we turn up and we race, we do it with a very strong focus on environmental sustainability, but also social sustainability. And you may ask me questions about women in motorsport and about around equity in motorsport, about investing in leaving a social legacy in the places where we race all over the world. So yeah, we're not, you know, racing cars is incredibly important to us, and it's the bit that we all get excited about, and we love standing there and watching those things fly by us at breakneck speeds. But we're more than just that.
And you raise a good point, actually. This year we saw an expansion of the women's test from half a day into a full day, and it's a great example of Formula E's commitment to equality and providing these opportunities. How are you going to continue to build on this and show this commitment to diversity and equality?
Yeah, and it's not. I'll talk about women because there's a specific example you asked the question, but it's not just, as we know, motorsport is constructed in a certain way. You know, and to reach the top of motorsport, you often have to come from quite a privileged background, because it's a very expensive endeavor to get to the top of motorsport, often paying for your seat all the way through, which means there will be a very large number of exceptionally talented or people with the potential to be exceptionally talented at racing cars that will never ever get the opportunity to sit in a high level racing car and prove that potential. So we're trying to break that down, and we've got a number of schemes actually that we're trying to do that through. But the women's test, which you mentioned specifically, is really close to all of our hearts, because we believe that motorsport is one of the few sports in the world where men and women can compete equally. However, the hypothesis is largely untested, right? Because if you think about the funnel of motorsport, you need to hold a racing license to race a motor car. And I think it's 97% of all licenses held, FIA racing licenses held, are held by men. So from the top of the funnel to the bottom of the funnel, where you get into a world championship seat like Formula One or Formula E, just the maths are massively stacked against you. So our challenge is, how do we encourage more women into the top of the funnel? And that's why we have programs like Girls on Track. Then at the bottom of the funnel, how do we provide the seat time in these cars for women drivers to be able to develop and hone their skills, put themselves in the shop window to attract the attention of the teams in the championship? We started that last year with the women's test it was in Madrid actually last year, because of the flooding, the terrible flooding in Valencia. This year in Valencia, you're right, we doubled the amount of time. I think we have 14 of the world's best women drivers in those cars. And I don't have the data in front of me, I should have done, but I think from last year's test to this year's test, the gap between the lap times of our championship drivers and those women testing has come down quite dramatically. So look, we're really energized at providing more opportunities in the car, more time in the car, more development on their driver coaching, which we're doing in collaboration with people like Google. We can get to a point over the next couple of years where we legitimately give women a chance of being in the championship, racing against the current crop of World Championship male racing drivers. What we're not ready to do yet, Dom, is we're not ready to put in place a women's only series, because I think what that does is it sets a ceiling. Because if we say we have a separate series for women, I think what you're actually saying is, women, you go and race in that series, but that's where you get to. You don't go and get to race in this other thing. And I just think that's an artificial ceiling that we don't need to put in place. Right now, we just need to focus on creating more opportunity.
Moving on to the motorsport side of things, you mentioned Madrid, of course, and that's going to be on the calendar this year, a permanent circuit in Jarama. We've seen more and more permanent circuits sort of creep onto the schedule in the last few years. And some people are happy about that because they want to see some so-called proper circuits, but it kind of could be seen to be moving away from Formula E's original ethos of city races, taking races to the people.
Yeah.
What have been the reasons for this, and is that trend going to continue?
Look, you and I could have an hour on this conversation alone, but look, I'll give you some headlines on it. So, Formula E, when it started, it had a product that was at the time revolutionary because there was no electric cars racing. I think if you look back at what the performance of that car was, it wasn't particularly spectacular, right? So the battery lasted for half the race. You needed 2 cars to complete the race. I think top speed was about 140 miles an hour with the first car, 0 to 60, probably about 3.5 seconds, something like that. You compare that to the car we have today, it's not comparable. And if you compare it to the Gen 4 car, which is coming, which will probably be 0 to 60 in 1.7, 1.8 seconds, well over 200 miles an hour at the top speed, and not far off the dimensions of the 26 Formula One car. It's very difficult to put that in the middle of a city and race that safely, right? So that's the first thing. Those city centre race circuits were perfect for the first generation of car, not so perfect for what's coming in Gen 4. But that's not to say all of them. So there are certain circuits where you absolutely could still race those cars. Tokyo being an example, Sao Paulo maybe is an example. There are others where you just couldn't. London is a good example. The current London circuit, which we absolutely love, you just can't race those cars through, I think it's turns 3 and 4 there, where you already get a bit of a bottleneck with the current car. You just couldn't put bigger, more powerful, faster cars through that section. So I think it's perfectly reasonable that as the cars have evolved and the sport has evolved, the strategy around circuits has evolved. I think our sweet spot, Dom, is we want to be near a city centre because we don't want fans to have to travel in cars all over the country, to get to places. We're very focused on sustainability. So being near a city is important. We want to be easily accessible for new fans and for traveling fans or for tourists to come and see the race. So that's why we like to be around the city centre. But it's also great if we can find permanent facilities that have amazing track surface, great hospitality, pre-built garages, but they have a style of racetrack that's more of a road style layout, a street style layout. That might feel like the perfect sweet spot. And I look at places like Jeddah, Miami, Hard Rock, the MIA circuit, as being really good examples of a street road style circuit in a permanent facility. So I think we probably end up with a really good balance of city centre built circuits that we're producing that are capable of showing the car off to its potential, and then close to city permanent facilities that have a road style circuit. That feels to me that would be a good split.
And as well on the calendar front, multiple races in China is something that's been talked about for years. We're finally getting that this season. A similar talking point, and it's something that you and I have touched on in the past, is about multiple races in the US. How close is that to happening?
I think pretty close. Look, I think China's the biggest. We have over 100 million fans in China, the largest EV producing nation in the world, and producing some incredible EVs. So it was logical to us we would go to 2 venues in China quickly, and we have done that with Shanghai and Sanya. Maybe even go beyond that, right, to more than 2. I think the US, North America, is another massively high priority market for our manufacturers, our OEM partners. So it's very logical, I think, for the first season of Gen 4, season 13, that you'll see. I would expect, no guarantees, but I would expect to see 2 US venues on that calendar as well.
And speaking of Gen 4, we've had a look at the car now. It looks fantastic, I have to say. And a lot of the headlines center around the performance. But where is this going to take Formula E as a category? Do you think it's going to change this perception of Formula E being kind of an outsider series to being one of the big players in the motorsport landscape alongside the likes of Formula One, WEC, and what have you?
Yeah. Well, look, I'd like to say, given our fan base is bigger than almost all of the others, I would say we're over 400 million fans around the world. I'm not sure we're an outsider. I think there's a mainstream perception of what motorsport is, and that's quite traditional, right? Now, how do you become part of the mainstream without becoming and feeling quite traditional? That's a difficult balance, and I think we're trying to achieve it. But here's my description. I said this to my team the other day, and a little analogy from me is, bamboo, the plant, I think for several years it grows under the surface of the earth. So it's laying down foundations, it's putting its roots down. You have no idea whether it's growing or not. And then the minute it breaks the surface, I think it can grow like 80 feet in its first year. It just takes off. For me, Gen 1, Gen 2, Gen 3 have been happening largely under the radar, because it's been about establishing electric technology, battery vehicle technology, attracting some of the highest quality OEMs in the world, world-class racing drivers, but it's largely gone unnoticed to a number of traditional motorsport fans. I think with Gen 4 we break the surface, because you've got a car that I think will be incredibly attractive to elite motor racing drivers that perhaps have only ever considered Formula One as their destination. And you saw Felipe Drogovic as a good example, and Pepe Marti come out of Formula 2 into Formula E this year. The car looks more menacing, more muscular. I think it's going to make people sit up and pay attention. And just the performance of the car is right up there. It's hot on the heels of Formula One in terms of performance for a fraction of the investment. So I think this is a defining moment for us. And within 2, 3, 4 years, with the battery development we're seeing out there, there's absolutely no reason why it can't be outperforming a Formula One car in terms of lap times on the big circuits within a few years. So I think this is an inflection point for the championship.
And looking ahead into that future, what are your hopes, dreams, and aims for Formula E in the next 5 to 10 years? Obviously, Gen 4 is going to be a part of that, but
yeah,
what's the interview going to be like for Race Industry Week in 2030 or beyond that?
I'm glad you said 2030, because if you'd have said like 2040, I might have said, well, I'll be on a beach somewhere. You'll be talking to someone else, mate.
Almost.
2030, 4 years away, right? So 2030. So we have a really clear plan of where we want the sport to be for the numbers in 2030. So really practical stuff. So how many global fans do we want? What sort of media TV reach do we want? How prolific do we want to be from a social, digital perspective? We look to add a race every year out to 2030. So that should get us to roughly 22 races probably, or we add a venue, maybe more than one race if we do a double header. So around 22 races by 2030. So we have a good feeling for that. By that time, we'll be on the brink, I think, of what would be the Gen 5 car. And that Gen 5 car, if battery development continues as we expect, I would go and say by 2030, at least the second biggest motorsport in the world, and I include two-wheeled motorsport in that. So I include MotoGP, with a fan base that's not far off of 1 billion, 800 million fans watching on television around the world, something like that, with a car that can outperform a Formula One car. That's what I would love to be sitting here in 2030 having that conversation with you.
Well, it sounds like an exciting future and one that a conversation I certainly want to be having as well. Jeff, thank you very much for joining us at Race Industry Week. It's always a pleasure to talk to you.
My pleasure.
Really appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dom. Yeah, my pleasure. Thanks, Dom. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. And we're going to run a short video from our sponsors, and we're going to be joined next by Mr. Freddie Spencer.
ultimate fasteners for whatever you build. To get the best performance, always follow ARP's installation instructions included with the product. For the latest torque specs, go to arpinstructions.com.
Thank you. And oh, there is a little video. Thank you very much. And welcome back to Race Industry Week 2025, day 4. Mr. Brad Gilly, welcome back to the program. We have a special guest coming up.
Yes, we do. And I am completely thrilled about this. Fast Freddie Spencer, a 3-time world champion. I actually had the opportunity to meet him this past summer up in Sturgis. We were both up there for the Rusty Wallace charity ride, which ended up raising over $500,000, which was awesome. But for me, what was just kind of meeting one of my heroes, Freddie Spencer, turned into, just spending a few days with both him and his wife and just chatting about things and learning about some of the cool things that he has going on right now with Royal Enfield and the Build Train Race program, and thought to myself, what a perfect fit for what we've got coming up for Race Industry Week. So it is awesome to be able to have him here today.
Excellent. So we are waiting for Freddie to join us. Our production team is in touch with his team. So while we wait for Freddie, any thoughts, Brad, on the last 3 days and almost 3.5 days now?
It's actually been pretty incredible. And like I've said before, one thing I really love about Race Industry Week is it gives a lot of us in what is, for the most part, a lot of people's non-racing season, just a chance to reflect on some of the things that happened this past year and look ahead, but also talk about some of the innovation, technology, opportunities for growth, tell some great stories of success, because those are very important. And I think as racers, a lot of times you find out, how do you get better? Well, you try and eliminate your weaknesses. But as there is also a lot of value in not only doing that, but also learning some of the best practices, learning some of the trends out there, learning what technology can do for you. And I think just sharing of ideas and stories and all of that has just been an incredible resource, and is one of the common themes. I think I said it yesterday too, Francis, is hearing people now talk about, thank you for having us back this year. It's become a great tradition to be able to do Race Industry Week, and all of the other wonderful things that we hear about what you and Judy and the team have built.
No, you're absolutely right, and it's funny because the first edition of Industry Week, we're chatting a little bit until we can bring Freddie on. And if you have been watching us since the first one, we used to have series organizers and tech webinars in between, and we had like marathon days, like over 11 hours, something like that. And a couple of years ago, we started to separate the series organizers, the promoters, and that's when we launched our weekly webinar series. So we kept all the technical stuff during the year, and you host most of them. And so if you're not familiar with, we have another series called Race Industry Now, which is every Wednesday morning, where we invite suppliers, the Penske Shocks of the world, the Sunans of the world, all the companies making parts, offering engineering solution, technology, safety, etc. We have separated them, and we run weekly webinars on Wednesday, where they talk about the technology, and then we focus on the series organizer during Industry Week and the promoters. And I was really happy this morning with every day I've been absolutely delighted, but I had some French colleagues, I would call them, earlier on today, that came from the entertainment world and created this massive event on the racetrack of Le Mans. And I think part of Industry Week is also to make sure we cover every aspect of racing, not only the big series, but also the small promoters and everybody out there. And so motorcycle is a big part of it. And so I'm getting a note from our producer. We're still chasing Freddie, who has some little technical challenge to get on. So, when you and I talked about having Freddie on, and you asked me if I was familiar with him, of course I was, because he was the hero of one of my older brother, and my first job in racing was at Castrol, and Castrol was very much involved in MotoGP at that time. So I followed MotoGP for a very long time.
Yeah, and which is just awesome. And I can tell you, by the way, from experience, he still is fast, Freddie Spencer, and that includes being on a 800-900 pound custom Harley Davidson as well. Francis, also, if I could mention just the platform of EPARTRADE. Also, I know we're doing a lot of things, but what an amazing resource it is. And as we've talked to a lot of these different racing series and race teams and all of that, sometimes another common theme that comes up is the technology that they're using, different things like that. I've used the ePartrade platform myself, literally just to find my stepson bent a wheel on his car, and I'm like, I'm not even sure where to find a replacement for these custom wheels. I literally found it on ePartrade, and it made it so easy. But the amazing amount, if we talk about ePartrade being, if you will, an online trade show, well, the trade show floor is literally ePartrade.com, and any supplier, any vendor, anything you need to find is there, and it is such an amazing resource day in and day out. Like it says, every minute, every day.
Yeah, thank you, Brad. No, it's
We have good news. Freddie's going to be right on.
excellent.
Little
Thank you.
technical difficulty.
That's what happened when you go live, and we had to pre-record Jeff Dodds because that was the only time he was in planes the entire week, and we wanted to have Formula E. We have Formula E every year, so we pre-recorded the session over the weekend. But most of the time, 99% of the time, we're live, and that's what happens sometimes when you're live. You have a little technical challenge, but thank you the production team here to help us put this together. And sometimes we have a little challenge, but Freddie Spencer is a true legend, and delighted to have him on. Do you want to tell us a bit about him, Brad, while we wait for Freddie?
I mean, the Freddie I know, other than watching, Freddie win the 3 world championships and, seeing he and Kenny Roberts and great battles and everything on the racetrack is just a nice, down home, humble Louisiana guy, and is very much involved in sports. And from the time he got off the motorcycle, stayed very involved in motorcycles, still involved with Honda as well, on a personal services side of things, and he can talk about that also. But involved in MotoGP as a steward. What we're going to talk about here today with the Build, Train, Race program that Royal Enfield has, where they literally they take women and they teach them not only here's what you need to do to prepare your motorcycle, but here's how you can race your motorcycle, doing that on both the road racing side and originally started with the flat track side of things as well. So that's pretty exciting.
There he is.
Yes. Hello.
We found you. Nice to see you.
Yes, I am so sorry. I've been watching all of you for about 10 minutes, but I could not seem to get connected to where I could join. So I apologize profusely.
That's good. You're in good hands with Brad now. Thank you.
Yeah, now. Hey, Brad.
Hey, Freddie. Great to see you again. Great to hear you.
Oh, yeah. I really apologize for the difficulties. I've been trying for about 20 minutes. And for some reason, I've been listening to all of you talking, but I couldn't join. It finally allowed me the panel or the little screen where I could join as a panelist.
Well, good. I'm glad that worked out.
Yeah.
And
so we got it worked out.
Yeah. Difficulties happen to me as well. And we do this every week, so it's the way it goes. But anyway,
well, I'm just so happy. I'm so happy to be on here with you.
Yeah, I was just telling the story of being up there in Deadwood, South Dakota with you, and talking with you and everything, and all of a sudden learning about the Royal Enfield program and the Build, Train, Race, and how that's going. And as you were telling me about this, I mean, my mind just started swirling about what a perfect story this is for a race industry week. I think you can probably describe exactly what it is better than I can.
Well, thank you, and thank you to everyone else on the program. I'm glad to be on here with all of you. Our Build, Train, Race program is sponsored by the motorcycle manufacturer, Indian motorcycle manufacturer, Royal Enfield, and it was created about 6 years ago. And it started out as really basic amateur, where they selected 12 riders. They had 12 women riders. It's an all women's program, and basically what they wanted to do is to create motorcyclists, to give riders an opportunity to race, but the racing is not really the critical part. It's not the ultimate goal. It's the icing on the cake, but it's not the ultimate goal. The ultimate goal is the team building, is allowing them to learn and to progress and to understand and become better motorcyclists, better, safer motorcyclists. And so it's called Build, Train, Race, because the build process, we start in February. We're, in fact, now in the selection process for 6 new riders for next season, because it's a 2-year program. And so how it starts is that at the build process, you get a brand new motorcycle. If it's your first year, and it's given to them. It is turned over to them. And so all the work that they learn from professional mechanics during the build process, when they're turning a basic production bike into a race bike with race parts like exhaust system, we upgrade the brake system, the wheels. They get to do their own paint scheme. We provide that for them. They can, whatever wild colors they want to do, whatever they want to do, it's their motorcycle. And we teach them how suspension works, and we teach them how to work with the motorcycle and not be intimidated by that process, respect it, but to really understand it and understand how it works. And then once we get the bikes built, 3 weeks later, we go through a training, 3 days of training that I'm involved, and I ride with them, and that's my favorite thing. I love to teach. And I teach them how a motorcycle works and how to work with the motorcycle and get the most out of it, and also to understand what it needs for you to be able to do the best job you possibly can. And it becomes a part of you and becomes, and you can appreciate this being around NASCAR and hearing NASCAR drivers talk about, when they work with the car, they can anticipate movements before it happens. And that's what you have to learn to be, is open-minded. Everything happening now affects what happens in the next split second. And so really being, again, open-minded, and your vision and your physical comfort level has to improve. And that's the training process. And then we go right into the race season. We have 4 race weekends at Motor America, 2 races per weekend, and it's 8 races for the championship. And like I always tell them, is once you're part of BTR, you always be part of BTR, and they become friends and teammates, and they're just really become very special.
Yeah, what I love about this, it's so much more than just a rider search, and
Right.
social media around it too, but the build side of it too, to hear these women talk about, here's one of them. I think maybe I took the back tire off my Ninja once, or my dad was a mechanic, and usually I ask him, he kind of helps me too. Yeah, I know exactly what I'm doing, and I can dive right in. The next thing you know, a week later, they're sitting there hacksawing parts of the frame off and changing things.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
It's what the whole process is amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. And the joy that they get out of knowing that they can do it, they can do it themselves. And that's why when I took it over, I hired professional mechanics and made it to where we go to one workshop and we do it together. Everything we do together. From the beginning to the end, we eat together. We go through the highs and lows together. And it really becomes, you become part of something. And I think, that's what I love about our sport. It's what I love about motorsports in general, is the community. I've been doing this for 59 years. I'm showing my age now. I'll be 64 in December, and I've been riding a motorcycle since I was 4. And so I've been doing this for going on 60 years now. And the great moments that I shared with my dad when I was a kid, riding in my yard and doing 40 weekends a year on flat tracking and road racing as I was growing up as a teenager. When my dad was at the end of his life, and we knew it, and we spent 3 great days together. We never talked once about the World Championship. It was always about riding in the van and the ice chest in the middle, and you know, just those great moments that I shared. And same thing with my crew chief in the World Championships, and the relationships that you build. And I think that's one of the great things about motorsports and the competition, and what it allows people to reach, you know, their dreams and their achievements, but at the same time develop the relationships.
Yeah, I was thinking to myself, and I want to get into the writing side and the teaching side and things like that, but how much of this and how important is it to racing, the character building side of it? Because you know who you are.
Yeah, absolutely. And we well, in fact, we choose people that don't have much experience. You know, they maybe have done some track days, or we added 2 international riders for this past season that we just finished, and we're adding 2 more for next season. So we'll have 4 from Brazil. The 2 that we added this year never raced before. And so they had been on track days and they had some experience, but they didn't really have any racing experience. And that's fine, because racing builds character. You know, it just does. And you go through struggles, and we've all done it. I've done it in my career. I was very fortunate to win 3 world championships and race at the very elite level, and had a lot of success. But I mean, as anybody that's done it and does it for a long time knows, I mean, there's more struggle than there is success, and it's how you deal with that is where the character comes from. And I had 2 riders each on the last 2 seasons that when they started out, the fear they had and just notched the unsureness, the lack of confidence, and then you see them grow through that, and they improve. And you know, achievement is in the eye of the beholder. It's not about winning. It's about doing the best that you can and learning from that. And that's what we were able to provide in this program. You know, I've told you, I haven't mentioned it yet, but there's no cost. I mean, basically, we provide everything. They just have to show up. We have Alpine Stars as our sponsor, Rye Helmets, and we're really the only program in the whole world that does that. You know, that really provides a full opportunity at no cost to learn everything you possibly can learn, and then through motorcycling you can be taught, and racing.
Mm-hmm. Let's talk about the machines, you know, and Royal Enfield's investment and commitment to this. It's not like, you know, you took a 350 single and put them on that. These are 650 twin engines. I mean, these are really nice motorcycles.
They're the GT 650 Continental and the Interceptor. We have 2 programs. One is on asphalt, one is on dirt. It's 2 separate teams, 2 separate sets of riders. And what's amazing is Royal Enfield is one of the fastest growing manufacturers in the world. I just got back from India. I was there for 2 weeks with them at their GT 650 Cup Race Championship at the last race that they had near Goa. And then we did Motoverse, which is their big show. And the amazing thing that Royal Enfield has really hit upon is how to attract younger riders through simplicity of motorcycle. There's the lack of electronics on the bike, the lack of the technical tools. There's a purity of riding a Royal Enfield that is somewhat lost in a lot of the modern bikes today, and the cost. And the cost to be able to buy a GT 650 is reasonable, you know, half the cost of something that maybe is from the other Japanese manufacturers. And but the bike is it's not a lot of horsepower or not too much horsepower. It's about 50 or so, about 50, 52 horsepower. And but it's a very nice platform, for them to learn on.
It really is. The training aspect of it, and motorcycle training is nothing new to you. You had your own school for many, many years and have trained a lot of riders for sure. When you start to train someone to race, what's more important, or what do you see as a common thing? Is it trying to unlearn a bad habit or learn a new good habit, or somewhere in between?
Well, what I look for, I can look at I pretty much, after I retired from racing, and you and I talked about this. Well, I retired in 1995 after 29 years of being an amateur and professional and racing in the World Championships for 12 seasons. It was like I knew I wanted to give back to the sport in some way. And that was through starting my riding school that I based at Las Vegas Motor Speedway for 11 years. And it wasn't for racers. It was I started the school for the average rider, just the average person that wants to go out and enjoy the sport of motorcycling. And for me to be able to give them what I learned through racing that will help them become a better and safer rider, and more importantly, a comfortable rider. Someone that has the willingness to work through the natural fear. I mean, motorcycling can be dangerous. We know that. Any high performance activity or sport can be dangerous. The key is understanding the techniques that will allow you to be able to work through the fear factor so you can ride comfortable, and then that allows your mind to be able to anticipate what's going to happen and have a better opportunity to react in the best possible way with the correct techniques. So when I look for riders, in that long-winded what I just explained about, but that's what I look for. I can talk to someone, Brad, in 5 minutes and tell you and know what I'll be able to teach them. And through their attitude and just their disposition and the way that they seem to understand what the process is going to be. And it is a process. I promised each of our participants when they start the program, when the 6 new riders come, and I'll see them that first Tuesday at the build process, the first week of February. I always tell them, I always say, I said, I promise you, you trust us. You trust us in this build process. You trust us in the training process. And after 2 years, you will be your own teacher. You will be able to understand what you need to do and what you're doing, and to be able to feel what's right and what's wrong. And but that takes people that are willing to put aside ego, pride, all of those things, and be open to learn that. And so that's what I look for in someone is a willingness. I'm more willing to help someone that doesn't have, it's not about natural ability, but has the desire to want to learn.
I like that, and I like the whole philosophy of when you leave this, you'll be able to be your own teacher. That's
right.
The racing itself is it's pretty compelling, Freddie, with the build
Yes.
program. These women really get after it, don't they?
Oh, absolutely, and they're inspiring. They really are. They inspire me, and that's something that makes it to where, for me, being in it for so long, being in the sport is getting that inspiration and desire to is what really makes it fulfilling for me. And they go out and want to get better each and every time, and they work hard on their bikes, and they work hard in the process. And I'm at every event. I go to every race now that I'm not a chairman of the stewards panel in MotoGP like I was for 6 years. So I'm able to go to every BTR event. And during the event, we're working constantly on their techniques and what they're facing and how to learn a racetrack, and how to, again, solve their own problems. That's my goal. My goal is to help teach them to become their own teacher and analyzer of what they're doing. The really fulfilling thing, Brad, is when you get after that first few months or the first year, and certainly after the second year, and they say that it has allowed them to be able to do things better in other parts of their life. That is really fulfilling, is when, understanding their confidence and their trust in their own judgment, because that's what it takes to ride a motorcycle at its potential at any level, whether you're an amateur or whether you're just a national level, or certainly if you're a world caliber rider. It's about having that trust in your judgment to be able to commit to that corner, to be able to commit to that process. If not, you're not going to be successful.
Mm-hmm. You mentioned being chairman of the stewards panel for MotoGP. The Build, Train, Race program is part of the Moto America schedule as well. As we mentioned, Freddie, you've been involved in motorcycle racing ever since you've been involved in motorcycle racing. It's not like you ever stepped away. Really feels like that pendulum is swinging in the direction of a rapidly growing popularity in two-wheeled racing. What have you seen over the last few years?
Well, one of the things that MotoGP has done is it's reached, we saw it in Formula One. We saw that Formula One struggled in getting a foothold here in the United States for years. It was considered an elite sport that was basically a European sport. And then when Liberty Media bought it in the mid 2000s, 2000, I believe 16, they bought Formula One. They developed this series with Amazon called Drive to Survive. And it really catapulted Formula One into the stratosphere of attracting the normal viewer and a new viewer and a younger viewer. And we're seeing a little bit of that in MotoGP. Liberty Media has now bought MotoGP. They own 86%. And in fact, I'm involved in the process along with Bill Burr, the comedian Bill Burr, and Mike Talon, which is a media company, and putting together a equivalent to like a Drive to Survive for MotoGP. And we're pitching that as we speak with MotoGP, again, to kind of to ride the coattails of that. And Liberty Media is really interested in promoting MotoGP and to a new audience and a bigger audience. And that has a knockdown effect. Moto America is doing incredible. They're setting record crowds for the last couple of seasons. And I think with video games, I think with newer audiences, there's just an interest in the sport, and it is, of course, I'm biased. It's one of the things I think that made NASCAR so successful. It's so competitive, and the racing is dynamic, and it's challenging and exciting. And MotoGP and motorcycle racing in its way is also the same thing. We've always been, the sport that is certainly in the United States, the motorsport that was kind of at the bottom of the pendulum, but we're seeing it growing. and so it's exciting, and we're hoping by exposing, and getting it out to a wider audience will help it grow, kind of what happened like with Formula One. That's the goal.
Yeah, that is fantastic. Well, Freddie, look, we could sit here and tell stories for a while, so we're going to have you back at some point and talk
Absolutely.
about a lot of you and your career. But the Royal Enfield Build Train Race is such an amazing program, and I would encourage people just to get plugged in with it and follow along with what you guys are doing. I think it's just an awesome thing, and Royal Enfield's commitment and everything that you're doing to help move it forward is just pretty amazing. So thank you for sharing that.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that, Brad. You can go on YouTube, you can go on social media and see what our program is about, and I hope people enjoy it. And again, I apologize for the little problems we had getting on here, but I'm so happy to have been on the show with you.
Thank
We're proud to have you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. So stay with us. We'll run a very short video from our sponsors, and we will be right back with you.
When it comes to pushing the limits of performance, the pros know there's no room for compromise. At Crowder Cams, we don't just engineer camshafts and valve train components, we redefine what power means. Since 1955, Crowder Cams has been the name trusted by racers, engine builders, and gearheads around the globe. Whether you're building a street machine, a dragster, or a track car, Crowder Cams provides the muscle you need to dominate. And with Crowder, victory is within your reach.
Not all trailer cabinets are built for the long road ahead. Aluminum Econo trailer cabinets from C-Tech Manufacturing are engineered to last and ready to ship today. Each Econo cabinet is packed with exclusive features like motion latch drawers and gasket lock countertops, all made under one roof in our Wisconsin headquarters. Shop Econo online today.
If you're watching this video, you might be wondering, what is WPC? WPC is a surface treatment designed to reduce friction and increase the strength of metal parts. As much as it might seem like a coating, WPC is actually a surface treatment. Think of it like shot painting, but the media is much, much finer, like talc. So what you're left with is a super hard, smooth surface that actually has some proprietary dry lubricants embedded within it. For more information, visit WPCtreatment.com.
Thank you and welcome back to the program. Great sessions, Brad, and what amazing things that he's doing with this program, Freddie Spencer. That's absolutely fascinating.
Yeah, it is. And I would encourage people, again, stay plugged in with it. Go to the YouTube page and check out what they're doing. It's just, it's great storytelling, but it is really cool to see the way this whole process is going. Not just taking people and saying, hey, we're going to teach you to ride. We're going to teach you from start to finish. You're going to build your own motorcycle. You're going to race your own motorcycle. You're going to be the mechanic on your own motorcycle. We'll give you media training. We'll do all of that. It's a complete package, and it's fantastic.
Absolutely. And Mary Adams from NASA is with us. Good afternoon, Mary. Good morning to you.
Good afternoon. Good morning. Good to be here with you all.
Brad, we'll let you carry on.
Yeah, great to be here with you as well. And Marie Adams is joining us, the Director of Operations for NASA, the National Auto Sport Association. And I hope you're doing well today, Marie.
Hey, so far so good. I'm just honored to be a part of this year's panel. It's really exciting to see the names on this list and that I get to be a part of it.
Yeah, it is really cool. It is really cool. Let's talk a little bit about NASA. Give us some background, if you would.
Yeah, the National Auto Sport Association has been hosting events since 1991, well before I was involved. My story is kind of a unique one. I didn't come from the motorsports world and the motorsports family, and I just got involved in the last 10 years or so. But I think it's exciting to be a part of, and being a woman in motorsports and being someone who didn't necessarily grow up as a racer, it's been really interesting to get involved with the community and all it has to offer. NASA is such a unique organization with the ladder program that we offer. everything from HPDE, our high performance driving event programs, all the way up through time trial and racing. It's really unique in the fact that you get all three at one event. You know, a lot of sanctioning bodies, you're either racing or you're doing time attack or you're just doing HPDE, but NASA really incorporates all of those into one big picture, which is what makes it so special.
Yeah, for sure. Well, let's go ahead and get started with a video as well, which will help tell the story, and we'll dive a little deeper. What do you say?
Love it.
Awesome. Love it. And really, I know NASA's been around for a while and, very familiar with what you guys are doing. Let's talk about some more specific things, if you don't mind, Maria. You mentioned the HPDE instructor program. What a great way to, really kind of help feed the system, keep people coming up and doing all of that. If you would go into a little more detail about exactly what that is.
Yeah, absolutely. So our HPD program, again, we have 4 different levels, HPD 1 through 4. So in level 1, you're going to get assigned a NASA instructor to ride with you right seat and really give you a hands-on experience, your first time on track. I know it's hard for a lot of us in motorsports to even think back to our first time at a racetrack, but it is, it's extremely overwhelming. And so to get that that level of instruction with NASA is bar none. You come to the track the first time. Every session you go on track, afterwards you have a download with the group so you can talk about what you're learning on track. So very hands-on experience there in level 1. And then you kind of graduate through the system. Level 2, same thing. You're still kind of getting your bearings, but you don't have an instructor in the car, so you can kind of try some things. And then you progress into our advanced levels, level 3 and 4, where some people just stay permanently. They're just track enthusiasts, and that's all they ever want to do. And there's others that are creeping up that ladder and thinking about time trial competition or wheel-to-wheel racing.
Yeah, that's one thing I love about this as well. Like, you just want to do this, that's okay. You enjoy it, you have fun. You want to keep doing this, you have that as well, right?
Absolutely. Some people, they want to keep their car stock. They want it to be the car they're daily driving to the office and back. And that's great. For a lot of people, that's plenty of fun. And then there's the diehards that want to trade out every single part on the car to make it go that 10th of a second faster. So it's something for everybody.
Yeah, NASA has events all across the United States, and that doesn't just include the continental United States, right?
Yeah, we actually even have a NASA region in Hawaii. They're doing primarily rallycross there since there's no proper paved circuits there at this time. But we have 16 regions across the country. And the most exciting news probably this year is that we're filling in the final piece of the puzzle. We have a new NASA region opening in the Northwest. And there's a lot of great tracks out there. The Ridge, Oregon Raceway Park, Pacific Raceways. So we're really excited to kind of fill that final piece of the puzzle there. We have Utah, Northern California, Rocky Mountain, all kind of surrounding that area. And we've got a new region kicking up that I think is going to be exciting for a lot of people there.
Mm-hmm. It is for sure. And I mean, you talk about the amount of tracks where NASA participates, over 40 of them across the country, and over 250 events a year?
Yeah, and that's what almost every weekend there is one or multiple NASA weekends happening around the country. So if there's a track you want to go to, there's a chance NASA is having an event there at some point throughout the year. So if you go to drivenasa.com, we have an events page, and it's sorted by region and by track. So it makes it super simple to find out where the NASA events are happening and which ones are closest to you.
All right, I want to ask you about the picture behind you, Toyota GR Supra and Gazoo Racing. Here in the United States, we started talking a whole lot more about that in 2025, which is great. Where does Toyota and the GR program fit into NASA?
Yeah, we've got an outstanding relationship with Toyota that started back in 2019. It started with, the introductory to every person that buys a GR line vehicle, whether it's a Supra, 86, or Corolla, gets themselves a free membership with NASA, as well as one free track day. So we're getting a lot of people that maybe ordinarily wouldn't know about, getting on track or driving on track. Maybe they're just a sports car enthusiast, and they get this packet in the mail and say, wait, I can take this thing on a racetrack. So that's kind of where the partnership with Toyota started, and we've incorporated using their vehicles as our pace cars for the NASA championships the last several years, which is what you see behind me here is the Super we used this past year in September at Ozarks International Raceway, which was a incredible event.
Yeah. How cool is it of a manufacturer to say, hey, we want to sell you this car. Oh, by the way, we also want to encourage you to take it out to a racetrack. A lot of them are telling you, you take it out to a racetrack all day long, but that's going to affect your warranty. Here's Toyota saying, by all means, let us treat you to that.
It's absolutely awesome. I mean, you can't ask for a better partnership than that.
Yeah. What do you see typically from someone who might be coming out there for the first time, let's say with the GR program?
It's been really exciting to watch it evolve, because at first, we have this expectation with our level 1 students, they've done a little bit of research and they kind of know what to expect when coming to the track. They probably have a friend that's been or whatever. These Toyota customers are on a totally different level. They got a packet in the mail and literally don't know I'm not even sure if they know to check their oil, and so it is a very different demographic, and it's a wide range of demographic. You've got everything from the 20 somethings that are buying these cars to the retired guys in their 60s or gals. And, it's cool to see that group come together, and, we put them typically all in a group together so that they can kind of bond over, they're all new and it's all their first time. And, a lot of our regional directors have taken it upon themselves to designate a GR liaison, so to say, so that, leading up to the event, they get some pre-event communication about what to expect and what to do to prepare. And then on site, same thing, we get them parked, we get them to their first meeting, we help get their cars inspected, and really just handhold them through the whole process and make sure that we get them hooked so that they'll come back for more.
Yeah, how much that is so cool. Let's talk about the national championships as well. You guys have been doing this for I guess now 20 years having it. In fact, even started moving it around. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, we started moving it from track to track in 2013, and it's been full of challenges. Of course, it keeps it exciting and fresh that you get to go to a new venue, but of course there's the challenges of every single year you're starting from scratch. It's a different venue, it's a different contact, it's a different layout. Everything has to start from ground zero, and I can speak to this intimately as NASA Champs is a big part of my role as director of operations. So it's a challenge that I love, and I think our drivers do too. There's some tracks, we have to narrow it down based on paddock size and certain things that just you have to host an event that large. And so we've been to tracks, multiple times, but Ozarks was a perfect example of a track we've never been to before. There's never been an event as big as what we had there. And that was exciting in and of itself. I like being the first to tackle the challenge and say, how are we going to do grid with 60 cars in this spot? And, things like that. There's been other venues we've been to that, oh, we've never done that before. And I'm like, great. We're here to try it, so I think the championships and the nature of it moving around and that's all part of what makes it exciting.
Yeah, for a lot of event promoters, and let's just look at that side of things with NASA when it comes to a championship event. Couple of schools of thoughts there. You might want to look at it and say, hey, this is going to be, this is the one where people go to, and we're going to grow this thing. But another school of thought, like what you guys have, is say, hey, we're going to have it. Everyone knows we're going to have a national championship event. But if we move it around, it also creates opportunity and anticipation because, all year long in 2025, you're thinking about building up to the Ozark, right? 2026, you'll be thinking about building up to the next one.
Absolutely. We try to host practice events so people from across the country could come and check out the track if they've never been there before. We try to do a good job of going back and forth from East Coast to West Coast to make it a little bit more feasible for people to travel to. Every once in a while, something in the center of the country where it's far for everybody, but it's a big, marquee track that everyone's excited to travel for. So lots of things to weigh when you're planning an event that large, but it is one of those things that people love to take home a national championship and say, I'm the best of the best in this class for this year. That's something that they get to put a feather in their cap, for the rest of their career, which is a pretty big accomplishment.
Yeah. How important is it to have a deeper involvement of members? Because I would imagine it takes a fair amount of volunteers and a lot of people to put that together.
Oh my gosh, yeah, it's hours of planning. I mean, we start planning in January typically, so it is a 9-month labor of love, and there's anywhere from 80 to 120 NASA staff that are helping operate that event, from race control, timing and scoring, race directors, tech and impound. I mean, it is an army of people, and just negotiating the logistics of getting everybody there, and where are they going to stay, and how are they going to share rental cars. And I mean, it is a monster of an event to plan, but the result every single time at the end of that week, you're like, look what we just did. And the drivers are so enthusiastic. I mean, it's a really cool event to be a part of. And sometimes you get some flack on it's just a bigger regional event, and it really isn't. I mean, there's so many things, the live broadcast, the amount of planning and the multi-day format, and the best of the best coming from across the country is really what makes it different than a regional event.
Yeah, and I would say to that, this event is exactly what you make out of it. And having been a participant of, when I say participant, I don't hold the steering wheel, but national events and things like that. To me, that's what it is. It's about the camaraderie of saying, hey, this is the one that we've all been waiting for all year long, and making a big deal out of it, because it is fun, and it's fun to see people that you don't typically see, throughout the year, fresh faces.
Yeah, regional competition is one thing, but going up against, the guy that they say in Florida is the best Spec E46 driver versus the guy in NorCal that they say is the best Spec E46 driver. It's cool to get all those people at one event and really duke it out, at a neutral track to say who is the best of the best. And, we're constantly striving to make that event more exciting. We tend to focus on the racing side of things and make sure that that part of the event is smooth, but we know that people want to bring their families, and we try to go to destinations where they can make a vacation out of it, or bring stuff in for the kids, whether it's bounce houses or face painting or balloons or whatever it might be, whether it's small or big. Music. And it's funny, a lot of these festival events that have started happening and things like that, NASA has such a wide demographic of everything from toddlers running around to 60 and 70-year-old, drivers, that it's like, what band would you even bring in that would appease to the whole gamut that we bring? So there's definitely some challenges in trying to bring those fun aspects, especially with it moving to a different track every year. But we continue to strive for what can we do to make this event even more special for our drivers.
Let's talk about one of the things that NASA invented, time trial competition, and the history of and where we are now, because there's a lot more included in it, right?
Oh my gosh, our time trial program continues to grow. It is, as big as the racing groups for a lot of regions. Some people don't want to have the commitment of caging a car and putting a full fire system in and doing that stuff. And so our time trial drivers, maybe their cars aren't quite as prepped to racing standards, but these guys are building those cars to the letter of the TT rules. They're all power to weight classes, and these guys are building them to the limits and taking it as serious as any race driver we have at our events. They're super competitive, and it's a totally different mindset, going for the fastest laps. So we have 8 different classes, everything from TT1 to TT6, as well as a couple of unlimited classes, which really, again, gives you something for everybody. No matter what car you have, we'll be able to slot you in power to weight wise in one of those classes.
Yeah, even if I have an EV, right?
Even an EV, the only time we get restricted on that, there's a few facilities around the country that won't accept the EVs, but NASA's all in on getting every single car we can on track, and including the EVs. So it's been exciting to watch.
Yeah, I love the entertainment, honestly, of a time trial competition, because when you're watching, not only just watching what the result is, and the ultimate time, but also watching a run someone's making. And, all of a sudden you think, oh, that might have been the corner that either did it or broke it for them. And, it's a continual, really feeding of entertainment.
It is. It's a different viewer experience, as a spectator watching something like that. And people, if you don't fully understand and respect it, maybe, you got to get educated on, the 10th of a second that's making the difference between these lap times. And it really is exciting to watch. And that was one of the things that Ozarks, their facility is, it's top notch. They have gone above and beyond. Built by racers is about as wonderful of a thing as you could ask for at a racetrack. Those guys have all the sector timing. So for the first time at our championships, we were actually able to look at sector timing for the time trial competition, which made it even more exciting for our live broadcast, to watch that stuff. Because like you said, you're waiting for that one corner that might make or break a lap for these guys.
Yeah, it's awesome. All right, some of the news coming up. Hoosier and the Spec Miata class. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, this is big. NASA Spec Miata has been on a Toyo for years and years, and we've made the switch this season to go to a Hoosier product. And we're really excited about that new partnership there. We've got several of our spec classes that have switched over to Hoosier products, and kind of keeping the balance between, Toyo, Maxxis, Hoosier. We've got lots of different classes on lots of different tires, but the switch to the Hoosier is an exciting one for Spec Miata. So we're excited for the contingency programs that's going to bring, and just a whole different level of competition. Everyone's going to be learning a new tire, so it should bring some excitement.
Yeah, which is really cool. Hey, look, it is December, so we're all talking about Christmas and everything. How about some of the toy runs that NASA's involved with?
Yeah, a couple of our regions that southern regions, a lot of our northern regions have to shut down by the time we're getting to November and December due to the weather. But some of these southern states, Texas and Southeast in particular, have been running these toy run events for the last several years, Southeast even longer than Texas, and do a phenomenal job of collecting toys to donate back during the holidays. And it's really exciting to be a part of. I'm directly involved because I am in the Texas region, so I've been hosting those events personally for the past 6 years. And again, that idea piggybacked off the Southeast region, who has been doing it for far longer. But every year they grow and grow, and I think it's a really exciting event to kind of get people in the spirit of the holidays, because people kind of get bummed that it's the last event of the year and we're going into the off season and now we got to wait. But it's always a fun way to end the season. We actually had Santa Claus come out, and he released cars from grid and he threw the checker flag. We had a lot of fun with it. And again, those are the things that are fun for NASA to give back in the ways that we can.
Yeah, well, as a fellow Texan, thank you. It's awesome. For fun. How about the Spec MX5 class now? Tell us about that.
Yeah, Spec MX5 and Corvette Cup are two new classes that NASA is adding to the ranks coming up in 2026. So we're excited for all of that crossover. Spec MX5 cars have been just kind of slotted into our super touring classes. So we're excited for that to become a standalone class within NASA. And Corvette Cup, there's a lot of spec series, but we've struggled to find that sweet spot of a car that's a spec class that's reasonably priced and also fast. Spec Miata is not for everybody. Some guys they want something with more horsepower, and a lot of times with more horsepower comes more financial obligation, and we wanted to find something that was a little bit faster and a little more exciting, but still at a good price point. So we're really excited for Corvette Cup and to see how that series does here with us in the next couple of seasons.
Yeah, that's a pretty neat thing. Getting back to the HPDE, what can you tell us about the rewards program?
Man, this is something that we're super proud of, and kind of towing the line of we're the first ones to do it that we know of. And the HPD rewards and the instructor benefits programs that NASA is putting out is just another way to get people excited about HPDE and about instructing. Finding instructors is as hard as getting the new people involved, and you can't have one without the other. So we wanted to have benefits programs that benefited both. So as you graduate through the HPD levels 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4, and as an instructor, the more events that you instruct a student, you're earning benefits towards Toyo tires, Hawk products, Summit Racing. So we've got all these incredible sponsorship programs, and we try to filter as much as we can back into our drivers every chance we get. So we're excited about those programs.
Yeah, and you know what? While we're talking about sponsors, let's talk about them. You mentioned Toyo tires, the Summit Racing equipment, Hawk Performance Brakes, Mazda Motorsports, and really, I'm sure other numerous business opportunities that you guys haven't realized yet as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, we've got 12 national partners within NASA right now, and it's funny, when I started, 6, 8, 10 years ago, we had like 4. We have literally every year we're adding new partners, and that's the stuff, I love to think about. We haven't even thought about that. And someone will plant a seed and I'm like, oh, maybe they would be interested. So there's always possibilities for anyone that wants to partner with NASA, whether it's a member benefits program or a contingency program. I mean, NASA has a very long list, whether you're a computer company or car rentals, hotels. I mean, we have partnerships with all different kinds of groups that we want to feed that back to our members and make sure they're getting their money's worth out of their membership dues. So really exciting, and always, the door is always open for more.
Yeah, for sure. If you would just elaborate more, what can you tell us also about the autocross programs?
Yeah, autocross has been embedded in NASA for a long time, but a lot of people didn't or don't realize how much their autocross transitions into NASA. It hasn't been as publicized on our website and some things. So we're really working to grow that side of the NASA business. We've got 5 or 6 autocross regions right now across the country, and we've kind of messed with the rules a little bit the last couple of years to get them to a place that we're super excited about, and really now at the point where we can bring in more new autocross regions. So we're excited about that program, and that is the gateway into what we do, into HPD, time trial and racing. Most people start at a drag strip, at a go-kart track, or at an autocross, and then they don't know what that next step is until we can kind of combine that with what we do. So we are really excited about getting more people involved in autocross and getting, like I said, we just added a NASA region in the Northwest, and that's a whole region doing HPD, time trial and racing. We are just as determined to get more folks hosting autocross events under the NASA name across the country as well.
Yeah, and you know what? I don't want to undersell what a challenge it is to be able to literally work with all of the 16 different regions all across the United States, Hawaii, and everything. You brought up something earlier when we were talking about EVs that, well, some tracks won't welcome EVs at this point. I mean, that's still a new thing. But actually working with, finding tracks, putting on events, and all of those other things, what are a lot of the challenges with that? Just getting on someone's schedule who might be busy as well.
That's exactly it. The date equity thing is huge in this industry. The tracks only have so many dates. Some of them are membership tracks, and they have to leave certain weekends open for their members. And starting a new region, that is one of the things. It's like what dates do you have left? We'll make it work, and a lot of regions, they want to try to move a date even a weekend, and it is an ordeal. You've got to talk to 16 different other groups to say, hey, would you be willing to swap, or could we move this around? I mean, people are grandfathered into their dates. A lot of people have had their dates for years, and it really is hard to move things around and get new schedules accomplished, or add a date, or if you drop a date, you might never get it back. So there's a lot of that goes into negotiating those schedules and getting that all sorted. It's like you said, especially with 16 regions we're talking about. So.
And look, we all have good ideas. So this is not insulting to anyone, but it's really easy to say, oh, you know what? You should go here and you should do it this time of year. Well, that's a great idea. But logistically, sometimes things do work and sometimes they don't, right?
Exactly. And that's when I'm a regional director for the Texas region. And when I first got into that role, I made sure I introduced myself to every other organizer in Texas and said, hey, the motorsport world is too small. We all need to have allies in the SCCA and Grid Life and Time Attack. We're all trying to do the same thing. We're all trying to, make sure that grassroots racing is the best that it can be. And I wanted to make sure that, hey, if there's a racing event going on, I probably shouldn't be double booked with it. But if it's an HPD day, you guys could be double booked. And, we do a lot of that negotiating and trying to make sure we have good partnerships, even with all the other sanctioning bodies, to help make this work better for everybody.
Yeah, and that's the way it should work. I mean, we all have the same passion, so that's a great thing. Tell us about Sebring this year, September 24th through 27th, big national championships.
Super excited about the Sebring NASA championships. We haven't been there since 2017. So I think a lot of people are excited for it to be back. And it's just a good track, a lot of history. A lot of people will be excited to make that journey. Some people, depending on the track, they might not come from Northern California or Utah, but places like Sebring will bring those drivers in from across the country. And so we're really excited to see what that event turns for us.
Yeah. And again, Sebring is a name that we all know. And for a lot of people, that's the other part of it too. I like the fact that, oh man, I could actually go drive and race Sebring and be a part of this with my NASA affiliation.
Absolutely. Yep. I think it's going to be one of the biggest championships we've had in a while. 25 was kind of an interesting year with motorsports in general, I think, just with some retraction in certain areas. It was a weird financial year. A lot of people, elections, people didn't know what was going on. So I really anticipate that 26 is going to be a big bounce back. And so we're excited for the Sebring champs. We're excited. We're taking the 25-hour event back to Ozarks. We had such a great event there for the championships in 25 that we're actually going to do the 25 hours at Ozarks, June 25th through 28th. So that's going to be another big event for NASA next year. So really excited about those two big marquee events.
Awesome. Marie, what a great pleasure to spend some time with you here and chat about all the great things that NASA has going on. And we appreciate you sharing and appreciate everything that you guys do.
Thank you guys all so much for letting us be a part of this incredible week. We're honored to be a part of it, and you guys do such a fantastic job. So thanks a million.
Thank you, Mary. It means a lot. Thank you very much. Stay with us. We're going to be talking off-road in a few minutes with Score International.
ARP, the ultimate fasteners for whatever you build. To get the best performance, always follow ARP's installation instructions included with the product. For the latest torque specs, go to arpinstructions.com.
Thank you and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2025, Day 4. Joe Castillo is with us. How are you doing, Joe, today?
I'm very well, but bummed out that we are at the end of the line for EPARTRADE Industry Week, the final day.
Absolutely, yeah. We're getting on the last few sessions, so we are waiting for Jose, who should be with us, hopefully any second. And I know our good friend here, they are based in Mexico, and we're going to be talking about Score International. So while we wait for them, Joe, any thoughts, any feedback from you on the previous sessions we have had?
Well, they've all been very interesting, and I think Brad Gilley is a great host, and I enjoy his work and effort. He asks great questions, and it's just exciting to get outside of the bubble that we all create for ourselves with our passions, and me with the world of NHRA drag racing and doing my own weekly live stream show and podcast. I focus on drag racing, and that's why NHRA hires me in, but I have passion for all these other things. If it's got an engine, if it's got wheels, if there's a person driving it, I'd love to know about it and what's up. And so this has been a great week to learn, some of the drifting, just what people are trying. And we all have the same challenges, right? We all want to get younger. We all want to get more eyes. It's pretty simple.
I got a note from our producer that the team at Score is having a little technical challenge. So I will leave you with Judy for a second, Joe, and we're going to help our good friend at Score to get
Good luck. Good luck, Francisca. Judy and I will hold down the fort. The highlight, Judy, for me, and hopefully everybody, enjoys the drag racing and understands that we're everything. But when you brought in Linda Vaughn, and I got to just one-on-one with Linda about her life career, and we kind of kicked it. That was back and forth, just a little fun. That was a highlight for me.
Was it? Yeah. Linda's such a good interviewer, and she's experienced so much, been everywhere, done everything, and she's just really Miss Motorsports. She's done every type of racing. So we've had her on every single year, and she always has great stories to share. That was a very colorful day, having Tony, Stewart, Leah, and Richard with us with Elite Motorsports. It was just what a powerful end of the day.
Well, I can't wait to see those clips when Leah Pruett says to Tony Stewart about the 2026 season in NHRA that she's going to kick his butt. That's not what she said, though. And they had that little moment. Like, to me, that's the beginning of a reality television show or something.
Yeah, we know who wears the pants in that family. So, I think Tony likes it too,
You said that, not me. And
yeah.
I'll just let it stay out there.
That's on record. But she is just, I'm amazed by her. She just knows this industry. She represents her sponsors so well, just as good as Tony. And I was impressed.
Well, and Alan Johnson and Doug Kalitta as well, just to highlight the stuff that I have done. And I encourage everybody to go back. I know you guys do a good job of breaking those interviews out and sharing them throughout the year and whatnot. But Alan Johnson, underpublicized icon. He's about business. He doesn't do too many interviews. And you can see why. He's about business, but we kind of got in on him, and it was very cool to see him and Doug interact that way.
Yes. Yeah. And I'm so happy to have Doug on again. We had him on one time with his first championship, and this is the second time. But like you said, having Alan on as his crew chief, that was strong.
Well, and you win the championship, you have responsibilities. That's it. You got to get out there. You got to do the media. On my show this week, and thank you for letting me plug it every once in a while, WFO Radio and WFO Radio TV on YouTube. We had Dallas Glenn, who is the new Pro Stock World Champion, and just so many great personalities coming out into the spotlight, if you will. We get to know them, and then you guys doing a great job with all the companies behind the scenes that help power these guys, whether it be a series or whether it be a product.
Yes. And we had Josh Hart on. He's amazing, and he's opening up and has opened up more speed shops. So that was impressive. But yeah, this platform, we really have so many suppliers on this platform. So engine builders, machine shops, they could reach out to them and conduct business all year long. So that's the concept of this platform. And this is the cherry on the ice cream, where we do collect the brightest, gathering of, motorsports here, from sanctioning bodies to OEMs to race teams, champions, legends. So it's really turned out to be a great week.
Now it's exciting, and hopefully all the fans out there are enjoying it. Not just my work, but everyone who has helped out behind the scenes. We've certainly had a good time. And look at Francis.
Okay, so we've got a good news and the bad news. The good news is Jim Ryan, who is going to be able to step in for Jose, who is out of reach. It's basically got a little technical challenge. So we're going to bring Jim Ryan, a change of speaker, but Jim has been with SCORE for many, many, many years. And as soon as Jim is on, we'll run a short video, because of a great video for SCORE, and we're bringing Jim Ryan. So a big thank you to our good friend Jim, who's stepping in at the last minute. But the important thing is that SCORE is represented, and again, apologies for Jose, who had the last minute challenge, but that's what it is. We want this event to be live, and so being live means that sometimes we have speakers, that have a last minute issue. So Jim, you there? There you are. Good afternoon, Mr. Ryan. Good morning to you.
Good morning. How's everything going?
Good. Thank you for stepping in. So we have a wonderful video that you shared with us. So why don't we roll the video, and then Joe, you carry on.
How exciting is that? Joe Costello back with Jim Ryan from Score International. A late call to the bullpen, if you will, Jim.
Yep.
Hopefully all is well with you, and you were able to jump right in. And internet issues from time to time. Unfortunately, we couldn't get with Jose, but the video has got us off started right. My blood pressure went up from the excitement. You could see you guys just finished in November. How did the 2025 campaign go for you guys?
It was a great season as usual. We had a massive growth in all the areas that we really were concentrating on. Live stream was one of our key items. The technology finally caught up to us a couple years ago for what we had to accomplish down in the Baja Peninsula and keeping those programs together. And all of that's really every race was exponentially better than the rest. So we really hit our team really hit a home run with the Baja 1000, which you saw a couple of those reels. I have to hand off to our video team too. They did a great job. That's kind of a compilation overview of the 2025 season.
No, it was, I felt the energy. They don't all do that. And I felt the energy of the event. And to be honest with you, Jim, and to the audience, if I live in southeastern Florida by the beaches and the Everglades. So if there is any discipline of motorsport that I consider far off in the distance, it's what you guys do. But I have great curiosity to it. I recently did a nice podcast for folks at Total Seal with a gentleman named Jorge Jimenez, who builds engines for the buggies that are going over and running in the Baja, and was just really sharing some of the passion that they have for rolling over the earth and kind of taking it as it comes and just keeping on through the night. It's seems like an amazing event you guys have got going throughout the season.
Yeah, of the 4 races that we produce during the year basically keeps us busy 24 hours a day. But from geographically, because of the way social media and live stream work, and basically just from the heritage, this was the 58th running of the Baja 1000. So it's got heritage. Our San Felipe race is 37 years old. Baja 500 is 56 years old. And our newest event, the Baja 400, takes place in September, is heading into its 7th year. So these are legacy events. The geographical point, as you pointed out, in Florida, but we had just in the Baja 1000 that ran a couple of weeks ago, we had entries from 35 states and 18 countries. So that's the kind of the scope that these events are bringing, specifically the Baja 1000.
Amazing. So you've got a 4-event schedule. We've all heard Baja 1000. BF Goodrich has been with you guys for a lot of time, but the first thing you said was massive growth. And you mentioned the live stream. I want to stay there, because when you said the technology caught up to us, I immediately thought of all the challenges it would be to produce a live stream in the desert. There has to be plenty. How did you guys overcome those obstacles?
Well, like everybody else, Starlink was the first jump, but we go down and test all the Starlink systems. Everything would work perfect until we had an infusion of a few 100,000 people with Starlinks during the race. It kind of evaporated that. So we went to 2-3 other systems, and then ended up building a complete network level control room in El Cajon, California, our logistics center. And throughout trial and error, we have the right team in there now, and other tracking and timing methods have been integrated the last couple of years, along with a number of other items that we overcame just operating in a foreign country to start with, from our technology part. But yeah, it's all come together. We're really happy about that. The response has been phenomenal. It's really just opened up a lot more eyes and interest in, the Score Baja 1000 has a great legacy and a lot of cachet in the general marketplace, but it's good to see the rest of it. It enhances the whole series, it enhances the sponsor impacts, the racer impacts, and it's just drawing from another audience, getting new people involved with just racing itself.
Well, but the originator, Mickey Thompson, like there's so many connections. That whole Southern California, I do most of my work in drag racing, but people talk about this. Snake went racing through the desert a couple of years ago. There's a certain connection and a passion to that. Good to see you able to grow. And everyone we've talked to this week is also saying, we want to grow, but we want to get younger. Is that a challenge for you guys? Judging by the video, it looked like you had a pretty broad demographic.
It is, and I think obviously the social media end of it and all of that has helped bring in new eyes. But yeah, the demographics are always something. We have multi-generational racing families, and just generations of the culture itself. So even I think we're considered more of an action sport from when you're looking at the type of advertisers and type of sponsorship bases that we've had over the years, which usually draws from a lower demo, a younger demo, I should say. But yeah, I think that's the key to everybody's longevity. We have our legends and we have our stars, of course. But yeah, it's that grooming that next generation, and we have a number of those guys coming up to the system now, and they're at the top of the podiums now.
Let's talk about some of the vehicles. I think there are a couple that are iconic that you don't have to be knowledgeable about the racers to know that when you see a trophy truck, what it's connected to, the buggies as well. Give us a breakdown for people who aren't totally familiar, but they have the muscle memory in there of the classes that you run.
Well, that's kind of the unique thing about what we do in desert racing in general is on the books, we literally have almost 50 classes that can be entered. It doesn't mean they're all active, but they exist. On a given race, we'll probably have 28 classes represented. And you mentioned trophy trucks. It's kind of the upper level of technology for desert racing. And those are our biggest classes with basically the best guys in the world representing those classes. But even trophy truck is morphed over because technology keeps driving it. We have now four major classes of trophy trucks. We have the Unlimited, which is basically the all-wheel drive systems have now become bulletproof after years of teething on that. And we noticed, which was common knowledge, but the finisher rate and what was coming in the top 10, top 15 trucks and trophy truck were all becoming the all-wheel drives. So they were basically setting up their morphing into another class. So we broke apart that class. It runs as a separate unlimited class right now. And then the two-wheel drive class. And then we have a Legends class. And then a trophy truck spec class, which has the engine is spec'd out. So, and there's the suspension and all that. So it's a detuned trophy truck, but they're very reliable and very, very fast. So that class has really exploded also. Then we go through our buggy classes, the moto classes, and UTVs are the next big item that's really exploded in the last few years across off-road motorsports in general, but particularly with us. It's our big factory wars at this point. It's that's where they've settled in. It's not Ford, Chevy, Dodge, Kawasaki, KTM, Husqvarna wars of old. It's Can-Am and Polaris and Speed, and a couple other. Kawasaki just released a new UTV also.
That's exciting to know that there is learnings from the race course that are going directly into making products better. I'm sure that they all love your series because they can showcase what their machinery is capable of.
No, you just hit a very important part. Yeah, Baja has been used for is product endurance and product testing, and one of our massive trademarks is Baja proven, and that's exactly what the manufacturers are down there for. Ford itself just came down with a massive effort at the Baja 1000 representing the whole Raptor line. It was the 15th anniversary of the release, which that vehicle was built around Baja, as you know or don't know. But now they had 4 different platforms. They had a 2026 Raptor, they had a Raptor Pro R, they had the Ranger Pro R, Ranger Raptor, I should say, and the Bronco Raptor Pro R. So they raced all those, and those are basically coming in on the more stock classes, because that's what they're trying to prove. That's their messaging, and they did a great job at that at the 1000. So they had a massive effort going on down there.
Oh, that's exciting that they're still places, and we see it in drag racing, people who want to have a quick accelerating car, but for the off-road outdoors crowd who want to know that the vehicle that they're going to get is capable, you said it, right? Baja proven. That tells you everything you need to know.
Yep, and that goes for vehicles, tires, wheels, lights, lighting systems, safety systems, hydration systems. It's all, we're kind of the pinnacle of that product endurance tag.
So what you've had success, you've had growth, you've got manufacturer involvement, you've got a young demographic. It says to me that this is set up for the future. So what are your goals with Score International? How big do you think this can become? Are you managing your growth, and what would you like to see happen in the next couple of years? We'll focus on 2026 momentarily, but long term.
Well, that's always in motion for sure. We have a big team down in Ensenada. We have an office in Ensenada that basically is race operations. That's where Jose G is, and Juan, who weren't able to be on the show today, but they're full schedule. They make sure the races are happening with everything from Mexico City all the way through the different governors and all the mayors, tourism bureaus, border crossing people, federal police, local police, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's a big job that those guys do. And so managing that is also quite critical, staying ahead and working with the government nonstop, because that's key to what we have to do. It's not just the BLM in the US, it's 100 other bullet points that our guys have to go through. And that comes from doing this for so long. And then the guys we have in those positions have been doing it for so long with the government itself. So that's the key items, just staying from a federal and state level, being able to still pull this off, this massive exercise that we do, which basically for the peninsula, the Baja Peninsula, we're the #1 revenue driver in terms of tourism. So that's been established by their tourism people of all the events that they put on during the year. And this goes all the way to Mexico City. Mexico City recognizes us as an official country tourism benefactor. They recognize basically NASCAR and us. I'm sorry, Formula One and us as their official tourism partners, motorsports wise. So that came about a few years ago. But I'd say the courses, in terms of the future, it's how far do we branch out? And that's always been conversations. We have people contacting us all the time. It's just like the previous show on, great ideas happen every second of the day. And then there's those pesky details on how that will ever happen and what's viable, not only for the different countries, what's going on with Score, and more importantly, how do the teams, how does this affect them if we start expanding our area? But that's always a plan. The 2026, you mentioned our season. The big item there is our Baja 1000 for the first time ever will take place 100% in the southern state, Baja Sur. So it'll be a loop race out of Cabo San Lucas area. So that's the first time the whole race will be run. It's usually a peninsula run. It starts in the north, goes to the south, or in our 50th anniversary season, we started in La Paz and ran north to Ensenada. So that was quite interesting too. But so that'll be the big eye opener for next year. There's a large motorsports community that already exists in Baja Sur too. So their aspirations are always to run a Score race, but we're only down there about every 3 years for that type of opportunity. So we'll see how that goes.
And what brings about a change like that to just to keep it fresh, to mix it up?
Yes, it's constantly doing that. Even when we're up on the other races, that the San Felipe races, Baja 500, Baja 400, they're still in the general area, but the courses are never the same. They have to be changed up. So that's always a major challenge. It's not just a fixed course with fixed TV cameras, and we know what's going on in viewing areas. It's a traveling show.
That makes it. I love that. It makes it more interesting to me that you can't learn the course. Like well, last year, I remember it's always different. You're always doing something interesting. Jim, we know we pulled you in kind of last second, unsuspecting when Jose had some technical issues, but
problem.
I'm sure there's something that I didn't get to that you need the world to know. Something that about Score International, something coming up, or something that's in your heart about this sport that you wanted to put out there, and I didn't quite get to it in terms of my questioning. Whatever that might be, now's the time. Put it out there because I got to tell you, like I talk a lot of motorsports, and this has got it's a little something extra in the heart. Everything you guys are doing, you can just see it. It's a run across the earth. You're just kind of dealing with what you've got, and I admire that. So what do you got to say to the folks out there?
Well, we appreciate the support and the notoriety for sure. The amount of work that goes into these 4 races on an annual basis, which are now approaching 60 years here shortly, is pretty amazing. And I think you hit it on the head, though. You have to have heart to be involved with this for the amount of things that we have to tackle. They're unusual and unique challenges nonstop than what we deal with. But the growth area, I mean, that's our key. Everybody on our staff, the owners, our leadership, everything is growth. We know we can't stand still. So technology, as I said, is the big push right now. We have about 8 major marketing and media platforms that we have integrated into the series itself to make sure that messaging is on target, and we control our media. That's been a big boost for the sponsor base, and the teams getting exposure on top of that. But it's bringing what we do to the general public. At least it's available now. We just entered into a new agreement with Racer Network also. I don't know if that was brought up. That's all part of our brand expansion and just what we do. So they just came on board and they handled they expanded our live stream coverage at the Baja 1000 to their motorsports enthusiast base. So that'll be growing for next year. But the market expansion, we also produced, we're in year 3 of a docuseries right now. So we're trying to step outside of our comfort zone. We know we own the bullseye in terms of the enthusiast and the racer base, but we need to get out to the 9 and 10 rings for sure. The docuseries Surviving Baja has been available on Tubi, Roku, and Apple TV for now a year and a half, 2 years now. So we have season 1 and 2 that are out and are totally available to watch at any time at the comfort of your home. We're just finishing up season 3 right now with the Baja 1000. That'll break probably in the first half of 2026, keeping on those channels. So I think it's just growth. How do we manage it? And that falls back on staffing, and where do we start expanding our own staff, and that's all been happening regularly now too. So it's about growth, keeping true to what Baja racing is all about. And that's our main goal.
That's awesome. Now, you've done a great job. Racer Magazine or Racer Network was on early in the week, and they talked about all the different products you guys got mentioned, and we are streaming out there on their network right now. So that is very exciting. All right. With our last minutes, you mentioned the bulletproof drivetrain of the trophy trucks. That piqued my interest because nothing can be bulletproof, right? But have they really gotten to that point where technology is kind of overcoming the hurdles of the Baja?
Yes, and that started really happening about a year and a half ago. That's where you'll see a lot more, and the manufacturers, the guys who produce those, are back ordered big time. So we know there's a lot of new all-wheel drive systems coming through that'll be appearing in the 2026-27 series. But they're turning into Gen 1, 2, and 3 on their systems, because obviously technology, they keep watching and improving everything they can. Yeah, nothing's 100% bulletproof, but the finishing rate there and the distance that they're putting on the rest of the field in most cases is pretty extreme.
Amazing. No, that piques my interest because it's so obvious. Like even, all-wheel cars, they don't spin the tires, so they go quicker and faster. It makes perfect sense. Thank you for your time, Jim. Great job.
No problem. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. Wonderful session. Thank you, Jim. We'll be right back with you. We're going to run a short video from our sponsors, and we're going to be talking rally with Lawrence Foster.
Scott Lewis and Associates, the sales, marketing, and branding specialist for the automotive performance industry since 1988. We get our manufacturers on track by opening an extensive distribution network, providing product training to sales staff, creating fully integrated sales and marketing strategies, building successful industry partnerships, attending trade shows, events, and races, offering first-class support to customers. SLAI delivers solutions that win you sales. To get in touch with an SLAI representative, call 516-378-6100. Go to scottlewisinc.com or email info@scottlewisinc.com.
With roots in the Midwest that date back well before the Model T, Fifth Third Bank has a long history of serving the needs of automotive companies. While much has changed over the years, our passion for helping businesses put cars on the road and on the track has not. Today, we are more committed than ever as a member of SEMA, a founding member of PRI, and a sponsor of multiple race teams across several racing series.
For over a decade, Fifth Third Bank has been a staunch supporter of our industry and a great partner for many companies in the motorsports field.
Our business has been growing extremely fast, and really we could not be where we are today without Fifth Third. They provided amazing strategic advice, the capital we need to support our phases of growth.
They are true partners for me now, and what they do with their involvement in motorsports is untouched in this community.
Where can we take your business? Fifth Third Bank.
Your whole day rides on your diesel truck. Don't let anything slow it down. Keep life and drive with America's #1 DEF brand. Only Blue DEF products are triple filtered and guaranteed pure. And Blue DEF Platinum helps prevent deposits before they create problems. So nothing stands between you and the day, wherever it takes you. Count on Blue DEF and Blue DEF Platinum. Guaranteed for what drives you.
Thank you and welcome back to the program, Mr. Lawrence Foster, Editor-in-Chief at Racer.
Absolutely.
How are we doing, Lawrence, today?
It feels like you guys are on the home leg, but packed morning already and some good stuff ahead. Was talking to Racer editor David Malsher just after he'd been on Chip Ganassi racing duty first thing this morning. He said that was a fascinating chat. I know that the rest of the morning there, just catching the tail end of the score, has been full of insight and information, and I don't think we're done yet.
No, we're not. And you're right. David's interview with Mike was fascinating this morning, and we could have listened for hours. And so we keep the format short so we can have more speakers. But definitively another great session. And Mike is so knowledgeable. I mean, it's just like it's fascinating to listen to him. And the way he analyzes everything is absolutely incredible. So for sure that was a delight. And we're going to be talking rally with one of our season regular, Mr. Preston Osborne from the American Rally Association. That would not be an industry week without rally, right?
Oh,
yeah, of course.
Good to have you on, Preston.
Thank you for having me again.
Thank you.
Hey, well, welcome to Race Industry Week, Preston. A lot of the guys and girls we've been speaking to this week so far, it's kind of in the middle of the off season, but you're starting 2026 this weekend, not with one, but with two rallies, two of the region series kicking off this weekend. We'll get on to 2026. Well, 2025, 2026 in a wee while, but just want to go back and look back at 2025. Now, exciting news at the start of 2025 was a new promoter Just talk us through that and talk us through what you are seeing as changes and growing momentum as a result.
Yeah, no, thanks for bringing up our season for 25. There was a lot of big changes for us. As you mentioned, there's a new promoter called Rally Forward, but really it was still a joint effort between the promoter group and USAC. We talked about USAC, of course, years past, but from the promoter side, I actually moved from my competition role before as competition director into kind of a series manager role, which was much more on the promotion side. And so it was really great to look at it from a much different lens. Kind of our biggest push for 2025 was more on listen and learn, because we had a different perspective coming from a marketing first perspective rather than, at least on the promoter side. Of course, USAC was still working on competition safety. We were really able to look at it from that different lens, and kind of our first changes that we made coming into 2025 was to just change the look of the sport. I love that we've always been a grassroots sport, that blend between grassroots and professional, all in the same paddock, all on the same stages. That's what makes rally so interesting. But to be able to step it up on a series level, invest in some new equipment. We had a new race control trailer that we actually brought to all the national events just to ease some logistics on the different event organizers. And all of those had custom branding, custom wrapping. And again, that's really where just the look of the sport, you came into one of our service areas and it was very clear that it was an American Rally Association event going on. There was no question there.
I know that obviously Lance Smith, Vermont Sports Car and Rally Forward. I mean, what he doesn't know about rallying isn't worth knowing. Yeah. He has taken a look at really sort of a deeper dive as to how this sport becomes sort of able to grow. And as an example, for instance, the National Training Center, where officials, people who will actually be on the rally, will be brought up to speed. Just talk a little about some of those initiatives, just to give it more depth and give it more professionalism within the sport. So
absolutely. So right now, all of our events do a great job of training the volunteers that help put on this sport. But ultimately, it is a fragmented effort. Each event kind of has its own silo, and so again, that listen and learn approach that we've taken this year, with that different lens, is really seeing how we can centralize this, both from an information standpoint, but also from an effort standpoint. Our events are already doing a wonderful job putting the events together, but it's a lot of work. And so we're trying to identify different areas where we can take some of that burden off of the events, bring it into a series level. And part of that is training. The training center that you mentioned, announced, we have property to start developing it. And the great thing is it's going to be a very multifaceted approach. So not only is it going to be a volunteer training center, the intention is also to have numerous miles of rally stages there, so we can do hands-on training, potentially even run some small form events on that property in the surrounding area, but also open it up to teams so that they can do testing, in that location. And we've actually already had a couple of teams that have taken advantage of that, as we're just trying to identify the best way to approach it and give that opportunity. So from a volunteer training standpoint, we're also forming a new organization that we'll formally announce here, hopefully within the next couple of months, that really, again, is focused on training, recruiting, and retaining volunteers, just since that's such a critical element of our sport.
I've been told by Francisque that we can actually run a video which will give us a feel for basically the final product, what we see on the stages. Here we go.
Yes.
And back 6 left, the long left.
Magic. That's what it's all about. Preston, speaking with you last year, we discussed potential new OEMs. We looked at the fact that with this sort of like burgeoning interest and momentum in ARA rallying, that there could be some new faces, some new badges on the scene. Just tell us what you can about updates on any new entries, etc.
Yeah, of course. First looking at that video, I think it's such a great highlight of the series because you see such a wide variety of cars, and I think that's part of what makes rally unique, and in particular U.S. rally unique. Our cars that we see, let's say, are not as rigid as the FIA concept. We still have lots of FIA cars here in the U.S., but they're not the only option. Anything from home-built cars to the Subaru factory cars, we just see such a wide variety, and because of that, it really gives opportunity to manufacturers to try all sorts of different platforms. Subaru's been a long time OE supporter of the series, but this year, you may have seen at SEMA, Honda actually announced, HRC announced their rally concept that's based on the Civic platform. And, that's something that was really exciting for us to work with them. We've had kind of a smaller effort from Honda, let's say an unofficial Honda team is a group of their engineers that were spending some of their, prototype budget, if you will, to go rallying. But now to put an actual effort behind developing a car and potentially expanding it into customer opportunities is a huge deal for us. They're evaluating what their program is going to look like for 2026, but we're excited to see what comes together. So the other one you'll see actually racing this weekend is Mini.
Yes.
Mini came on the scene seemingly out of nowhere. We had some initial conversations with them kind of in last year, early this year, and for them, so much about their heritage is based on rally, going all the way back to the beginning of rallies with Monte Carlo and some of those early rallies. Heavily featured minis. And so they actually built and are developing two cars. So they have the Countryman, which is actually their four-door kind of small SUV, and then their two-door Cooper, which is, of course, a front-wheel drive entry. And I think that's just a perfect highlight of, again, you have one manufacturer with two very different cars, but they're able to come and race in our series in different classes. And what I really appreciate about Mini, which I think is still very unique to rally, is those cars are about as close to factory stock as you can get. Of course, they've put in the safety equipment that's required, but really their focus was showcasing the engineering that Mini brings to the table. And so those cars had downsized the brakes to fit gravel tires, of course, but other than that, we're running on factory suspension, factory engines, all the way down to the electronics. And what other motorsport can you really do that and still try and be competitive? And of course, this is development for them, so they'll break it, fix it, and repeat as you do with all racing. But to have them getting started at the end of this season with eyes to next year is fantastic for us.
And looking on an entry level as well, manufacturers like Stellantis with the Peugeot, the 208 Rally 4 Cup. That really, I think, shows manufacturers seeing the merits in this, but also allowing a platform that can give you an entry-level participation.
Yeah, absolutely. That cup, they started it. Well, sorry, the cars came over and started competing both here and in Canada this year, and then they announced the cup with.
I think we saw Sean Johnson in one.
What's that?
I think we saw Sean Johnson.
Correct. Yeah. Sean Johnson. Yeah, he raced it. A couple of Canadians raced it. They had Calais who came over from Europe and showed what it could do at 100 Acre Wood. And again, I think that points to certainly manufacturer interest. It's an FIA platform, so it's a Rally 4 car, and so great for us on a series to see this manufacturer-backed, FIA pyramid car competing against, a home-built BMW and a couple of Escorts and BRZs. Again, I think seeing that variety is what's really interesting, and why, as we're growing, we're understanding better kind of the product that we have to offer from a marketing level, and talking with more and more OEs about what that looks like. GM supported one of our competitors, Pat Morrow, at LSPR this year. and he races a V8 Chevy Sonic, which you may have seen around, which is obviously not a platform that GM has, but it uses a lot of GM components, and they see the value in this kind of Frankenstein build that you're not going to find anywhere else in the world, and frankly, not really in any other motorsport.
Oh no, Ferrari engines squeezed into cars and the thing.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
that is, as you say, that is part. It is so eclectic. There are so many levels to ARA rallying. But just looking ahead to 2026, you are a firm proponent of keeping things sort of keeping things balanced, not going change for change's sake. But I know there is a key change in the 2026 calendar that maybe fills a gap geographically.
Yeah, we're always looking at all of our events every year. We of course have had staples on our national calendar year over year, and historical events going all the way back to the 70 WRC days with LSPR. A lot of people don't know, of course, Olympus gets a lot of credit for being one of the final Group B events, or I think it's actually the final Group B event.
Yeah.
But LSPR was actually a WRC event before they were in the 70s. So again, a lot of historic events that we're able to feature on our calendar. But we're always looking for new up and comers. Over Mountain was an event we added this year for 2025 as a national event, kind of based in the Southeast, which is a new market for us, but growing. We went from no events in kind of the Southeast to 3 potentially more events in the coming years. So that's been growing in an important market for us. The new kind of kid on the block, if you will, for 2026, Rally Colorado. It's as close as a home event as it gets for me. I'm on the other side of Colorado, but it's at least somewhat close. And for us, we really look at events and say, okay, of course we need well-run events and well executed, but also unique. One of the great feedbacks we get from our competitors who come from all over the world to race our events is there's nowhere else in the world that you can go to one series, short of something like the WRC, and get such a wide variety of stages and atmosphere and locations. So looking at Colorado, adding this kind of high desert, mountainous type of event is really fascinating. And from a speed standpoint, it's a much slower speed than we see at some of our other events. And so I think it'll also prevent a very unique challenge, for us. We have 8 national events this year. Potentially, we could expand, in future years. But I think for where our series is at right now, 8 to 9 is kind of the sweet spot. We lost Oregon on the national calendar for 2026. They're kind of restructuring their leadership team, but we're really excited about that event. Already looking like it's going to come back bigger and better, for 2027. So.
Because Preston, just to explain the levels we have national, we have super regionals, we have the regions, we have rallycross. How do they all sort of work in terms of entry points and what they are giving a competitor?
Of course. So the national championship is kind of our premier events. Those are typically 2 or 3 days of competition, and from a schedule standpoint, are pretty time intensive. A lot of our competitors are on site for the events for 5 or 6 days between recce and testing and of course the competition days. But with them being the premier events, again, typically the most well-run events, most race distance typically is what you'll see. And there's a lot more marketing opportunity around those events, whether it's our our media initiatives or Dirtfish being on site, our media partner. Those are kind of the big opportunities, but with it, additional expense. So under that, we have the country split into 3 regions, kind of East, Central, and West is the name of the regions. And we have regional events within those. Typically those are going to be smaller events, just both from a mileage, but also from time commitment. So as competitors are getting involved in the sport, or if they're coming from a more grassroots level, those events are really structured to be a bit less expensive, again, a bit less of a time commitment, but still give them an opportunity to race rally, gain experience if they have aspirations, say, to move up to the national events, and let them have fun. I mean, ultimately, that's what we're here to do, right? So for the for the super regionals, those are kind of biggest and best regional events.
Mhm.
And a lot of times those are the people that are, or the events that are kind of on the cusp of being a national event. So for example, Rally Colorado, which is on the national calendar for next year, has been a super regional event for the last 4 or 5 years at this point. And so they've been kind of waiting in the wings and waiting to kind of prove that they're capable of putting on that level of event. And here we are.
We go again on the national championship first weekend in February, the Snowdrift, an event unlike any other.
I think that's a very true statement, isn't it?
if you know European snow rallies, check out the Snowdrift. It reimagines, yeah, no studs, massive.
Well, that's the big one. It's a snow rally with no studs, and for some of our colleagues that come over, from Europe or elsewhere, they go, "What do you mean it's bare rubber?"
Now, a bit of a difference this year is that we have Brandon Semenuk moving on. He a 4-time champion, but boy oh boy, has he been a star in the ARA, and in terms of his learning, he has decided to sort of take on a new challenge. But just talk about the amazing level of talent sort of waiting in the wings. I mean, Connor Martell, Ryan Booth, guys like that. This really has become a hothouse for new talent.
It has, and that's something that we're really trying to foster. Part of our goal, in the promoter group is we want Rally to be a much more sustainable business model, not only on a series and an event level, but also for teams. A lot of the conversations that we're having right now with the teams is, helping and working with them for marketing opportunities so they can get sponsorship dollars and not be paid out of pocket. Rental programs are exploding for us. It's, we went from kind of some low key entry level rentals to, all the way up to kind of what you saw Connor Martell in this year with the Skoda. And so offering opportunities for people to get involved in Rally, but making it sustainable is, a long-term goal, but we understand that's got to happen much sooner than later, for this sport to grow on the trajectory that we're seeing now. But we just had, we brought back the Rookie of the Year award. It hadn't been with us for quite a few years, and have renamed it the Ken Block Rookie of the Year award, just since he was such a pillar of our sport in gaining recognition, and of course very few understood marketing like he did on a motorsport and kind of performance car level. So we brought back that Rookie of the Year award, and this first year we gave it to a gentleman named Matthew Nykanen, who was first-time national competitor, had done some regional things, but he just surprised everyone out of the box. He said he wanted to do a national calendar at the beginning of the year, and he won several events and was on the podium nearly all of them. He actually had a decent-sized crash at Ojibwe in August this year, and broke his wrist. And maybe didn't get full doctor clearance to come back and come racing.
There were a lot of pins involved, I believe, Preston.
Yeah. But that's how committed he was, and again, his talent really surprised people because he was taking a home developed car. It's a well established platform in the BMW M3 platform, but against machinery like those Rally 4 cars, and was able to match and keep up with them on some of the stages and some of the events. So, seeing people like him come up, you mentioned Connor Martell. I used to work with him in the Rallycross days,
right.
When I was involved with things like Nitro Rallycross or ARX, and, seeing what he's developed as a driver, it really reminds me of what I saw from Brandon when he first started. All the way back, he was racing UTVs in rallies, both in Canada and here in the US. And I'm a data junkie, so I live in the data, and I get a lot of data from our tracking systems and can kind of judge driver performance from it. And seeing how he developed over the last few years was incredible. And I'm seeing Connor now do that on an even more accelerated level. So really excited to see what's in the future for him.
And I think this speaks as well to the fact that the various classes in ARA, we saw Travis Pastrana win in a limited 4-wheel drive Subaru. We've seen obviously Connor Martell winning around in a Rally 2 car. For you, I guess that is part of the attraction, that we can bring over FIA class spec cars, but they are taking on ARA derived cars, and they are working so well together.
Yeah, that's I'm sure my technical team hates me because I always have wild ideas on how we can be more inclusive as far as different builds, cars, whatever the case is. But for us, I always say we're not going to exclusively allow FIA cars, but we want them to have a place to play. Because the reality is they're very, very capable cars, at all the different levels. And you're able to buy them off the shelf, if you will, and bring them in and you're racing and off you go. So there's a lot of opportunity from a growth standpoint for those. But again, the character of US Rally are really the different types of builds and fitting them into the different classes gives us a little bit of extra work. And again, that's where we're able to use the data that we can collect and kind of level the classes to the best of our ability so that people can be racing very different machinery, potentially within the same class. A great example is the limited four-wheel drive class, which you mentioned Travis is competing in this year. The Rally 3 cars came in and we kind of looked at some different elements of the builds and performance of them, and saw that they're very, very similar to the limited four-wheel drive cars that we had. And so rather than separating the Rally 3s into their own class when we only have a handful of them here in the US, we were able to fit them within the limited four, and we've had great competition between Rally 3 cars and our top level limited four-wheel drive cars through this year. Initially people thought, one or the other is going to blow each other out of the water. But the reality is they're very, very close. Travis, of course, is an exceptional driver. And stepping into that limited four-wheel drive car, the smile's back on his face and he's grinning ear to ear because it's a very, let's say, basic and mechanical driving car. And I think that's part of what also makes the Rally 3 cars so interesting. So seeing them matched on the stages, certainly I can pat my technical team on the back a little bit because everything kind of came to fruition. We do see how close they actually are.
We've got Rally Forward obviously pushing on the promotion side. We've got an exceptional field. We've got great competition. Preston, I know that an important thing for you is connecting with the audience. We may not be stage side at every round, but just talk us a little bit about that connection with the base and sort of expanding the ability to get the ARA message out there.
Yeah, we're getting closer to live stream. The call before this with Score talked about the technical challenges. And we've been kind of testing quite a bit of different technology behind the scenes for the last 12 months. And the benefit that Desert has over someone like us, even though territory-wise we're somewhat similar, is we have a lot of trees. And so Starlink is largely ineffective at a lot of our races. So we're looking at some different technology options with eyes kind of to 2027 of a full live stream program for our national championship. So, this year, part of our initiative starting the promoter group was, hiring some media to do both our social media, some long form video. We actually have a kind of mini series that'll be coming out here by about the end of the year, kind of documenting what the series looked like in 2025 at the national events. And so we brought on Andy Dudorosi, who's a pretty well-known kind of YouTube social media personality, but also a longtime rally competitor. So he knows all the players, he knows all the stories, and he's able to bring that very fun perspective to our social media and also to the series that we have coming out. Again, looking to 2026, still working with Dirtfish, who's a well-known rally media company. So they've been a series partner for a number of years now. They've been trying some live streaming, but kind of our focus for next year is trying to do what we call near live. So we're going to be taking footage from the stages, footage out of cars, and doing kind of very quick, well-produced recaps, at service breaks, at end of day. That way, while you're not seeing live in-car footage, because that's a very big budget for me to be able to do that. You're still able to get that action as near live as you can. In addition to that, we're also developing an app for us for next year that will kind of be your one source for everything ARA. So you'll have event scores, you'll have event tracking built into it, of course, anything news-wise, and continuing and expanding our social media push.
Well, Preston, February 6th, 7th is the date for your calendar when it does
coming fast.
Oh boy, yes. I don't want to say how many days, but it's not too many. But that's when it kicks off with a snowdrift. I would recommend if anybody hasn't seen a rally live, we've talked about this in the past, but get yourself to Bonfire Alley and
Yes.
just check out rallying in the raw with added pyrotechnics and flames.
Yeah, they're unfortunately not running Bonfire Alley this year, but there's still still a lot of, I know, still a lot of spectator opportunities, and I can tell you the bonfires, I'm sure, will find their way from Bonfire Alley to the other stages. Those fans are something else up there, and I think, with it being the snowy time of year, of course, in Michigan, all the snowmobile trails up there, it makes it really accessible, where you're able to view different areas of rallies that you may not be able to see at any of the other events, because you don't need to get there by road.
Well, just closing then. I mean, looking at the rest of the calendar, then obviously we have a range of surfaces. We have a range of locations. We have a range of temperatures. Everything does not involve having to sort of like put on 3 layers and head to the Upper Peninsula.
If that's not your thing, then you don't have to.
just give us 2 or 3 where you would say, look, if you haven't seen it live before, check these out.
I mean, they're all on our national calendar for a reason, right? And that's where we look at it, especially now with the promoter lens, and say each rally brings something unique, and that's why they're on the calendar. Of course, snowdrift, snow, and bonfires, Bonfire Alley or not, is a very different looking type of event that you see anywhere else in the world. 100 Acre Wood has been a staple for us. That's the next event in March. They're typically very fast, very flowy roads. So if you want to see a rally car at top speed, 100 Acre Wood is the one to go check out. From there, Olympus is actually doing their 40th anniversary event this year, 40th anniversary of their last WRC event.
Mhm.
And so they're bringing 3 days of competition and 200 stage miles.
Oh my goodness.
For both competitors and for spectators. So that'll definitely be an exciting one this year. After that, we go to Ohio, which we do a downtown stage in Chillicothe, Ohio. And that one is so much fun because, you can spectate nearly the entire stage. It's very, very accessible. And at the end of that stage is actually a big jump. It's basically a crossing, most days when we're not using it for rally. And so cars launch pretty well off there. Our biggest kind of social media hit this year was actually the Lexus of Michael Hooper coming over that jump a bit sideways, lost it, ended up backwards, and threw it in reverse and crossed the finish line for that stage going backwards, which you don't see that in very many motorsports.
that is more days of thunder than ARA.
Yeah, exactly. And we have Colorado after that, which I talked about. Very mountainous and beautiful locale. Some really good spectator opportunities there. And then we have in August is Ojibwe, which is up in Minnesota, and they call themselves the land of 10,000 lakes. I'm sure they can fight with Finland over that, but very sandy base and really exciting roads there too. It's actually Travis Pastrana's favorite group of roads is at Ojibwe. Over Mountains in September, which is the new one in Tennessee for us, still based out of Newport Speedway, which is kind of the blend of Americana motorsport and the European sport, if you will, of rally. And then we finish the season off again next year with LSPR up in Michigan, in the UP, which every year, I swear I send my wife the same picture because the leaves are changing basically mid-event. And so there's just a golden tunnel that you're driving through on the stage rows. And so that one just is one of the most picturesque areas you'll see.
Preston, Francisque seems to be. Oh, Francisque, I thought you was giving us some extra time.
I was gonna say I'm seeing 01 on my clock here.
No, of course of course, Preston, if there was more things to talk about, I'd love to hear it. I mean, absolutely. And but yeah, did you cover everything you wanted to?
Never do, but always appreciate you having us.
I had a list of another 20 questions. But we will meet again this time next year, Preston.
Sure.
Or sounds like maybe we need a preseason follow-up there.
Can I throw one at both of you, because you're like rally expert, and I love rally. I grew up in the world of rally in France, and obviously Ogier matched Loeb's record of 9 world championship this year, and but for whatever reason is not recognized as much as Loeb is, and he has matched absolutely every record, and maybe because Loeb was the first one to do that, but it's still for a French man like myself to have those two amazing champ, and one is considered a giant and the other one an upcomer, it's still a little bit strange, isn't it?
Yeah. I tried to convince my wife to name our first son Sebastian, and she wasn't on board. So,
well, you could also have named your second one Sebastian, one after Ogier, one after Loeb. So
there you go.
18 between them. It is quite phenomenal. But
it is.
Do you know, one of the things that is exciting this year is the fact that Brandon Semenuk wants to take on the WRC guys. Wants to somehow maybe try and get a Rally 2 program. The fact that just a few weeks ago we saw Conor Martel taking on a French gravel round, getting on the podium first time, that has got to say a lot about the quality of the drivers coming through the ARA system. They are drivers who can take on the best in the world.
Yeah, that's I think something we're really showcasing now that I think's been underestimated in our series. For as long as I've been here.
Excellent, but thank you very much, Preston. Thank you, Lawrence. That concludes Lawrence's participation as a host, right, for Industry Week this year. And what a beautiful job you both have done. So stay with us. We are going to bring Taro Koki, who has a very special guest with us, and we're going to be talking with him shortly.
Scott Lewis and Associates, the sales, marketing, and branding specialist for the automotive performance industry since 1988. We get our manufacturers on track by opening an extensive distribution network, providing product training to sales staff, creating fully integrated sales and marketing strategies, building successful industry partnerships, attending trade shows, events, and races, offering first-class support to customers. SLAI delivers solutions that win you sales. To get in touch with an SLAI representative, call 516-378-6100. Go to scottlewisinc.com or email info@scottlewisinc.com.
With roots in the Midwest that date back well before the Model T, Fifth Third Bank has a long history of serving the needs of automotive companies. While much has changed over the years, our passion for helping businesses put cars on the road and on the track has not. Today, we are more committed than ever as a member of SEMA, a founding member of PRI, and a sponsor of multiple race teams across several racing series.
For over a decade, Fifth Third Bank has been a staunch supporter of our industry and a great partner for many companies in the motorsports field.
Our business has been growing extremely fast, and really we could not be where we are today without Fifth Third. They provided amazing strategic advice, the capital we need to support our phases of growth.
They are true partners for me now, and what they do with their involvement in motorsports is untouched in this community.
Where can we take your business? Fifth Third Bank.
Your whole day rides on your diesel truck. Don't let anything slow it down. Keep life and drive with America's #1 DEF brand. Only Blue DEF products are triple filtered and guaranteed pure. And Blue DEF Platinum helps prevent deposits before they create problems. So nothing stands between you and the day, wherever it takes you. Count on Blue Def and Blue Def Platinum. Guaranteed for what drives you.
Thank you and welcome back to the program. Taro, you had a great interview this morning. Looked like you had a lot of fun with it.
Yeah, it was great. I mean, as someone who works in the intersection of creators and motorsports and automotive, it was super interesting to be able to talk to the GP Explorer guys. I mean, they're doing something really special there in France, and I had a lot to learn from those guys too. So it was great.
Excellent. And I think you bring us a very special guest as well. So
Yes.
Jason should be with us. We call him Honda Pro Jason. So as soon as Jason is on board with us, we'll let you on for the next session.
Let's do it. Honda Pro Jason.
What's happening, guys? How are you?
Hey. Your camera's a little bit dark. Where are you? Are you like yeah, there you go.
I'm
Face the
actually at
window.
home. Hang on.
Okay.
Hang on. Let me just readjust this a little bit.
Okay. There we go.
How's
So
that
it's,
better?
yeah. I was watching this previous session, and speaking of naming your children after
I heard that.
motorsports heroes, I was like chuckling. I'm saying, all right, Honda. Okay, let's start with your intro, right? So you're Jason Richmond, aka Honda Pro Jason,
Yes,
was
sir.
named his son Mugen. We have our special guest. Give us a little intro.
So my name is Honda Pro Jason. I've been a Honda brand advocate since 1987. That's where my parents bought their very first Honda. And I was in love since day one. I started researching the company, learning all about the racing heritage, and fell in love with them more. In 1994, I bought my first new car, which happens to be a Honda Accord, two-door coupe, 5-speed, by the way, if anyone's wondering. And then I started working for a Honda dealership in 96. Just another way for me to express my love for the brand for more than just people on my block or in my neighborhood, So in my family. Selling cars was fun, but I thought I'd take it to the next level. And in 2012, I started a YouTube channel all about Honda, everything from the generator to the jet. And that's taken off. And I've been very blessed to be able to do this full time now. So it's full-time YouTuber, and I train Honda salespeople and service people around the world on technology. So I've trained in 15 different countries so far, which is pretty amazing.
Wow, fantastic. I mean, I just saw you about 2 weeks ago in LA. Thanks for coming to the Racer Creator Awards, and congratulations on your nomination. What'd you think of the show? Did you have a good time?
I thought it was really good. Yeah, it was really well put together. You had amazing speakers with great stories. Like, it was kind of like and everyone was there. I saw a lot of familiar faces from SEMA and from the LA Auto Show. So it was a really well put together event. And was that your first one?
That was our first one. That was our inaugural event.
You wouldn't have known it. Like, it just went off. It was really, really well done. So props to you and the whole team.
Oh, awesome. Thank you. And you noticed all the Honda and Acura vehicles parked outside at the KYB Red Carpet Car Show.
Yes. How could you miss them?
Yeah.
You had all the cars. There was a helicopter there. Like there was a lot to take in.
There's a lot. Yeah. There was rain and everything, but I think it made it all memorable. So Jason, I was we got some time today. I was looking at your social media last night. It's like, what's Jason up these days? Maybe we can talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So our president was recently in Japan, right?
Yes.
And you reported about this. I didn't know about this. I heard it from you first.
Thank you.
But what was he saying?
So I guess he saw a K car. I'm assuming for one of the very first times. So for those of you that don't know, K cars are basically little micro cars that are available out in South Asia and Korea and other areas of the world. And the reason why they were brought around is to basically lower insurance costs, right? They're easy to park. They're very small. But in order to lower insurance costs in these countries, they had to meet certain specifications. They couldn't be too long, too wide. They couldn't have larger than a 660cc engine. And it's been like that since, I don't know when the first K car came out, but somewhere probably in the late 70s, early 80s is my guess.
Yeah, cheap registration too, and parking too. You don't have to register for parking. Like in Japan, you have to register your car actually with a space to fit and park your car. With K cars, you don't need that too. So it saves a lot of money. Yeah.
Another advantage, right? And they're less expensive to buy.
Mm-hmm.
So they've been illegal to, well, you can't import any car to America that's newer than 25 years, period. And they've never sold K cars here. It's just never been an option for us. And as far as I know, it's basically kind of illegal to bring them to America if they're too new, and illegal to kind of make and sell them here. So no one ever did it, but we've always wanted it. And out of nowhere, the president says, I was in Asia. I saw this cute little, beautiful little car. And I said, why don't we sell them in America? And they said, it's illegal. And he turned to his Department of Transportation and he goes, they're not legal anymore. Everyone just make them. I was like, I had to listen to it like 3 times. I'm like, what did he just do? But I guess what he said, though, and it makes a lot of sense. He said that if manufacturers want to build them in America and sell them in America, then go for it. So obviously there's a lot of other regulations or safety, but I don't see why Honda, Toyota, Ford, Chevy. I mean, this could change Mitsubishi forever and Nissan. I mean, those 2 brands are struggling so hard in America. They could kill it with K cars.
Yeah, and they're so fuel efficient, right? And obviously America is bigger, and you need to travel longer distances on the highway. There's some probably issues that should be addressed, but if you're in the city, like driving around, or just commuting, going to school, picking up, like in Japan, we use K cars sort of as like light industrial vehicles too, right? So like a florist will have it, or like a plumber will drive it around to just go to the houses and just do whatever you have to do. And I think there's a little market for that. I think actually it might be a big market, because then now you won't have to be hauling around a big truck wherever you go, even if you're working.
Right. And I think it's about time that we start, even though I'm a huge technology guy, like I love technology more than anybody I know, but it might be time for manufacturers to bring out some trim levels that are lower in technology. Like, do we really need all the power windows and all the power accessories? Could we sell an inexpensive car, keep it, around the $17,000 to $19,000 mark, and get a 1,000cc engine? Like maybe, because we don't have K cars, right? So we don't have to obey by the rules, but maybe the idea of one, a small, very efficient car, maybe with a 1,000cc engine, that would be able to do, 85 miles an hour, which is what we drive on the highway anyway. And the cost down without all the power accessories, all the extras, the safety equipment, of course. But we don't need, like I said, power windows, power door locks. We don't need the big screens in the car. We don't really need all these extras. And why should we pay for them?
During your travels in Japan, have you had an opportunity to experience K cars? Because they do a lot in Japan now, right? They kind of like do these like K tours and things like that. And they even have K motorsports in Japan.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
I haven't seen the K. Oh, you mean motorsports like racing?
Racing. Yeah, like
totally.
Exactly. Yeah.
There's a whole like Honda N1 Cup. And it's been going on for years where they race these, I guess, slightly modified K cars. But I've driven a few K cars on a couple of the tours. Last time I was out there, I did a tour, and it was fun. Like it's tough though, because I drove an S660, right? And I enjoyed it, but didn't enjoy it. I really enjoy the Honda Beat. I think the Honda Beat's a phenomenal car.
Great car.
The Honda 660 is very similar, right? It's a newer version of that. There was a lot of blind spots. I wasn't crazy about the seating position in the car, but then you leave. I drove that car on a tour, and then once you left that car and I jumped right into an S2000, your whole face lights up, right? Because it's a totally different vehicle. But I think what you said is, I think there's a place for them in America as well. I think they do really, really well. And some of the cars that they have out there, the N series for Honda, and like the S660 and some of the vans and the cargo vehicles that I think right now, like here, if you want that type of car, you have to go all the way up to like Mercedes or get like one of those transports, and it's a big vehicle. And a lot of people don't need it. There's mobile car wash detailing places that could totally use, an N van, and now they're electric N vans. And so I think the possibilities would be amazing.
Yeah, yeah. Are you going to Tokyo Auto Salon in January, by the way?
I'm not.
You're not going.
I'm not. So
Jason.
I know. Taro, I've been twice. I really enjoy it, but there's so much to do at the Tokyo Auto Salon that's not Honda related.
Mhm.
And so for me to go all the way out there for the few Honda bits I'd get, it just there's other. I have a rule I like to follow.
Okay.
My rule is if the event's not at least 85% Honda, I normally don't attend.
Okay.
Just because it's a lot for me to get out there and I don't have that much content to make from, excuse me, from there. So unfortunately, as much as I love Japan, I'm going to miss this year's.
Okay. Well, that's okay. It's 85% Honda rule. That's a pretty good rule. So what are the Honda events that you've attended recently where you had a really great experience with Honda cars?
So I do a lot of aftermarket events, right? So I do an event called H Day. It's strictly Honda, and they have anywhere between the ones out on the East Coast have about 10,000 to 12,000 people attending, which is amazing. I do Honda Eurofest out in France. I do that every year. That's it's like 2,500 people in cars out there. It is the largest Honda event in all of Europe. So I do that. I just talked to somebody earlier today from Scotland. I go out there for a Honda Day of Scotland. So I'll probably be going out there next year as well. So I really enjoy going to Honda events here in the United States, but I really, really enjoy going out of the United States to see the cars we don't have here, meet the people that aren't here. And honestly, mostly bring all the content to the people here that aren't able to go there. Like not everyone's able to go to Japan or France or Scotland, or I've been in New Zealand, like all over the world, right? So I go there so I could bring the content to them so they could see what other countries have. Because when me and you were growing up, we just went to the bookstore. We grabbed the Japanese magazines. We went through and we're like, oh my God, they have look. And we were I was trying to decipher because I don't read Japanese, but the photos of all the cars that we saw were like, this is amazing. Every lunch hour when I was at the dealership, I'd spend 2 minutes eating and 58 minutes at the bookstore, just looking through magazines.
Right.
And now there's a lot of people that still haven't gone to other countries, and I'm able to.
Yeah.
So I was going over there and bringing them all the content, showing them that there's more than just 7 different trim levels. And a lot of times, actually, Taro, I like showing them nowadays how good we have it here in America. Everyone says, oh, Japan for cars is everything. And Europe, they have everything and way more than we ever got. When just a few years ago, Europe had 3 Hondas, brand new Hondas. That's all they sold. They don't sell an Accord. They have no pickups or vans. At the time when I went down there, they had the Fit or the Jazz, depending on where you went.
Yeah.
The CRV, and they had one other car they had out there, but that was it. They got rid of the Accord years and years ago. There was no HRV yet, or they were in transition between the first generation, second generation HRV. The E wasn't out yet. So they were super limited and they were crying. They were saying, America's got everything. We have nothing. And of course, here we just looked at their Type Rs and said, always had a Type R. So it's fun to show people things they don't normally see, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. No, that's interesting. What's the most interesting thing you've heard from Honda recently? Like what excites you these days? I mean, you have your fingers on the pulse in terms of like every single news release that comes out of Honda, right? I mean, you know everything that they're doing pretty much.
I'm on top of a lot of it. So what's the most interesting? So we'll start at the top.
Yeah.
Honda's coming out with a new jet. Honda Aircraft is coming out with a new Honda jet. It's going to be a longer, larger, a transcontinental jet. So for the light jet segment, there is no jet right now that can go transcontinental New York to California without stopping. They don't make one.
Okay. So it's a bigger version of the current jet that they have?
It's a bigger version of the 420.
Okay.
And it's going to, I don't know how many people it's going to seat. Probably my guess is around 11. and it's going to be able to fly from New York. Don't laugh when I say my guess is. He's like, oh, your guess, huh? It'll go from New York to California or vice versa with one tank of gas.
Wow. Well, you got to drive the current. Well, you got the pilot fly the the current one. So I was just wondering if you're going to get to fly this new one too.
I will most definitely. Yes, I will be flying in and hopefully flying the current one.
Yeah.
Price tag, I don't know. When I flew the current one, the price tag was 3.4 or 4 million. I believe they're selling just over 5 million now. And that was probably 5-6 years ago. So the price goes up, technology goes up, amenities, everything. So one, I mean, it's obviously going to be closer to 10 million. I don't know how close, but I've never been in a $10 million jet before. So it's pretty interesting.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of, so that's like starting at the very, very top, right?
Right.
Honda has hinted that their Moto Compacto, which is Honda's little scooter, they replaced Moto Campo from years and years ago.
Yeah.
They have hinted that they want to come out with a full line of products based off of that unit.
Okay. I got to drive one or ride one for the first time the other weekend. Yeah.
What'd you think?
I loved it. It was fun.
Yeah.
It was great.
It's not super practical.
Yeah.
But like for some of the people that I've been watching on your podcast here, it's a great pit bike. It's probably
exactly.
It's a great pit bike. You can just go everywhere.
Yeah.
And it's been research engineered, developed by Honda, not built by Honda, but they researched and developed it from the ground up. They didn't just take a Polaris and just remarket it. So I really like that a lot. And the fact that they're thinking about bringing this to other products. And again, I don't know if that means wheelchairs. I don't know if that means, because Honda's big into mobility.
Yeah.
Right? That was like the whole point of the humanoid robot Asimo was all to help people that needed help in their house as a helping hand. So Honda's always, they have walking devices. I mean, you name it, Honda makes it. It's crazy. So I'd really like to see the Moto Compacto branch out into mobility, but also some sort of average consumer products, whatever those things might be, to help us with our everyday lives. So that's, I'm excited to see what they're doing with that. I was excited for Honda's EVs, their zero range, but it seems like they've stepped back, which is good because I think they were rushed into it by whatever was rushing them into it. I guess old politics of time, and I think they've stepped back, which is good because now they can just refine everything and make everything absolutely perfect. But I've been hearing some rumors about new performance cars. You know, everyone's been waiting for the next S2000.
Yeah.
So I would love to see an S2000. I'd love to see another replacement for the NSX, possibly. People are calling it maybe a baby NSX. Honda just released the Prelude.
Yeah. How was that, by the way? You were driving that the other day, right?
So I drove, well, yes and no. I drove the Prelude in Japan. I just happened to be, when I was in Japan during this tour, we happened to drive by a Honda dealership and they're like, would you like to stop? I'm like, of course I want to stop at the Honda dealership. Why would I not? And so I stopped and they had a Prelude. They just got it the day before. And this was about a month and a half ago, maybe 2 months ago. So way before America got it, Japan got it.
Yeah.
And so I asked if I could sit in it and they explained who I was. And they said, of course you can sit in it. So I'm sitting in it, pressing all the buttons. I'm making videos and everything. And then one of my friends comes up and goes, hey, they want to know if you want to drive it. I'm like, yes, I want to drive it. Like, yeah, sure. So I jumped in with the Japanese salesperson and I wanted to make sure that he could explain to me, just go right, left, right, and that's all. That's the only words we said. He goes, left, right. So we drove around the block a couple of times. It was really fun. I ordered one and mine actually came in. So I have a Prelude waiting for me right now in LA, California. I'm in Chicago. I have to get out there to sign the paperwork.
Yeah.
And then the car will most likely stay out there for a while. I have some modification ideas.
Oh, interesting. Yeah.
It's a hybrid, right? So modification is going to be really tough to do. And the way Honda's hybrids are, the engine doesn't really power the front wheels. An electric motor does. All the engine really does is spin a generator to recharge the batteries so we could run longer on EV range. So tuning it's going to be a little bit difficult, but I have a company that's working on suspension, exhaust, And I do have someone talking about tuning who thinks they can do something with it. It doesn't need much.
Yeah.
So for those of you guys out there that don't know Taro, I don't know if you know or not, the Prelude has the same basic drivetrain as the Civic Hybrid. So it's, you know, it's 200 horsepower, 232 foot-pounds of torque. It was funny because when the Civic Hybrid came out, every journalist went crazy. They were like, I can't believe it has more torque than the Civic Si. And then they raced the two cars, the Civic Si, which is a performance car, and the Civic Hybrid, which is not a performance car. Civic Hybrid was faster. So people went mad. They're like, I can't believe Honda did this. This is incredible. The Hybrid's actually faster than the Si. And they were going like, it won Engine of the Year. It's like in more than one country. It's been awesome. And then the Prelude comes out with the same exact power plant as the Civic or the Civic Hybrid, and everyone pans it. How could you do this? Why does it have no power? Why is it going to be so slow? Why would you give it the same power it had 25 years ago? And I'm like, 2 months ago, you were touting this same exact power. What's going on? But it's going to be a good power plant, I think, to start with. I agree with everybody online. I think they could have given it 15 or 20 more horsepower, which I don't think would have been hard to do. And no one would have said a word. They would have been thrilled with it.
Right.
So Honda does Honda things, as we both know.
Yeah.
The look of the car is awesome. Quality is amazing. Insider information, I'm not really under any embargo, so I'm just going to say it. I was told that when they were developing this car, it was really supposed to be a Civic Coupe. They were trying to develop a Civic Coupe.
Really?
They did that. As through their development, they found out that they're developing the car too good. It's too nice. It's too upscale. It can't be a Civic Coupe. It has to be something above the Civic Coupe. And then, of course, someone probably in marketing said, I have an idea. Let's do that Prelude. We have the name. We took the name. Everyone loves the name. So they brought back the name Prelude. I'm sure they made some changes to the vehicle to make it more Prelude-like, because honestly, if you saw that car on the street, have you seen it yet in person or no?
It looks fantastic. It's a beautiful looking car. Yeah. It's a great looking car.
Yeah. And the news out of Japan is when they released it, they were expecting 80 or 90 sales every month. The first month they had 2,400 sales orders.
Wow.
80 to 2,400. So it's like they stopped taking orders. Japan has shut down orders for the Prelude. It's only been released 2 months because so many people wanted it. So it's going to be a great car, and I'm very excited to play with it.
What kind of brands do you like working with when you think about modifications to your Honda?
I like working with I want to say solid brands that research and develop most of their stuff from the ground up. There's a lot of companies out there that, just buy someone else's parts and might change or put a name on there or whatever. And then that's fine for them. But I like working with companies that research, develop, do or do not manufacture their own parts. But I like that because I can go and watch the development and I can see how they do things. I do a lot of work with a company called AWE. They're an exhaust company out of Pennsylvania. They use all Pennsylvania steel. They research and develop everything. So the only thing that they don't do in-house, I guess, is the casing for the muffler. For whatever reason, they don't do that one part, but everything else they do in-house, which is great. So, and of course, the big name brands, Mugen and Spoon. Always. There's a wheel company called Titan 7. I love working with Titan 7.
Yep.
So there's a lot of brands that, it's funny because when I was growing up, I always looked up to these brands. I saw them in the magazines and I always supported them. And now working hand in hand with them is like, it's really a mind trip, because it's just like, they call me on the phone like, oh, we heard you got a Prelude. Would you like to work with us? I'm like, of course I would. Why are you calling me again? Like it's so crazy, but it's really awesome. It's been fun.
Tell us about that story where when Honda finally reached out to you and they were like, we want to listen to what you think about Honda. I mean, because, you're Honda Pro Jason, but initially you were not, you kind of partner and advocate the brand and things like that, but you're not affiliated with Honda in any way.
I am
You're
not.
just you were a super fan, right? Just like talking about your passion.
I was a super fan. I worked at the dealership. right? I was a salesman. But I just worked at a dealership. Dealerships aren't owned they're owned by individuals, not by Honda. So I did not work for Honda, and I do not work for Honda, nor have I ever worked for Honda. Just to clear that straight up, because as soon as I mentioned the Prelude online, everyone said, of course he does. He works for Honda. He has to drive that. Well, of course, Honda bought him the Prelude. No, I bought the Prelude with my own money, just like about all my other cars with my own money. I do want to get to the story where Honda reached out to me, but there was a time Honda was going to give me a car. It was 2017 Honda Civic Type R. And I said, I contacted people I knew at Honda, and I said, hey, listen, I know the new Civic Type R is coming out. I'd really want one. I was wondering if you guys would give me one for promotion. Like, I'll promote the car for you. You guys let me drive it, whatever that looks like. And they said, we'll get back to you. About 2 weeks later, I got on a phone call, and they said, listen, here's the deal. We're going to lease you a vehicle for 3 years. You just have to pay insurance and gas. I go, that's amazing. Like, I love it. They're like, well, there's one other small thing. You cannot modify the car. I go, well, forget it. Like, that's what I do. I modify cars. Like, I want to modify cars to sell the parts for these companies. And they're like, well, what were you thinking about doing? I'm like, well, I wanted to paint it yellow. And they're like, yellow? No. No one wants a yellow car. No one wants a yellow Civic. You can't have our car, and we'd prefer if you didn't paint any car yellow. Well, I bought my own 2017 Honda Civic Type R, right?
Yeah.
About 2 or 3 months after I owned it, I had the complete car disassembled, all the glass, gaskets, every screw, every bolt, everything taken off. I had the car painted Phoenix yellow or sunshine yellow out in Japan. And obviously everyone loved it. And you guys know how the story ends. Honda comes out with their special edition, which happens to be the same color as my car, with the black roof. And rumor had it they were going to do bronze rims like mine, but they didn't. So, that was the only time that Honda actually offered me a car. But to the story that you were speaking of earlier, I was out at the an event called NADA, National Association Dealer. I can't believe I don't remember. Anyway, it's for dealerships, right? It's a place where dealerships have conferences, and they can go and get information about anything in the dealership, from the floors to the car washes to CRMs, whatever they want. So I'm there, and I kind of sneak into a Honda meeting that I really wasn't supposed to be in, because journalists aren't allowed. So in this meeting was Mr. Yamada. He was a president for Honda America, maybe 3 presidents ago. So I see him, and I introduce myself, and I'm like, my name's Honda Pro Jason. He goes, oh, Honda Pro Jason. I'm like, yeah. He goes, what do you do? And he goes, oh, it's very interesting. He took down all my information. Next day, I see him on the floor walking around. I'm like, Mr. Yamada, it was nice to see you. Nice to meet you. Yesterday, he goes, oh, Honda Pro. I go, yeah. He goes, I'm in the know. I go, okay, you watched my video. And then he
That's
starts
your slogan.
He starts reciting many lines from my videos, like, ooh, this smells like a Honda. And after like the 5th one, I go, how many videos did you watch? He goes, I watched them all night. He goes, I love that. We must work together. I'm like, I'm a salesman still, right? And I'm like, we must work together. Yeah, we must work. He goes, when will I see you again? I go, where are you going? He goes, Detroit Auto Show. Done. So I go to the Detroit Auto Show. I meet up with them, and then he goes, I need to get you onto a journalist, do like journalist drives, where they invite all the journalists over, and they allow to drive new cars before the public can see them and write their reports and everything. And he goes, I need to get you on journalist drive. I'm going to introduce you to Robin Eagles, who at the time was head of PR something with Honda. So he introduced me to Robin Eagles, and he explains who I am. Robin's like, okay, cool. And then Mr. Yamada says, whatever he needs, give him. Wow. Okay, cool. So he leaves, and I'm like, hey, I heard about these journalist drives. When's the next one? She goes, well, we're coming out with an HRV. This is when the first American version HRV came out. And I'm like, okay. She goes, and there's a journalist drive for it, but it's full. I go, well, Mr. Yamada just said, and I'm like, here we go. Mr. Yamada just said, give me anything I want. She goes, okay, there's one company that hasn't responded yet. If they don't respond by midnight tonight, that spot's yours. That was a long day. Eventually, midnight came, and about 1:30 in the morning, I get a text message from her saying, you're in. And I'm like, yes. That was
which year was this?
That was, when did that car come out? 2016.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. So this is already the time where, well, this is kind of around the time where, YouTube creators and like non-journalists were starting to become part of like the storytelling and the media, outlet. But it was still early days though, right? It wasn't like they didn't really have like a influencer or creator or track or anything like that. It was like they were just kind of like starting to mix a couple guys in there, with the other journalists.
I was one of the first YouTubers that joined the Honda PR team, as a journalist. And it was funny because when I went in there, I remember, Roman from TFL. So there's a journalist outlet called TFL, and it was started by a gentleman named Roman, Roman Micah, a good friend of mine. And I had met him I'd watched him on YouTube, and I met him for the first time at one of these journalist drives. And I think it was actually on the HRV. And we started talking. He goes, "Oh, what do you do?" I'm like, "I'm a YouTuber and I sell cars." And he goes, "Oh, what brands do you YouTube for?" I go, "Just Honda." And he pulled me aside. He goes, "Listen, son," because he's a little bit older than me. He goes, "Listen, son, you can't make a living just on Honda stuff. You're going to need to branch out."
Yeah.
I go, "Okay, I don't want to make a living. I'm just having fun. I'm an enthusiast. I'm enjoying my time. If I don't make a living, I'll make a living." Well, again, fast forward, he saw me, I don't know, probably 7-8 years later. I'm like, still making a living. Every time I see him, he goes, "I know you're still making a living." I'm like, "I am still making a living." But you're right, though. Back then, there weren't a lot of people on YouTube that were even considered journalists. We never went to school.
Yeah.
We don't know the etiquette of being a journalist. We didn't know what embargoes were. Like all that stuff was all new to us.
Yeah.
And stepping back a couple of years earlier, when I applied to go to SEMA for the first time on a media badge, SEMA got back to me and they said, "We need to see articles that you wrote." I'm like, "I didn't write any articles." "Well, how about some articles written about you?" There are no articles in print about me. And like, "Well, then you're not a journalist." I go, "No, I'm on YouTube." Like, we don't understand what YouTube is, and we just don't think I'm a journalist. It took me a long time to get in that first time. And now it's much easier for other YouTubers to say, "I'm a YouTuber," and that people that see me go, "Oh, okay, we understand." Like, come on, we get it now. But it's like anything else though. When you're going through it, it's not really a struggle. You're not thinking you're paving the way for anybody.
No.
You're just pushing through to get what you want done.
Yep.
In hindsight, a lot of us early adapters to YouTube and automotive journalism did pave the way for all the new people, which is crazy when you think about it.
Yeah. Matt Farah and I were talking about like, when does this imposter syndrome go away? Because we were like, just like you, we were some of the earlier, YouTubers at these events, and we were looking around, and you have like Road and Track and Motor Trend, and you got like, all these like, journalists around us, and we're like, "What do you do?" You're like, I have a YouTube channel, and they looked at us like, "What? You don't write?"
Right.
Yeah. So besides YouTube, you do a lot of educational stuff, and you tour the world teaching. And what, last time, we spoke about this. How do you teach, and where do you get all the information that you teach? I mean, because they do get training already, like dealership.
You're 100% correct. And I get this question asked probably every week. So yes, Honda dealerships and Acura dealerships get trained by Honda and Acura as part of their dealership agreement. A new vehicle comes out, they send somebody out there, and I did this as a salesperson, and they send somebody out there and they train you on the vehicle. They normally train you in one big group, and they train you very quickly. Usually it's about 15 minutes of classroom and about 15 minutes of the car. So one of the last trainings I had was at the dealership for the last generation Honda Fit, 2013 or 12, whatever it was. A lady came to the dealership, got us all in one big conference room. We had probably 55 people at the time, and said, "Hey, I'm here to train you guys on the Honda Fit. But before we do, is there someone here named Honda Pro Jason?" I go, "Yeah, that's me. What's up?" She goes, "My boss said if I had any questions to ask you." And the whole room busts up with laughter. I'm like, "Oh my God." At that moment, I thought to myself, what am I doing here? Like, if the people that are training us are asking me questions, That's backwards. I need to be doing more than what I'm doing. So
Yeah.
I started getting invited to dealerships to do training. And what I do is the first thing I do is before the vehicle comes out, Honda has to come out with an owner's manual.
Mhm.
That's just by law, right? So before the Prelude came out, about 2 weeks before the owner's manual was released online, I downloaded
It's a couple hundred pages, right? I mean, it's a big book, isn't it?
the Prelude is 379 pages. 379. So
I
and
love
some of them are more. Some are some are 4,500 pages, 450.
Yeah.
So what I do is I download that book and then I read that book from cover to cover. Okay, so now I know everything in print about the car. And then when the vehicle hits the dealership, I go to the vehicle, I walk around the outside, I look at everything I've read in the book, I press all the buttons, I pull all the levers, I find out how everything works. Because you can read about it, right? But then actually doing it's something different. You can read about how to fly a plane, but flying it's different. So I go there and I press all the buttons, I see how everything works. And then I write myself a walk around because my training's done as a 1 hour deep dive walk around with the salespeople. It's done in very small groups, 3 to 4 people each. That's it.
I see.
I learned early on that if you have people outside the vehicle, like I only fit 3 or 4 people in a car. If I have 8, 9, or 10 people, I'm showing them buttons inside the car and they're outside the car and a squirrel walks by, oh, look, a squirrel, and they're gone. Or they're on their phone, or I can't keep their concentration. Also, my training is very interactive and no one really wants to ask questions with a big group around them.
Yeah.
In a smaller group, right, Tara? If they're in a smaller group, I've had people ask me, can you explain how to set up Bluetooth? Because I really don't know how to do that. And they would never ask how to set up Bluetooth with a group of, 50 of their peers around.
Right. You don't want to look, you don't want to look stupid, basically, right? Yeah.
So I read the book, I go inside, I press all the buttons, and I basically develop a walk around presentation. And then the very first dealership I go to do this presentation on this car, I'll walk around and I'll tell them, listen, I want this to be interactive. Any questions you guys have, please stop me and ask me. Oh, okay. So they ask me, hey, you didn't go over this button. What does this button do? So I'll go over that button and then I'll add that to my next classroom. And so by the 3rd or 4th class, no one has any more questions, right? Because they've all asked the common questions they were all curious about. And then I take that and I just repeat it for every single dealership.
I see.
I've been contacted by Honda many times. The first time they contacted me, they said, hey, listen, we're told that you're training Honda salesmen at the dealerships. I go, I am. And you're charging for this. I am. And you know that we're charging? I go, I know. Like, so why are they hiring you? I said, because you guys are doing a crappy job. I mean, this is what they go over. They go over the price of the car, the weight, the capacities. They go over the length and the height of the car and who the best buyer is for the car.
Yeah.
None of those questions are really ever asked to me as a salesperson.
I see.
I want to know how to set up Bluetooth, how the door lock settings work, what the difference between key fob 1 and key fob 2 is. They want to know how to use the vehicle. And so those are the things I go over with them. And Honda actually asked me one time if they can come and attend one of my classes.
I see.
You're more than welcome to. Come on out.
Yeah.
So they came out, they did the class. I got an email about a week and a half later saying, listen, you're doing an amazing job. And we're in no competition with you whatsoever because we don't have the capacity to spend 1 or 1.5 days in all of our 1,000 dealerships, right? Because they have to go to all their dealerships. I don't. I can go to whatever dealerships I want to because I don't work for the company. That's kind of how that whole thing comes up.
Well, Jason, man, you're doing an awesome job. I mean, I think you're the best Honda, ambassador they can have, and they're not even paying you, man.
I appreciate you very much.
Yeah, I think we're coming down on time here. But
I can see we're guys, I love the podcast, by the way. It's really good.
Timekeepers.
Thank you. And I love having you as a guest always. Best of luck to you. Where do people follow you? Lastly, before you go.
It's real easy. Everything's under Honda Pro Jason. So whether it's TikTok or Instagram or my website or Facebook, I'm on Yelp. You Google Maps, you name it, I'm everywhere. Everything's Honda Pro Jason. Make it nice and simple.
All right.
Thank you. Great session. And I think it was important, Taro, if I may, 1 second, is this is you mentioned that during the interview, is like people were laughing at you guys years ago and was, oh, YouTube channel. And now it's all about, YouTube channel, influencer, etc. So this was important for us to bring under Pro Jason to the equation as well this year on Race Industry Week, because they are becoming more important part of the industry. And I think we can see that, and we're going to see that next week at PR as well, and it's very interesting to see how the world is changing. And my 20-year-old kid is connected on YouTube since he was 10, so not even before than that. So the new generation is definitively paying attention to this. So thank you very much. Stay with us. We're going to run. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to thank you for having me. And if you guys are going to be at PRI, I'd love to hook up with you. I didn't know you'd be there.
Of course we will. Thank you very much. So
I'll see you there, Jason.
We'll run a commercial from our sponsors, and we will be right back with you.
Racing, every second counts. This is EPARTRADE, the premier business-to-business platform for the performance and racing industry. We connect buyers and suppliers 24/7 worldwide. Racing never stops, neither do we. Discover cutting-edge products and services from around the globe, gaining insights from our live platform, daily newsletters, weekly webinar series, and our highly anticipated annual Race Industry Week. EPARTRADE.com. The racing industry, every minute, every day.
Let's go, boys.
How many Kings have we got racing today? All of us.
I got nothing to lose.
As you can see, we've had another beautiful day on the Isle of Man.
We'll do some racing this weekend. It's going to be a blast.
The ultimate fasteners for whatever you build. To get the best performance, always follow ARP's installation instructions included with the product. For the latest torque specs, go to arpinstructions.com.
When it comes to pushing the limits of performance, the pros know there's no room for compromise. At Crowder Cams, we don't just engineer camshafts and valve train components, we redefine what power means. Since 1955, Crowder Cams has been the name trusted by racers, engine builders, and gearheads around the globe. Whether you're building a street machine, a dragster, or a track car, Crowder Cams provides the muscle you need to dominate. And with Crowder, victory is within your reach.
Not all trailer cabinets are built for the long road ahead. Aluminum Econo trailer cabinets from C-Tech Manufacturing are engineered to last and ready to ship today. Each Econo cabinet is packed with exclusive features like motion latch drawers and gasket lock countertops, all made under one roof in our Wisconsin headquarters. Shop Econo online today.
If you're watching this video, you might be wondering, what is WPC? WPC is a surface treatment designed to reduce friction and increase the strength of metal parts. As much as it might seem like a coating, WPC is actually a surface treatment. Think of it like shot painting, but the media is much finer, like talc. So what you're left with is a super hard, smooth surface that actually has some proprietary dry lubricants embedded within it. For more information, visit WPCtreatment.com.
Scott Lewis and Associates, the sales, marketing, and branding specialist for the automotive performance industry since 1988. We get our manufacturers on track by opening an extensive distribution network, providing product training to sales staff, creating fully integrated sales and marketing strategies, building successful industry partnerships, attending trade shows, events, and races, offering first-class support to customers. SLAI delivers solutions that win you sales. To get in touch with an SLAI representative, call 516-378-6100. Go to scottlewisinc.com or email info@scottlewisinc.com.
With roots in the Midwest that date back well before the Model T, Fifth Third Bank has a long history of serving the needs of automotive companies. While much has changed over the years, our passion for helping businesses put cars on the road and on the track has not. Today, we are more committed than ever as a member of SEMA, a founding member of PRI, and a sponsor of multiple race teams across several racing series.
For over a decade, Fifth Third Bank has been a staunch supporter of our industry and a great partner for many companies in the motorsports field.
Our business has been growing extremely fast, and really we could not be where we are today without Fifth Third. They provided amazing strategic advice, the capital we need to support our phases of growth.
They are true partners for me now, and what they do with their involvement in motorsports is untouched in this community.
Where can we take your business? Fifth Third Bank.
Your whole day rides on your diesel truck. Don't let anything slow it down. Keep life and drive with America's #1 DEF brand. Only Blue DEF products are triple filtered and guaranteed pure. And Blue DEF Platinum helps prevent deposits before they create problems. So nothing stands between you and the day, wherever it takes you. Count on Blue DEF and Blue DEF Platinum. Guaranteed for what drives you.
Thank you and welcome back to Race Industry Week 2025. Day 4, this is the final 2 interviews.
Yes.
We have had a very busy week and we are going to go back to some hardcore racing with the Knoxville Nationals. So waiting for Joe Castello to join us. Joe is going to be conducting the interview. Any thoughts, Judy, on this?
Well, I'm just telling you, I love Knoxville Nationals. I've been there, love dirt racing. It's so crowded, a lot of excitement there. So I'm looking forward to this interview.
And Jason Reed from Knoxville will be with us. We're basically going to bring Joe Castello any moment. While we wait for our host and our next guest, a big thank you to our partner Racer and of course our sponsors ETS Racing Fuel, Penske Racing Sharks, Peak, Fifth Third Bank Motorsports, Scott Lewis Associate, Quarer, ARP, and C-Tech Manufacturing. Without their support, we could not provide this wonderful week to you free of charge. And then, of course, I mentioned Racer. We are live on racer.com. Download the Racer app, the Racer Plus app. It's wonderful. It's free. And we are live on the Racer app right now. On the Racer
And you
network.
know what I love about our sponsors? They are very hardcore racing. I mean, they're the like cornerstones of our industry. So proud to have them on board with us.
Absolutely. And then, take advantage of it. Go on the EPARTRADE platform, connect with them. We are going to provide each and every one of you the recording of every single sessions. They will be available towards the middle to the end of next week on the EPARTRADE platform. So if you don't have a login yet, just go in there, create a free account, and you'll have access to absolutely everything. So Joe Castello should be with us any second. And while we wait for Joe, just any thoughts today on today on some of the interviews we watched? Oh, you're on mute. That's okay.
It's very much a strong day. I mean, starting off with Mike Hall, a joy to have him. He has so much wisdom, and he's just a natural born leader. So I'm really impressed with that. And I've had comments, emails sent to me regarding that. Just very strong day.
It's interesting. We're talking with Brad Gilly yesterday when we closed the day. We said we're live for 6 hours, and it takes us about another 6 hours to respond to all the nice comments we are getting. So thank you so much for each and every one of you watching us. We have 2 more sessions. Joe Castello is on right now, and if you want to share the links, invite people, invite your industry friends, your colleagues. Mr. Castello, welcome back to the program.
Hello. I'm back, baby. Final one, though. This is it. The final countdown.
You're going dirt racing now.
Yes.
In a big way, like the premier facility, right?
Yeah.
I can't wait. I'm very excited to delve into the venue and talk a little bit about their business model, certainly. World known, Knoxville.
And it's interesting because you see a lot of crossover between, especially in drag racing. There's a lot of those guys that raced in Knoxville, starting with Tony Stewart, right?
Oh, well, absolutely. Tony Stewart. I can't speak for Doug Kalitta's sprint car career, which dated back to the early 1990s. But Austin Prock, our funny car champ, has got sprint car experience. And so there definitely is mutual admiration for what those guys do, and the fact that they can sling a little dirt and pack a house.
Absolutely. And short track racing is such an important segment of the North American motorsport industry. So we're delighted to have them on. And again, this is we talked about it many times this week. Is Industry Week is a celebration of all facets of motorsport, and I think we have covered pretty much everything. We had some pretty strong motorcycle as well, and Brad Gilly played a big part in bringing Freddie Spencer today. A little technical challenge when Freddie joined, but there was a great interview. Did you get a chance to watch that, Joe?
That one I did not. In and out of my daily. I did not, but that's something I can go back and check out. And I know you guys do a great job throughout the year of re-releasing all of these interviews at critical moments. And so we're just getting started with, what's going to come out of these.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely, and that's also part of the importance of this week is we record everything, and the people who are not able to watch us live, we make it available for them later, either through the platform, through our social media channels. We distribute that through the different newsletter, and that's part of the whole aspect of Industry Week. So we are getting close to the hour. We're going to bring Jason Reed with us. Jason is the general manager of Knoxville International Raceway, right? The Knoxville Nationals, and that's going to be a very exciting session with us. So Jason Reed is here. I can see him coming on. The first time we're hosting Jason. Welcome to the program, Mr. Reed. Great to have you on.
Thanks for having me.
Super excited, Jason. Joe Castello here. Nice to meet you. The facility precedes you. I'm super excited to hear what's the latest, greatest at Knoxville Raceway. I know you've had a tremendous season. Let's start with a little wrap of 2025. How'd it go?
Yeah, overall went really good. We start weekly racing in mid-April and then raced through the end of middle of September. But we started off a little rocky, had a few nights where the weather, Iowa weather, sometimes in April and May can be a little leery, not conducive to racing, I guess. But we only ended up losing 2 nights. We have like 33 events. We had 2 of them that we ended up losing. Our very first night was supposed to be a World of Outlaws night, supposed to be a Friday, Saturday. We ended up losing the first night. They got the second night in and then didn't miss another one until actually 4th of July weekend. So overall, very good on our weekly racing. And then of course, we have the Knoxville Nationals in August, and it was an absolute home run. Once again, we do it 8 days basically with the 360 Nationals and the 410 Nationals. And every night, we've seen increased attendance from the previous year, and that's 3 years running now. So a lot of good momentum there, and we just continue to try to build on that.
All right, let's talk about you. How did you first get involved with Knoxville and start your arc with the facility, a legendary facility? And it's a big responsibility, like I'm sure you feel that.
For sure. I'm a lifelong resident of Marion County. I've lived around here my whole life. And then So the Knoxville Raceway, which is a little different than most tracks, it's on a fairgrounds and it's actually ran by a fair board. There's no owner for it. It's a fair association owns the racetrack, and so my grandpa, he was on the fair board clear back in the 60s and 70s. Then my mom, she was growing up, and then when I came along, she worked the concession stand, and I helped around, doing stuff like that. And then, of course, like I said, it's on the fairgrounds, so we host the county fair every year, have livestock shows and stuff for the kids every July. And I did that through growing up, and just always loved the place. Then I continued to volunteer, and then actually I got on the fair board, and I was on the fair board for 15 years while I was working at 3M also, but just as a board member here at the track. And then when we decided to hire a new general manager, it came up, they asked me, they said, like, seems like you got a lot of interest, a lot of love for this place, and our business, and can you interested in making the move? And so, yeah, to me, it's like winning the lottery. It's been the best move that I've ever never dreamed it'd be possible, but it's phenomenal.
Wow, that's a great story. The battle of, I think Lutz said it in the title of his book, bean counters versus car guys. It's so true in the racing world as well. You've got to have the passion for the facility and understand the people there. It's great that you have the opportunity to do this. But for those that don't know, what makes Knoxville different than other facilities? There are certain regions, certain sports, certain styles of motorsport. They've all got that facility that is like a preeminent facility, and you guys are one. Why is it different? How is that so?
I point that a lot to, like, going back to what I said, that it's a run by a fair board. It's not an individual owner that does it, so it's confused. It's a 24 member fair board, which everybody seems like is a lot to try to deal with the board members making decisions, but actually it's a working group. There's a lot of the fair board members on here. There's been several of them that's built the barns here. We got a guy that's a fair board that does the plumbing. We just got a lot of people that's got skilled trades that are able to do a lot of projects. So that's another way to make Knoxville very profitable and even increase what we do, because those guys are so willing to be willing to help, and they've devoted their life to making it good too. So they want to make it good. So not only being able to do the work ourselves, the money all generated from all the races, we dump it right back into the facility, trying to make it better. We've done that over the years, and now we're just trying, there's a lot of new venues that have come around that are, raising the bar, and we're trying to stay ahead of everybody. There's always, demand for seating. We sold out now the last 7 or 8 years for the Saturday night of the Nationals. And what is kind of mind-blowing for a little dirt track in town of Knoxville, Iowa, 7,500 people. We've got now between the racetrack and the Sprint Car Hall of Fame, which sits in turn 2 of the racetrack, we've got 76 VIP suites, which is, to me, that's just mind-boggling, thinking of, to me, just a small dirt track that I've grown up around my whole life, to think, when I go to other venues and see now there's people that are getting more, they might have 6 or 8 or 10 or 12, but now we're up to 76, and there's still a waiting list for it. I'm fairly confident that if I had 20 more today, available, I could sell them all today. So it's
Wow.
It's just kind of mind-blowing, from what it started to how it's just, what it's developed to now. And the people that come, at the Nationals and stuff, they just, some people, the first time they've ever been there, and they just tell me the stories of how they've been dreaming their whole life of coming here. And that's just great to hear. And that's just what keeps us wanting to make it bigger and better and have people come back next year.
Wow. So on that, like the sprint car capital of the world, you're making a case for it. What is it? The magic? Is it the history? There are tracks with great history. Why is this happening? Why is Knoxville Raceway the sprint car capital of the world?
Well, I think it's a lot in part to everybody. I mean, they've built it over the years, so it's the racing's great, phenomenal for the 4 days of the Nationals and all year for that matter. But it's just the whole atmosphere. Like there's you wake up in the morning at 8 o'clock, and we've got something going on. We've got people around the fairgrounds all day. So there's we just got stuff going on during the day. There's kids zone for the kids to go do during the Nationals. So whole families they come and enjoy it, because it's just not dad that likes racing. So we make it's an event. We've got food vendors here. We got another. I was just looking at the numbers this morning, so I know during the week of the Nationals, we have 100 vendors that come on site, selling everything from T-shirts to mainly T-shirts, but there's some other vendors selling sunglasses and stuff like that. But it's mainly all just racing people. It's just it's almost like a small state fair. It's just people milling around all day long. And the other part about it is it's like in town, so you can walk across the racetrack. There's the grocery store. There's the Casey's general stores right there. If you want to go to the bar, it's right across the road. It's just one of the good things about Knoxville is it's right in town, walking distance. Everywhere you go around town, you see people in sprint cars. The bad thing is it's right in town because parking's limited, and so when we 7,500 town is what Knoxville is. Like today, that's what it is. And then when we put an extra 30,000 in it in August, it gets a little full. But it's just the whole atmosphere, just the buzz, people being happy and going. I mean, you can walk down the street, see 10 trailers lined up. Everybody got their sprint cars unloaded. People are able to go right up to them, see them. You're able to talk to the drivers. It's just a very personal thing where you can get you see your superstars. You can walk right up to them and watch them working on their car.
That is wild. What goes into that, right? When you're dealing with a relatively small town, but you got to be willing to expand. You got to have a place for many of these people, the race fans coming from far and wide, places for them to stay, places for them to eat. I'm sure that takes a lot of coordination with the local community. What goes into preparation for that event?
It does, but I'm gonna tell you the local chamber here has worked for several years now, a long time. Getting people hooked up so that we know there's 2 hotels in the whole town, so they fill up right away, of course. But the chamber has been doing it for a lot of years, matching people up. They'll have people that call up and say, "Hey, I'm interested in having a race fan stay at my house." And they get those hooked up, and I don't know the number. I wish I could figure out the number of how many people come and stay in other people's houses, actually stay in their house, or on the other hand, they hey, I'll give you a spot in my yard, pull your camper in here and hook it up for the week. I know of some people that stayed in the same house for 30 years, 20 years. We've been staying at this house the same way. So that's a lot of coordination, and then we also have 1,000 camping spots, which once again. I'll be sold out with them hopefully by February. Again, this year we sell out on them. But a lot of people in town, yards. We got a lake right north of us, about 7 or 8 miles. There's a lot of camp spots. There's a lot of people that stay there, and then just surrounding communities. So there's people, stay everywhere to find a place close to Knoxville. But then even the whole coordination here on the fairgrounds, like we just kind of like a big jigsaw puzzle. Like I said, we got 100 vendors. I have probably 200 camping spots here on site. So just trying to use every possible square inch we got. Between putting vendors, parking, and parking these campers, and then of course too you got to each night of the National, you got to count for 50 haulers that will be pulling in and unloading their cars, because we have the drivers on teams unload their cars and move the haulers out the infield so nobody's vision's blocked at all for the event. So then you got to, account for 50 haulers where you got to park on Wednesday, Thursday, and then we get to Friday and Saturday, then you got everybody there. So now you're close to parking 100 trucks and trailers, places. So yeah, it's just like a big jigsaw puzzle, but I got a great crew that helps us out here, and we just able to put it all together and make it work.
Talk a little bit about those guys, the officials, the volunteers, the people from the community, people like yourself that were volunteers that have to come together. It's not like Disney World where you're doing it every day and you can get into a routine and go through training. You have these big pop-up events, the Nationals, of course, several other major events, but you don't have a full-time massive staff. So it's got to be a challenge.
Yeah, no, the massive full-time staff here is 4 of us. There's 4 of us that work full-time, and then when we get to the Nationals, we probably got 300 working between security crews or the fire crew and security crew and everything, and the track officials. But yeah, it takes an army, and like I said, there's only 4 of us that are here full-time. But we've got I'm sure everybody will say this, but I put our crew up against anybody in the country or even the world. Most dedicated people, even though they do it part time. We've got our infield announcer. He's I think this is his 47th year. One of our infield officials, he drives the pace truck. He's been doing it for 43 years. And those two guys have missed 3 races in that amount of years. So we've got a lot of dedicated people that, I don't know how many, probably 20 or 25. It's been over that 20 or 25 years they've been here. And then kind of another cool deal about that, how people absolutely love this place. Doug Clark, he flagged here from 1982 till a few years ago when he retired, and his son Justin has taken over that job now, and they drive from Sioux Falls, South Dakota every week. That's a 4.5, 5-hour drive that they drive down here to be part of that. So it's just a great group of people that come in, and we've got some people that work for me all summer with the weekly shows. And then we also got another crew that, they're just basically here for the 10 days of the Nationals. But yeah, overall, we have very little turnover. Now, as I've told you, some of those guys have been there a long time, so I'm going to have some big spots that we've never had to worry about filling before that I'm going to have to worry about. But overall, no, the group we got, myself, I got an accountant and a ticket seller and a race director that's here. That's here today, and everybody else is all we know, just part-time work that comes in when we need it and at the events.
Wow, that's amazing, and a story that we hear so much, the passion in motorsports that keep people coming. A 4.5-hour commute each week. That's amazing. What about the local community in that? They must support you. You've said that they support you, but this has got to be a massive part of their income. Tourism, the restaurants, that bar across the street, like the grocery stores, they must love you guys.
Yeah. For the most part, yes. You like in every town, you got a few people that don't like it because of all the people that are in town. But overall, literally the business that they do in those 2 weeks keeps a lot of businesses open up for the whole year. It's just because it's crazy how much stuff they sell. So yeah, they're very supportive of it. We try to be a good supporter of the community. We try to support a lot of the local events going on, whether it's high school teams or whatever other events we got. We donate every year to the Dollars for Scholars at all the high schools in the county. So no, very supportive of that. And then also, we've got some of these people that come in and work for us at the Nationals. Like we have some parking lots and stuff that we lease during Nationals, and we got a couple local basketball and baseball teams, and we just tell them, hey, you come in, here's your job, take care of this all week, and then we'll donate to you next week after we get all this done. So very good support on that. We've had the same groups doing that now, for 10 years or something. They're like, yeah, this is really good. We come out here and work together as a team doing that, and you make a donation for us, and it's a win-win for both of us. So no, very good deal. The city, I work with them, on everything from traffic, and they're just. I have to deal with the city and the county actually, but both of them are very good to work with. We have some planning meetings even with them. We meet with the city police, we meet with the county sheriff's department, getting into this just so everybody's kind of on the same page. We got a plan, here's what we're planning on doing, and if we have to deviate from that, that's always the thing. But no, very good group of people to work with, and yeah, the revenue generated as we actually did a economic impact study just last year, and once again, I was pretty impressed for the $74.2 million that we pump into the local economy a year. So it's very proud of that, and very proud to be a good supporter of the community.
Wow, that is amazing. It's clearly one of the events on the schedule, and you've got a couple of them. It's not just one major event, but you've got a few events that are breakout events that kind of transcend the weekly show. But just the fact that you have that great weekly show. You said something earlier, though, that I want to drill down on a little bit. You have 75, or is it 76, suites that are sold out, and if you had 20 more, you'd sell them out too. That's shocking to me. Like, is this suite like what I'm imagining? And that doesn't have to be necessarily air conditioned inside glass or anything, but just like a box where people, companies, corporations can go and bring their people and just kind of have events. Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, most of them are between 16 and 20 people. They are air conditioned, inside glass, sink, refrigerator. Yeah, so they're all the way down the front stretch, and then over in turn two, like we said, the Hall of Fame, we've got a partnership deal with them, and we built those over there. So yeah, we have people, that they buy them for the whole year, but like Kyle Larson, he has one, and naturally he's not here every week, but they want to have it here, so they buy them for the whole year and have them. But yeah, it's unbelievable. But I have people every week calling me and wanting, hey, you got a suite come open? I want it. And I'm like, yeah. We actually got 41 people on a list wanting more of those suites. So it's a problem is we're actually kind of running out of places to put them. We've got them all the way down, like I said, down all the way down the front stretch, all through turns, through turn two, and we got bleachers on the back stretch. I guess we could maybe add some more back there, but yeah, it's a good problem to have, I guess. High demand, and once again, the upkeep on those too. You gotta be able to stay on top of all of them, because if you got 76 air conditioners and refrigerators and all that, and they all got. We got the closed circuit TV into all of them, so they all got TVs in them, so they can watch replays and whatever. But yeah, they're very nice. A lot of people like to use them, and makes for a good event.
Well, that is, and there's a balance there between the core audience, the folks that buy a ticket to sit in the grandstand or the bleacher, but also the premium experience. And something that I'm kind of fascinated with, you look at MLB and NFL, and they lead the way, and they kind of really pushed the envelope when it came to premium experience, and it's working in motorsport as well. It seemed like there's a lot of people that would choose to do that, and then I guess you have to just balance growth and investment.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, that's very true. Because a lot of people say, well, I can't believe you got that many companies that buy them, but there's actually, there's local people that just go to group together, and they pony their money together and have it, because it's just such a good experience, to be able to be up there. But yeah, that's the problem now, looking at it now, to build just the way the cost of building supplies and all that stuff, and be able to do it now, it just has elevated so much lately here. It's kind of hard to justify, can we build another one, or do we just got to live with what we got? So actually, over at the Hall of Fame, they've built two they built one in 2018 and then one just in 2025, and they're basically identical buildings, and the price was just exactly doubled from 18 to 25. So went from 3.2 million to 6.4 million in 7 years. So it's takes a lot of revenue to build them, but yeah, there's a lot of demand for them, and they're really nice.
And that is a challenging story to everybody and everything at this moment. Things are
right,
but it is what it is. Maybe it won't always be that way. What are some of the challenges that you guys face? It sounds like you might be grown out, and that might be a limiting factor. Of course, the cost of building infrastructure at the event is. But what else keeps you up at night?
I would say those are the main things. Just we actually are trying to acquire some more land to the south of us a little bit. We used to have a veterans district that unfortunately they got rid of and moved those veterans to Des Moines, but there's some ground there that's now becoming available. So I'm trying to acquire some of that. We have been able to lease it for the last couple of years to use it for parking. So working on that. But no, just trying to, make the whole fan experience just better for everybody is what we're, just continually working on. Like, we have every night after the races during the Nationals, we have a concert right out here behind our ticket office. And that's just kind of been in a gravel parking lot. But this last year, and then this year, we just got done a couple weeks ago, we've poured about 20,000 square feet of concrete, just trying to make that better for the fans, after a night. That's because if it rains or something and that gets all sloppy. So we're just always trying to make it a great experience for like the suite holders, like you said, to make that good. But we're also trying to make it a really good experience for if you're coming just to buy a grandstand ticket, but that you have a really good experience too. So just trying to continually work on all that. And like I said, just try to keep Knoxville Raceway at the pinnacle of where everybody wants to go.
I think that's exciting. I think there was a time that I had never been to the Indy 500, and everybody talked about a lot of these things, people who had invested their lives, and that I have to see it. And one of these days, I hope to get out there and experience the Knoxville Nationals, because it's a similar energy around it, like
Right.
this legacy event, this big event that you got to see
Yep.
it and experience it in person.
Yeah, that's what I've told everybody. They said, "Well, tell me about it." I said, well, "I'm going to tell you about it, but there's nothing like I can't tell you nothing like it's going to be when you get there." It's just it's amazing to me, like people that are so friendly, and like I said, there's such a big group of people here all the time. Everybody just seems like they get along well, and there might be people that that I've got to know that I only see every August, but it's just like when I walk up, it's just like we were talking last week. I've met a lot of great people. It's just been a great event for everybody to come and enjoy.
Now, you mentioned some youth outreach with local high schools and whatnot. Drill down on that a little bit, in that we all are hoping that the next generation falls in love with racing and cars and mechanics and engineering and all of the things that we like the way we have, but that's not guaranteed. Do you have any programs for the kids to either get involved, to be in help out with the track, to help out with the racers? Do you have anything on that level?
Yeah, we're starting to work on that a little bit more. So yeah, that's one of the parts why we kind of went towards, getting even some school groups to come out and help with some of these things. So the kids are even coming out here and seeing it, and, maybe just taking a liking to it. But also too, for probably the last 10, 12 years, we've done every regular weekly show. We have kids 12 and under free. And then from 13 to 19, we only charge them $5. So, we're trying to get in here to, make race fans out of them, make them see what we got and do it. But with that, so that's another part of going into the schools. We're putting together a school night for next May, going to try to get, there's 6 high schools in the county that Knoxville's in here. And so we're trying, to just do a deal where we get students, faculty, everybody to come, one night to the races and show everybody we got. It blows my mind when I talk to somebody in the county and I ask them about it. They're like, I don't know, I've never been there. I'm like, how have you never been here when you live right here, And so yeah, we're just trying to get all the local people that we can involved and working with the kids on, whatever events. And we've, of course, we got the fairgrounds with the buildings here and stuff. So I've really kind of the last 3 years, I've tried to get a hold of the school and say, hey, if you got some event going on that you're looking to do it at a place away from the school and you need some room, let's do it out here. So we probably hold, I don't know, probably 10 different days where kids, come out here for an ag day or some different deal where the kids are bussed out here from the schools and they're here at the fairgrounds and they see it. And, we try to take them and at least open up the racetrack gate and give them a little look and say, hey, we're going to be racing on here Saturday night, and tell them there'll be cars going 140 mile an hour around here, and it'd be so yeah, just trying to do that to try to keep all the kids we can involved and working on it every day.
That's great. No, that's genius. You got to get involved, and we do need to all work very hard to keep the next generation into it. And is there anything that we didn't cover that you wanted to cover, something that you wanted to put out there, something that's important other than and please give the ticket office, right? People are out there. They want to go to this event. It's a bucket list event. Maybe they want to find out more, but is there anything that I didn't ask you about that you really wanted to put out there to the world here on Industry Week?
No, I don't think so. I think you did a good job. I just want, like you said, you've never been here. I just encourage everybody to come and see it once. If it's not for you, okay, it's not for you. But I think I've had a lot more people tell me that they'll never miss it again, or there have to be a big excuse, not to miss it. No, we just try to welcome everybody, and if they have any questions, they can reach out to me or any of my guys here at the ticket office, and we can help them out with anything they need.
Now, that is very exciting, and so much of motorsports is that way. You've got to see it in person one time, feel the energy, and then you'll never stop going back. Appreciate you, Jason. Thank you very much. Good luck with the track, and thank you for joining us on EPARTRADE Industry.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Wonderful to have you, and it was very important for us to make sure Knoxville was represented. So stay with us. We are going to run a video for more commercials, and we'll go into our last station. Joe Castello, thank you so much. Thank you very much for all your help this week, and we're going to bring Brad Gilly for our next session. Thank you very much.
ARP, the ultimate fasteners for whatever you build. To get the best performance, always follow ARP's installation instructions included with the product. For the latest torque specs, go to arpinstructions.com.
Thank you and welcome back to the program. This is the last session of Industry Week 2025. Mr. Brad Gilly, welcome back.
Thank you. And it's hard to believe this is already the last session of this year. It seems like it just started Monday.
It did. It went so fast. I mean, amazing. We started with NASCAR and we're going to end with PRI. And in between, we cover NHRA, oval track, short track, international F1, Formula E, off-road. I mean, you name it, absolutely. And motorcycle, of course. And anything in particular, Brad, that really, was important for you this year?
It's hard to pin it down to one thing because I think of so many different things. And, talking about a lot of the innovation, I go back to Tuesday when I think it was Tuesday, it might have been yesterday, when we had both GM and Ford on here. And, some of the things that Jim Campbell talked about with Cadillac coming into F1 and their tech center there in Concord, North Carolina, and with Ford and everything that Mark Rushbrook has going on with them in Formula One, also with the Red Bull team and a lot of that too. Really every racing series. And yes, I do get excited about motorcycles quite a bit, but the fun part of that is to really see a form of racing and a section of racing that really, truly seems to be on the upswing right now in such a good way. And a lot of the things that they're doing over there, well, what can we learn in what we're doing over here to, maybe get some of the same buzz going?
No, you're absolutely right. And that was on Tuesday. There was we had back-to-back GM, Ford, TRD, and HRC, and Mazda as well. And it's really nice. And Judy can confirm that. It's part of a little tradition now, and they are looking forward to Industry Week every year. And it's great to have them. They are also busy with a crazy schedule. And Jim Campbell was hanging up the interview and flying to Abu Dhabi for the F1 race this weekend, the final one, to make sure Kalitta is ready
Jim
for next
Campbell was the first one to call it a tradition. So
Yeah.
I like those words. But even the personalities and legends, having Danny Sullivan on for you, Freddie Spencer. I mean, what a collection of people we've had on today.
Yeah, it's been great. It's been informative. It's been entertaining, education, all of the things.
And talking about tradition, what a better word to choose for our next session. We're going to bring Mike Good, the president of PRI. So this is a very special session for us because we have a long history with PRI and a lot of friends there, and we will be there next week. So I think it's what a great way to end Race Industry Week with PRI and invite everyone to go to the PRI show next week in Indianapolis. So Michael Good is with us. Good afternoon, Michael. Thank you for being part of the program. We'll leave you on the hands of Brad Gilly.
Good to see you, Michael.
Awesome.
We don't hear you.
We have a little sound challenge with Mike, but we'll wait to make sure. But we have a video for PRI. There we go. So why don't we roll the video and then we'll start the interview.
Awesome.
Hear me now?
Again, just another wonderful thing to get you excited about some of the things coming up. And next week, the PRI show in Indianapolis, Indiana, we're joined by the president of performance racing industry, Michael Good. Michael, welcome. How you doing? Oh, I don't hear you now. we heard you just a second ago. No problem. This happened to me yesterday. So I hear where you're coming from.
Let's see.
There we go. We got you now.
You can hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I was trying to use my headset. I apologize. Typically it works great, but great to see you. Sorry for the technical snafu. That's on me, not on you guys.
Oh, no problem. And you sound great, by the way. We can hear you perfectly. So, um, number one, thank you for taking time out of your day, because we know that there's a lot that goes into planning a show the size and magnitude of PRI. But number two, thank you for, well, as Francis and Judy were saying, we can't think of a better way to really end this year's Race Industry Week by perfectly transitioning into what has been a long-standing tradition for the motorsports industry.
Yes, well put. And before we jump into PRI, I just have to commend all of you guys, Francis, Judy, and all of the hosts. I've been watching from afar all week, and it's been phenomenal what you've done and the conversations you've had, the people you've been able to bring together. It truly is a great representation of the whole ecosystem of motorsports, and I just think that's been tremendous. And hearing, Michael Cobb and Doug Boles and Doonan and those guys tell their stories and what's going on in their parts of the world has just been profound. And that's what our industry is all about. And so very excited to be here and appreciate that. And yes, a week from right now, we'll be coming to the end of day one of the PRI show. So it starts next Thursday morning. So it's an exciting time for sure.
Yeah, it is an exciting time. You guys have a lot of new things this year, and we could talk about them one by one, from the paddock to the Tops HQ and a lot of different things. But I'd almost like to just kind of let you give us an overview of some of the things that are pretty exciting and new for 2025.
Sure. Can gladly do that. I would say. So it's PRI week, really. There's a lot going on the front end on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, even before the PRI show officially starts Thursday morning. And so a lot of exciting. There's an organization called WIMNA, Women in Motorsports of North America, with Lynn St. James and Cindy Sisson. They're having their annual summit. And Black Book Motorsports is doing their first ever summit the day before PRI here in Indianapolis. First time they've been on U.S. soil. So those are exciting. And then Thursday morning, to kick things off in the spirit of 37 years of PRI, the grand opening breakfast is we have our grand finale at the beginning, if you will. And our grand opening breakfast will be starting at 7:30 a.m. Thursday morning. And to be quick about that, we'll be doing our second year. Last year, I launched our PRI Hall of Fame. To really just pay homage and respect to those that are helping really build this industry. We'll have our second Hall of Fame. And unlike SEMA and some of the other organizations, we kind of keep it under wraps until that morning of who the honorees are. So that's always an exciting time. And then that's followed up by a name that everyone in the industry and out of the industry knows. Mario Andretti will be our keynote. And, personally, I moved to Indiana in 1984. I was 11 years old. It was April of 84. And I had never been in the 8500. My dad took me. And at that moment, I was drawn to Mario and his car and seeing him in his interviews. And he didn't have that great of a race in 1984. I think he finished 17th. But I've been a huge fan ever since. So to see now he's going to be on stage at the PRI show, that's just tremendous. And then there's a whole series of other things going on at the show that we can tap into if you'd like.
Yeah, for sure. And truthfully, I can't think of a better way to kick it off than with a legend such as Mario Andretti, and a man who's touched so many different forms of motorsports, obviously from INDYCAR to Formula One to NASCAR, and continues to be involved. That's the great thing about it as well, because he's not speaking from, hey, here's what happened 40 years ago. He's speaking from, here's what's happened in the last 40 years up until now.
Right. No, he is a true, he's the guy, the litmus test of what's going on in the industry today, as much as he is a historian of what's happened to get us to today. And I think it's just been wonderful. He's been a great steward of motorsports across all facets of racing. To your point, he's raced everything with wheels and, off-road, you name it. He's gotten in those cars and won. And so that's going to be a really, really cool element to kick the show off.
Yeah, I think it is as well. I would like to also open it up for anyone who might be viewing us live right now. If you have a question, just feel free to type it into the chat. And I say that, Michael, because with the show coming up next week, I know, I'm sure you guys get flooded with a lot of things, but we definitely, in the true spirit of an industry trade show, we want to make sure that we have as much back and forth as possible.
100%. As long as they don't pop up in the chat asking for a hotel room, I'll do whatever I can to help them out.
Oh, you mean you can't get me like a nice high floor over at the JW?
I think the JW sold out in like 7 minutes back in July when the hotel registration opened up. It was pretty nuts. And to talk a little bit about that, so this is our 37th show, but this is our 20th show in Indianapolis. We were here for a number of years, went to Orlando, came back in 2013, and we've been here ever since. And in total, this will be our 20th show we've had in Indy. And it's the largest show we've ever had in Indianapolis as well. So this is going to be a blockbuster of a year. It's going to be just great to have the whole industry together under one roof. And we do have a lot of new elements. One of the interesting, fun things we're doing, similar to this, is called the PRI Paddock. It's a stage kind of under the hanging car area when you come in off of Capitol. And Ken Stout, a name in the industry, is going to be the MC, and we'll be conducting, I think we have 22 interviews over the 3 days, but he'll also be out walking around with a microphone, engaging with people, and really creating a kind of a unique experience. So we're really excited about that. And we have that stage is flanked by 5 different types of racing vehicles, from drift to trophy truck, really representing I always say PRI is agnostic. We don't have a favorite form of racing. So we meet with everyone from the go-karting world to the F1 and everything in between. And it's born out of grassroots, but there's so much that grassroots feeds the upper echelons of racing. And, so we just really try to bring it all together. And so, yeah, lots going on in the show.
Yeah, let me encourage people, by the way, to be there at 9 a.m. Thursday, because that's when you're scheduled to be on the stage, Michael.
Well, so 9 a.m. is when the doors open to the show. The breakfast starts at 7:30 a.m. and goes till 9 a.m. So there will be a standing room only. The breakfast Sagamore Ballroom holds about 3,000 people. It'll end up being standing room only, but that is free to anyone that's coming to the show. I would just suggest getting there early to make sure you get a seat and get a nice free breakfast.
Yeah, I think that would be a great thing. One of the other things I'm pretty really interested in as well, because this is more of the side that I come from, and it's TOPS, which is an acronym for what is it? Track operators, promoters, and sanctioning bodies. And I mean, several different conferences and a lot of things going on with that. Tell us more.
Sure. So the TOPS program, that's one that's near and dear to me. I'm a huge fan of it. You might know Tom Deary. Tom's played a role in really helping us shape and evolve and grow TOPS. And, Tom's like the OG of racing. And everywhere I go with him, I jokingly said it's like walking through Rome with the Pope when you're at a racetrack with Tom Deary, but everyone knows him. But we've really worked this year. We've spent a lot of time meeting with sanctioning bodies. We've been to over 100 events this year, meeting with track owners and promoters and going to safety summits all over the United States. And the TOPS program is really a culmination of bringing all of that together. We'll have well over, I think it's 150 to 200 sanctioning bodies in the TOPS program, well over 200 track promoters and owners. And we're going to be covering everything from advancement and how to run your tracks and some things you can do from a promotion standpoint, to a safety council talking about some of the safety issues. So it'll be a lot of really valuable content, and it's going to be a lot of the right people in the room. We have some panel discussions with folks like John Doonan and Michael Cobb, and folks that run sanctioning bodies and what they're faced with on a safety side. So the TOPS is going to be excellent. It's a growing area in the show. I would say it's a growth area, if you will, and couldn't be more excited about it.
All right, so I'm curious to what your thought is on this, and this could really apply to anyone, no matter how long they've been going to PRI, because everyone has their own experience. But I'll ask this in the spirit of a first-time attendee. And if I was a first-time attendee at PRI, what would you tell me on how to get the most out of the show?
So I would come in with a plan. There's a great app. There's tons of our websites. It's 1.1 million square feet. It takes over all of the Indianapolis Convention Center and all of Lucas Oil Stadium and the connector in between. And I'd really come in with a plan of attack. So there's 2 large exhibiting rooms, and then there's the the Lucas Oil Stadium, where the trailers and the rigs and the sim arena is. It's kind of a shock and awe. But definitely the main corridors around where like the NHRA stage is and the PRI paddock, there's a lot going on there. But really do your homework before you walk in the building, I think would be my first advice, because we have over 120 educational sessions going on in 3 days. And a lot of times you'll see somebody on Saturday and they're like, oh my gosh, I had no idea that those classes were going on Thursday. I really wished I would have gone to them. So there's a little bit of that. For the younger, we're doing a lot with the next gen, trying to really attract the next generation in the motorsports. We've evolved our Friday morning program. We have a full student track that runs on Friday morning from 8 a.m. all the way to 1 p.m. And there's some breakout sessions. And so a lot of really valuable nuggets throughout the show. Obviously, there's those manufacturers you want to go and visit and talk to and learn more about. But yeah, I would say, as somebody that's been on the other side and been an exhibitor in my previous life and done so at SEMA and at PRI, it's invaluable to have a little bit of a plan of attack to come in there. And because, we have a brand new element called Hammertown. I don't know if you've ever been to King of the Hammers
Not yet.
in January or February. If you've never been, add it to your bucket list. It's unlike anything I've ever been to. And but we're doing an off-road element at the show that's going to be really neat. It's a brand new event, and that's going to surprise a lot of people, just because we haven't had that off-road element at PRI for quite some time. And I'm really wanting to bring that back, and I'm really wanting to make sure that we're representing all forms of racing, from go-karting to a trophy truck, and that it's not just one form that's highly represented. I'm trying to get it diversified, I guess is a good way to put it. So if you just walk in, credential in hand, no homework, you're going to have a little bit of a deer in the headlights moment of say, gosh, I don't even know which way to go.
Yeah, but I love that advice, though, that to have a plan and have an idea of where people are going to be and different things like that. I mean, that really helps shape the experience. And to your point, you don't want to miss something. You don't want to find out about something Saturday that happened Thursday.
And I will say, it's there right now. It's performanceracing.com is our website. You can go see the floor plan. You can see all the listings of educational classes. You can see where an exhibitor is in the building. If you want to make sure you go get to, Edelbrock or whatever, exactly where they are. It's all there. It's just a matter of sometimes we got to lead the witness.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You mentioned earlier about PRI coming back to Indianapolis back in 2013. And I remember when that happened. I mean, it was so well received and a lot of people thrilled about that. But let's talk about the impact that the show and PRI has had on Indianapolis itself.
Sure. It's been tremendous. In the city of Indy, I might come off a little biased. I've lived here for, a high majority of my life, but I really have seen them firsthand roll out the red carpet, so to speak, for PRI. And they understand, the impact. So we bring in over $70 million in economic impact to the city in a week. And we're doing that in the month of December in Indiana. So to be candid, if PRI were to go away, you're probably not going to replace that revenue as a city during that time of year. And they've the hotels, the restaurants, all the hospitality, even the public safety, the police, everything has just been rolling it all out for us. There's a brand new, hopefully you'll be at PRI and everyone will see it. There's a brand new hotel called the Signia that's going up literally right next door to the convention center. And it's a Signia by Hilton. It's still under construction, so we won't have access to it this year, but that's a testament to the city's investment in making sure that trade organizations and trade shows and conferences have all of the amenities needed to have a successful event. And that's an investment that they're making in doing that. And, you talked about the JW and Phil and the guys over at the JW and Weston, all of them really make sure that, this is going to be an impactful, positive experience for the attendees and for the restaurants. You walk in St. Elmo's or any of the restaurants, they'll tell you it's one of their best weeks of the year. So that's a testament to the people too, the attendees, that they're coming here with their treasure and their resources, and they're really investing in the city and making the most of it. And then the last piece about it is the connectivity of everything. You can get through a lot of different areas in downtown Indianapolis without even stepping outside. It is there's some white stuff on the ground here right now, but it is supposed to be in the I think in the high 30s and low 40s next week, so that'll be much more tolerable than it is today.
I'll bet. And truthfully, downtown Indianapolis, Indy really has a great downtown, and even if it's cold, it's still fun to walk and check out a lot of the different things that are going on over there.
Right.
Yeah. Enjoy that. Well, we know PRI is just really 1 week a year, but it's really all year as well. Can you tell us about some of the initiatives that you guys have had?
Sure. It's when I first took over this role, it was brought up in a meeting that the show is what this company is all about. And I said, well, there's 51 other weeks in the year where PRI does a lot and can be doing even more. And as an example, last year we rolled out 3 big initiatives last summer that are still in heavy effect right now. And the 3 were sanctioning bodies. We really wanted to make sure that we had a more intentional relationship with the sanctions across various different forms of racing to truly understand what are their strategies, what is it they're trying to do to grow their organizations, and how can we be an ally and be an assistant to that and be an evangelist, really. They have an audience. You take like John Doonan at IMSA, who's just amazing at his job and what he does, or Doug Boles at INDYCAR. When we sit down with these folks, we don't have our hand out asking for anything. It's really more of a help me help you. We have a different reach. Let us take your message out to our population and help you drive that. And then the second initiative is along the same lines, the first one being sanctions, the second one being tracks. There's roughly over 1,200 racetracks across the United States. Some of those racetracks are hand to mouth. They are paycheck to paycheck survival, and we want to help those guys thrive. And, we're at a time right now where there's a lot of things going on, whether it's politically or based off of legislation. One example is nuisance laws. That's a big thing right now in racing, where a track's been out in the middle of nowhere for 50 years. A developer came in and built a really nice development 3 miles from it, and a homeowner files a noise ordinance because 20 nights a year there's some noise going a couple miles away. Those things can shut a track down. And so PRI, we have a whole advocacy group out in Washington, D.C. that fights for that legislation, for the rights of those tracks to keep doing what they're doing. And, so we could go on and on that, but that's a really big deal to protect the racetracks. That's where our people are. That's where whether you're the manufacturer, the race team, the track, the sponsor, the track is where you are bringing everything to life. And so we really want to covet that and protect them. And then the third one I already spoke about a little bit was this next generation initiative. And it was more than just trying to put a couple educational programs at the show. We've gone out and met just over the past 20 months with well over 100 both higher ed institutions like Purdue and UNC and Clemson and Alabama, Notre Dame, to really understand. Some of them have motorsports engineering programs. We're also meeting with local trade organizations that have a trades degree that you can get. We're meeting with all of them saying, let us help you. Let us be a voice to help bring more attraction to what your programs that you're offering, whether you are training somebody to go over the wall in the pits, or whether you are training somebody to be the highest level of aerodynamic design engineers. We can be an advocate for that. And the last point on that, then I'll be quiet. The success of that has been beyond expectation. We have over 120 higher ed institutions and trade organizations that will be in attendance at the PRI show this year. And that is at the dean administrative level of those universities. And then we already have well over 500 or 600 students that are going to be coming to the show to go through that track. And, you know, that's a pivotal thing. Everyone that I talk to, whether it's a manufacturer, a sanction, or a track, some of them are having trouble finding talent and hiring and getting people to be all in on the industry. So long-winded, sorry, it's a fault of mine, but it's there's so much to it, and it's a really exciting thing to see a lot of it, see the fruits of our labor start to show.
Yeah, no, but it's so important as well. And, you know, you think about all of the experience and knowledge that we have. Well, we need to have a lot of new, fresh young people coming in that we could pass that knowledge along to and allow them to have their fresh ideas. And, you know, I've talked to crew chiefs at NASCAR teams that have said, you know, first, finding engineers who might be qualified to do this is one thing, but secondly, they don't necessarily have the experience. They might have the engineering qualifications, but then we have to train them, you know, and all of a sudden things take time. It's great to have these education programs, especially universities with motorsports programs, because we are in a very technical world that can really, if nothing else, maybe a fresh engineer is not going to come in running, but at least they're going to be walking at a pretty fast pace.
That's right. That's right. And so, you know, that's a lot of the excitement. There's actually an initiative. If you were in my office, you'd see it written on my whiteboard. It's called the 51 Initiative. And it's really what are all the things that we as an organization can and should be doing, because we're a trade organization. We're a 501c6. And it's not about generating profit. It's about helping protect. I say we do three things: connect, protect, and advocate for the motorsports industry. And so, you know, it's what can we be doing to really drive that home? And it's exciting.
Yeah. I love the advocacy on every front, you know, the nuisance and different things like that, and bringing in new people as well. What can you tell us about the Motorsport Impact Study that you launched back in June?
Oh, man, that was pretty shocking. What all came out of that. You know, we felt like there was a gap, we did it at the core. We did it to help the local tracks build a business case for the importance of their existence in wherever they were. We learned so much more. You know, so we went in with kind of a couple hypotheses to try to address, and we ended up with this wealth of information. And so this report's free. It's on our website. You can click on it, and it's a infographic map that you can drill down. You can look at the entire United States. You'll see that we roughly are just under $70 billion in economic impact to the United States as an industry, and supporting over 318,000 careers, jobs within the motorsports industry in the domestic U.S. And that's at the United States level. But then you can drill down to the state of Indiana. I'm sitting in Indiana, so I'm using that in any state. And then to the county level, or to the congressional level, or the House level. And so when you think about a congressman or a senator or a representative on any side of the political aspect of a given geographic region in the United States, we're giving them knowledge, we're giving them factual data. This was all done through an outside third party. It's not us doing it. And it was a significant investment, but the impact's been profound. You know, motorsports is a significant economic driver in the United States, and it does create jobs, and it is a force. And sometimes you've got to reload your gun and to tell that story, if you will. And that's really what the motorsports industry study did. And it was a really interesting outcome. We were really excited about it, and it's been very well received.
That is really neat. And it's amazing too. Where I live here in North Texas, I live in Wise County. I'm 10 miles away from Texas Motor Speedway. I'm about a half a mile away from a little dirt karting track called Cam Kartway. I'm about 3 miles away from Boyd Raceway. And then there's a motocross track not too far from me. It's amazing how much, you know, motorsports can actually be around you, but to also see the impact that it does have on the community.
That's right. And, you know, a lot of times it's not necessarily like, yeah, it's cool to see what the Indianapolis with the Indy 500 or Daytona with the big mega tracks, the economic impact in those given regions. But to your point, the little track in the middle of nowhere, that you had a Knoxville Nationals, Knoxville Speedway was on right before I came on, and I was watching that interview, and I don't know if you've ever been to that event, and you should go to that one as well. It's spectacular. But that is a racetrack literally right in the heart of the town. The houses are 20 feet across the street, and it's actually shocking. But the town embraces it, and the Knoxville Nationals have become one of the top, dirt sprint car events you can go to. That, there's Eldora and other places, but Eldora is another example. Tony Stewart's track that he has made significant investment in and really reinvented that location. And they are packing the house. And I don't know if you've ever been to Eldora, but it's not a place you get to by accident. It's in the middle of nowhere. and yet when you go there, you're like, oh my gosh, who's not here? Everyone is there. So it's really interesting to be able to now put some factual data to help support these tracks and these different regions with that type of information.
That's fantastic about really what PRI does to support the industry, because and I'm glad we're here talking about it, because most of our focus is what's going to happen next week in Indianapolis, and something that people highly anticipate and rightfully so. But all the advocacy, all the things that happen throughout the year, what PRI does to help support the industry also, Michael, that's just incredible.
Yes. You being in Texas, you guys have a pretty neat IndyCar race that's coming in March, I believe. That's going to be pretty exciting.
Yes, we do. Right in Arlington, Texas, right around Cowboy Stadium and all that. If I wasn't going to be, I think I'm in Las Vegas that weekend for NASCAR. I can promise you I would be. That was one of the things when I saw the date, I was like, no, but it's going to be awesome.
I know we're getting ready to wrap up. I did want to just call out Brad. I've watched you for a long time. It's a true pleasure to be able to engage with you and have a conversation with you. And I appreciate that. You're very, very good at your trade. So
thank you,
job
so
well done.
That means everything. And likewise from the compliments I hear from Judy and Francisque and all of that. So it's great to connect with you, Michael.
Likewise.
Thank you very much. What a great way to end the Race Industry Week, Michael. So we look forward to seeing you next week in Indy. We'll be there. We'll be exhibiting with all the other companies on the celebration of the racing industry. So can't wait to be in Indy next week. So this concludes Race Industry Week 2025. And we will be back next year around that time. I don't have the exact dates in front of me, but we will be back. So thank you very much for watching us this week. The recording will be posted on the EPARTRADE platform. Next week will be distributed through our newsletter, our social media channels, and our friends at Racer will do the same. So word of closing for you, Brad. Anything you want to add, or Judy? Go ahead.
Yeah, I would love to really just say, and everyone who is a part of an event or anything knows what has to happen behind the scenes before, if you will, you unload at the track. This is no different. What you and both of you, Judy and Francisque and Reed and everyone with EPARTRADE do behind the scenes, not just for this Race Industry Week, but week in and week out. I know this week is months in the making of calling people, scheduling people, and doing all of that. But thank you for what EPARTRADE does. And I know we mentioned it earlier, the platform itself, if you're not checking it, daily, if not weekly, you need to. There are a lot of great things on there, and anything you want to find in the racing world, you can find it at EPARTRADE.
Well, thank you so much, Brad. Judy?
Well, I'm just so thankful to all our industry friends who have supported this special week here and the platform. And I was really enjoying listening to Michael Good about all they're doing at PRI. He represents the company extremely well. So.
What a great way to end. Thank you very much, everyone.
Oh, one last thing. And I feel fortunate to have Brad Gilley with us. He's an epitome of a host.
He's a legend. He's a legend. And Brad will be back with us on the weekly series starting mid-February, early March. Brad will be with us every Wednesday. So thank you very much. We'll see you in Indy next week. And wonderful.